All right. Let's do this, y'all. What's up? My name is Lise. Welcome to Hyper Game Dev. I just love learning how to develop games, and that's what I'm gonna do today, specifically using the Godot engine. I'm gonna boot it up. Most of these engines, I need to have booted up ahead of time, but not Godot, because it's lickety-split. Hope y'all are doing good today. I'm just here to slowly learn my way through these programs, elevate myself beyond just a hobbyist game dev, even though being a hobbyist game dev is something I take a lot of pride in. I am hoping to get good enough I could release an indie game someday, but today I'm just here to learn. I'll put these games up on itch or something. Although this one, I will say, of all the games that I am working on, this is the one I'm the most excited about, and that if there's a chance that I take this beyond just putting it up on itch, this game is the one. And so this game, the idea is that it is a horror game about making friends. I do want to get more into like asset design and stuff. I'm thinking maybe next week we can do that. And so the idea is you are going to be in a room and you're a lonely person and I haven't figured out a lot of this stuff yet, so bear with me. And the idea is you have a phone app that you can use to help cure your loneliness, and it's going to ask you to make friends with people in the room. And so we don't have any moving around mechanics, but the idea is you can walk around and then you can click on people, which are currently represented by giant cylinder towers. And then you can respond to them in these different ways to try to talk to them, either with an eager, an even, or a distant communication type. And then these are supposed to be menus that pop open, but this was a bug that we had at the end of the show last week, so I'm gonna have to figure that one out. But we did figure this out, where we can have a separate, so this says friend 1, the person in the front. Click on the one in the back, friend 2. So it does know the difference between these two, and then this is supposed to pop. We got to figure out what that bug is. This is supposed to pop out a menu with 3 items. This is the menu button, and I want to use this to either respond distantly, positively, negatively, or neutrally. Same thing with even and eager. Have 3 options: positive, negative, or neutral. And yeah, so that's kind of what I want to explore today, is figuring out how to get this menu button to connect to our code and make the game work. And then I want to do some other stuff too, like maybe get the character walking around the scene. I don't know, that seems like a lot, but we'll see. What's up, Cheetos Plays? Am I making a 3D Godot game? I sure am. I mean, a lot of it's gonna be like 2D in a way, like, so you're gonna have it's gonna mostly be like a narrative dialogue talking game with characters. So there will be a lot, like, we're gonna focus a lot on the 2D aspect, but technically I do want to make it 3D so you can walk around. Pig Detective, kind of, and there's no mystery. And there's no amazing extra mechanics added in. It's just, but kind of, with more emphasis on how the communication leads to like a branching narrative, I think, as well. So, I'm going to see, first of all, we need to fix this bug. Before I start getting into the menu button stuff, we have to be able to use the menu button. So just to explain what all that is. So we have some scenes here. I need to reacclimate myself with Godot. We have some scenes here. And what's really nice about Godot is it has these nodes, and you can have them all be like inherited in children, and then you can also break them off into scenes, which lets you make instances. So for example, this friend here, which if you look in this scene, it's just 1 cylinder. But if we come into the main game, you see there's 2 of them, because the friend comprises this cylinder, and it also has dialogue logic in it, and that logic is a scene in and of itself, so it's like an instance of it on its own. And that's this, and this is where the menu button is supposed to come in and be relevant. So if I just test this scene by itself, you can see how the menu button is supposed to work. We click on this and we get 3 possible options. And I do want to figure out how to get these options to be relevant in code, but what I also want to do is other things as well. But let's fix this bug. So the code for the game exists in right now pretty much one place. So we have, this is like the main script for the main scene. Is nothing going on in here. And then there is the friends. They each have their own script, and they actually influence each other. So if I were to type in, let's on line 6, put a comment. Uh, this is not unique code. Okay, so I typed that on line 6. This is not unique code. If I come to our friend 2 node over here and we go to the script, it's going to have that same line of code because they're sharing the same script. What makes them different is this export is at export variable friend name friend here. So here we have the default, which is friend. But if we look, so we come into, let's see, doobie doobie doo. Is it nodes? Is it history? Somewhere in this inspector, we should, here we go. So this friend name, right here, that is this. That is this right here. And you can see it says friend 1. So if I guess this might update. Let's say friend label, just to try to prove this point out. Friend label. I don't know if that, oh, that is gonna cause an issue right here. So let's update that. So that also says label. Okay, now I don't know if we'll see, there it goes. So right here, now this says friend label right there. So we are controlling this. And actually it changed this to be friend. It didn't even keep it as friend 1. If we come to friend 2, same thing. It actually replaced the friend name with just the default friend. I do want it to be name, not label. So I'm gonna fix that. And then we're going to update it in here as well. All right. And then there it goes. So now this says friend name up here. And then I'm going to have this one be friend 1 and this other node be friend 2. And what this does is this allows us to have a unique variable for different instances of the same script. And so by saying friend 1 or friend 2 in these labels, so I could say friend 2nd, right, instead of 2. Now if I hit play, we click on this one, it's going to be friend 1. Well, it just says friend right now. And if we click on this one, it says friend 2nd. So that's kind of the way that and they're sharing the same code, which is nice. And then that's what I'm going to be editing to try to get these menu buttons to effect is in that same code. But of course, what we're going to want to be different is the dialogue, right? Because we want them to be different people. So that's going to be kind of interesting. We'll see how that goes. It would be cool to try to start writing some dialogue today, but we'll see. We'll see how it all goes. Sebastian is going to make a Pig Detective 5. Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. Yeah, Sebastian, Lottie, Dirty Heralds, I'm sure, Reddish Boat, the whole gang, I'm sure, will be there. Animation Bee. Yeah, it'll be pretty cool. Thanks, Kai. I appreciate the wishes of good luck. So that's just one part of what we're doing. I need to fix this bug. That's the main thing I need to start with. So the bug, like I said, is that these menu buttons, it seems, oh, sometimes it works, but most of the time what it seems to do is it closes the window and it reopens it. So let me open up, I did take a few notes last time. I'll go ahead and open those up. But I think we're mostly puzzling this out ourselves. So let me get my Godot notes. Open up this. Dialogue visible, no friend. Exit dialogue to choose a friend. Use me. I don't think we did much here. Yeah, I don't think we have much notes here. Dialogue visible equals no friend clicking. Yeah, oh, I think that might be what's happening. Maybe. Well, but if I click out here, oh, interesting. Okay, let me bring up my input so you can see what I'm doing here. So when I click on the menu, as long as the character is behind, we're good. As soon as I move my mouse, which by the way, I need to change my mouse. I need to change my mouse. As soon as I move my mouse outside of the boundaries of the actual, mesh that's in here, when I go outside of there and I click, then it closes. So I think what's happening is and see even between these two characters right there, that's when it goes away, but not when I click within it. And so we did add a script in here, or a line of code in here, that closes it. So here we have if input action is pressed and friend hover is false. That is to say, if we aren't hovering over a mesh and we press it, and the convo state is state 1. That is to say, because we're in state 0, I guess. Yeah, so by default, we're in state 0. So if input action pressed mouse and friend hover true. So that is to say, we're hovering over the mesh and I click the mouse. Then the dialog becomes visible and the convo state gets set to 1. So now the problem is that it will close it. It will close it. Interesting. Yeah, it will close it if... I guess what I need to add in here is to say that if you're hovering over the UI, then that also shouldn't close it. Now, something else interesting that happens, if I'm hovering over the character model right now, and I'm going to press this button. Oh, that works. Wow. Kind of. You see how it flashes a little sometimes? It doesn't totally work. It's almost like the menu button is blocking seeing that the hover is true. And as such, well, actually, it'd be interesting. I wonder if we could print, and as such, it's closing it. But we could also try saying, okay, I think if we say print, maybe we just say friend hover. Is that a line of code that makes sense? No. Oh, it does. So yes, so down here, right here in the console, we've got false, 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 false. Because it's saying friend hover. Whenever I do this, whenever I click out here, it's going to print a false. But we should see trues sometimes. We should see true oh, I guess we're not because it's not part of the... So we would want to print it here as well. So let's also do that. I'm going to say print friend hover. So it's going to print it whether it's true or false. So I'm just curious to know when... So here it's true. There it's printing a bunch of trues in the bottom left there. True, 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 true. Yeah, it is. The menu is blocking it because you can see there's like falses that get thrown in there. So what we need is somehow to detect that we're touching the UI. So that way it will... I mean, I guess we could put that in friend hover. That could keep friend hover to true. But I need to somehow get the information that this is being hovered over. So we do have mouse ignore, right? We have mouse ignore. If I do, let's try pass. So that should mean that it goes through it. I mean, that doesn't seem to improve our result. Let's do stop. So that should, block the input. I mean, interestingly, none of these are actually making any difference. Oh, the buttons. Ooh, so maybe we want to say ignore. Maybe we need to set the buttons to have their own mouse situations. Can I control A? No, that's something else. Okay, I'm just going to select everything this way. And then I'm going to hit up mouse. And I'm going to try ignore. I don't know that ignore is really what we want, but I'm interested to see what happens. Wow. So now we can't click on this at all because it's the mouse. It's ignoring the mouse. So literally we can't even click on that. I guess that makes sense. I guess that makes sense. What if I set it all to stop? what happens then? You know, I kind of expected a few more differences to happen there. Still not exactly sure what pass does. Yeah, still not doing what we want. So that's interesting. All right. The way that we're detecting the hover is we have collision. So I wonder if we can add like collision. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna say GDscript UI. What do they call it? What is this? This is like a panel. We could say UI hover detection collision or something like that. Oh yeah, hydration. How to detect when the mouse hovers over UI elements. Let's go. Easy peasy, no problem. Oh, that's Unity! Boo! What? What? Why? Why would you do this? Why would that even be what happens? It's pretty confusing. Check if the mouse is above anything. Is it possible to detect if the mouse pointer is hovering over area? That's interesting. Not quite the same, but let's just see. I can't believe it. Why would Reddit do that? I know Reddit sucks now, but geez. What a troll. What a cruel troll. Okay, I'm working on a game and I want a sprite to change animation if the mouse pointer is hovering over an area 2D, which is the child node of the sprite. The sprite is a closed door and I want it. That's kind of different, but we could see. Inherit some collision object 2D, which has a signal mouse entered. Right. Oh, so we should take a look at the nodes that are associated with it. So if I click on this button up here in the top right, we've got this node panel. We have button down, button up, pressed, toggled. So we could potentially use the button pressing to override the window being closed. I don't see any like, oh, we have mouse entered. Let's go, mouse entered. Okay, sweet, dude, this is easy. All right, cool. So we should have it. Do we have it for this too? Yes, we do. We have it for the entire panel. Awesome. Okay, so we want to say that when the mouse enters this, which is actually very similar to the script we already have. So let's see where that lives. Where does that live? Here. Function on mouse entered friend hover. Now this function is specific to the mesh. This one right here. So this is not, and actually I'm gonna move my print. I think that makes more sense if we move our print over here so we can see when this happens. I am a little concerned. I am only a little concerned here because it seems to have removed the function, which, you know, okay. Let me come back to this script, this version of it. Interestingly, it doesn't seem to recognize this function, but it still works. Okay, there it goes. Now, oh, interesting. So here I'm clicking on this green arrow that's associated with this function that I created. And we can see it's telling me that its source is friend1, friend2, signal mouse entered or not. Just move my mic. And the target is friend1, friend2. If I'm coming over here to the dialog and I check it, it doesn't see it. So here, it's kind of interesting that that's the case, but it is. If I'm on this one, it only sees the one that's here. I'm switching to the different nodes, right? As like sort of the primary thing I'm working on. And it doesn't see friend 1 or friend 2. It just sees friend because that's what this is. If I come to the main scene and open up this and click on it, now we see friend 1, friend 2. So it is relative to what it is, which is interesting. It makes me wonder if like why couldn't I just not have it be with a function? Like what like could I mean I doubt it, but if I said function on mouse entered right? Without friend hover true, without it having that green arrow, you know, could it apply to anything? So if I just cut this out, it just makes it the function anyway. Okay. It's like, no, you wanted a function, right? Okay. All right. So then what I should have to do is let's just for the sake of keeping it consistent, let's do it on the dialogue node. And we're going to make a new one here. And I'm going to make sure I have the panel selected, which I do. And I'm going to get mouse entered, and I'm going to double click it, and we're going to try to connect it. Scene does not contain any script. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. So I can't actually have this function go to this script because it isn't attached to the scene. If I were to attach a script, I don't believe I could do, like, could I put the friend script on here? That would be a bad thing, right? If I loaded the same script in multiple places, that would be a bad thing, right? What happens? Does the game, like, not work? Yeah, it doesn't work. Wow. Okay. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Just thought I'd try it. Detach the script. Game will run fine. I think the game didn't run. I'm pretty sure the game didn't run. Let me just double check. So we'll need to create a unique script. Yeah, the game just crashes. We'll need to create a unique script that keeps the UI from closing it if we're clicking on it. Okay, and I just have to wonder, you know, how I'm gonna get these variables to be affected over there. We might have to create new ones. All right, so we'll create a new script that's just on the dialogue scene. And here I can do mouse entered and make it into a function, no problem. Hey, what's up, Ash Kettle? Welcome back. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Thanks for stopping in. Let me adjust this. Let me just adjust this a little bit. And you know what else I would like if I can find it? I hope you're doing well, by the way. Thanks for stopping in. I want to do a quick reminder. If anybody hasn't yet, I hope you will consider subscribing to Hyper Game Dev. Hyper smash that subscribe button if you haven't already. I stream every weekday, and on Thursdays I do Godot streams at 11 a.m. Eastern. If you subscribe, there's a chance you might get alerts. You might not. You have to ring the bell if you want alerts, but it's okay if you don't ring the bell. I just hope you'll consider subscribing, so maybe we'll pop up in your feed once in a while. Appreciate it if you're willing to do that. Thank you. Ash Kettle says, I'm not here. I'm really in an all-day meeting with 100 other people. That's a concert. At that point, that is just a party. It's an event. Because those are always really valuable. Yeah, right. Like, what can you possibly get out of that many people being together at once? Good luck. I wish you luck. Wow. I hope that's a Zoom meeting because that would just be very funny to see. I guess if it's all just audio, it's not as funny. But if everybody had their own video and it was 100 people, I find that very amusing. All right. Okay, guys, let's get back into it. I was looking for something, but I'll let it go. There's a point. There's a point. Okay. All right. So, now this function is here, but I don't have a variable to update with it, right? I don't have a variable to update with it. There is a variable on this other one. So I almost feel like we should say, I'm going to look it up. I'm going to say detect variable between scripts. Oh, G, gotta be specific. GDscript. Just in general, just in life. Just in life. I'm gonna say update variable instead. 3 common ways to transfer a variable between script. I love it. That's 2021. I wonder if we can do that somewhere else. Changing variables from different script in same scene. It's 2019. How do you pass a variable in one script to another script? This is 2023, so I feel better about that. So let's do that one. Noob here. 2 answers. You could use autoload to accomplish it. In project settings /autoload, add the script file and enable it. Any variables and functions in your autoload will be accessible from anywhere. So you could do it main script, label text town locations, or do whatever you need with set array /variable. This works as I understand it. It is inefficient. How I solved it in my case was to put the is this the person who like had the question answered? They're like, thank you for your answer, very helpful, but wrong. Like, wait, you're the one asking. How I solved it in my case was to put the variables in a class that inherits from my main script and then instantiating the class in the main script, thus allowing me to use the variable within the town's class constructor in town script. Interesting. Use node paths. What? Well, I mean, that's interesting because so our dialogue does not inherit from that. So that would be kind of tough. Our dialogue is not inheriting from that. So if we wanted to have that dialogue script, I also find it interesting that this dialogue bit isn't in... Where is it? Why isn't it in my main scene list? We do have the dialogue control node, which I guess is a scene unto itself. But it doesn't have the scene icon next to it. But I know that this is the right place, because if I come in here, right, here we're on this dialogue thing, if I come in here and I delete an entire button, well, I don't know, if you're going to ask me, all right, let's just delete, oh my god, fine, yes, just don't not be undoable. All right, it is undoable. If I check out this, then that's going to be gone. So we know that this is in the main scene. It's just interesting that I can't actually see it represented in the main scene. I mean, it must be this. I guess I'm just a little surprised. So how is this linked to a scene if we can't see that it's linked to a scene? I see that it has the node has one connection. Click to show signals. Right. So then we have the draw. Oh, so we have this one control node here that is drawing the scene. Interesting. And if we come to the friend script here, we should be able to find that draw in here somewhere, right? Dialog panel speaker. We're just setting it to visible. Why does it not show the things inheriting from it? That's got me a little confused here. Because I know that this exists somewhere, this panel, right? So this panel, it must have like a parent. I'm gonna look back. Here's what I'm gonna do, guys. I need to look back. I need to look back at the last stream. That's the only way I'm gonna figure out what's going on here. That's the only way. What's up, Psycho? Welcome. Good to see you. Auto load class name, or since everything is a scene, you can let one scene call and switch between other scenes. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Since everything is a scene, you can let one scene call and switch between other scenes. So I guess then I'd want like the parent script to be maybe holding the variables, and we update those variables from the scripts contained within that scene, is maybe what you're saying. And maybe that would be ideal. All right, I'm looking back at the last episode just so I can see how we got to this point where you can't even see the dialogue scene, which I find a little shocking. Okay, looks like we were still figuring it out a bit here. Because you can see in the top left, the panel is still there. The panel is still there. And here it's inheriting from the friend, which right now is not the case. It is if we come into the friend. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, that kind of answered my question. So we put this dialogue stuff as a child of the friend instance. So it's actually contained within there, and then there's the script. So then, is this doing anything? Is this doing anything? It apparently does have a function somewhere. I don't know where that function is, but apparently it does exist somewhere. But I'm not sure where. Maybe, maybe I just, because to me, I'm just thinking we could just delete this node, right? And it shouldn't have any negative impact. Yeah, I don't think we need that node, would be my guess. I might be wrong. I hope I'm not, of course. I very much hope I'm not. But I think maybe that was a holdover of something we don't need anymore. Because everything looks fine. All right, cool. So that was what was confusing me. Okay, good. So then if we're going to have the variables in this top level scene, we need to move them. And I just assume you can let one scene call and switch between other scenes. So I'm not exactly sure how to do that, but I'm just out of curiosity, if I yank these variables out of this and I come to the main scene script and I put them in there, yeah, I can't find them. So I have to have some way. So let's see if I think maybe that example someone had here. Extends main, class name, town, variable buildings, function initiate, buildings equals the tavern, the farm, the great hall. So those buildings, okay. Oh, interesting. So in the main script, they have variable town equals town.new. Right click on it and choose owners. What? Really? That's a thing? All right. Right click on the, maybe we want to right click on the script. It shows where it is used, I think. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, Psycho. All right, let me check that out. All right, let me undo some of the stuff that I've done here. I see what you're saying. So let me go back to before I removed all that stuff. I might be too late. I might be too late. I think I'm too late. Yeah, I don't think I can undo it anymore. We've made our choice. We've made our choice. That would have been interesting though. We can try it with this one just for the sake of understanding. Oh, I guess there's go-to method. That kind of seems to help. See if I open up this script and we click on, let's see, here, this go-to method. That seems to help. Well, we already deleted the dialogue, so we're kind of out of luck there. So this is just able to Class name town. I'm a little confused to how this person did this, but that's very interesting. Let me open up this. I'm very new to text code. I'm very new to GDscript. So slowness is the name of this game. But I like that because that means we get to learn a lot. Okay, so I'm going to say GDscript, a lot of fundamental stuff. GDscript, variable, variable parent scene call in children. Correct way to call parent node functions within child. How do you use variables from a parent node? This is from 2020, a little old. For the what to work, the parent node must have a script with the variable. A direct child of the parent must have the script containing get parent. Oh, we need to do the get thing. I see. So we just have to call on it differently. That makes sense. Okay, so I'm going to cut these out then. Let's come to the main script. Let's put them up in there. And then I'm going to come to the friend script where we have these. So I think what we would need to do is say get, we could do tree, right? That's what they say. That does not help us. Expected a colon after the if condition. Right. Maybe I need to put that in, oh, dot. Maybe we need a dot here. Nice, nice. Oh, sweet. Let's go. Okay, get tree, parentheses, period. And then, oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about. And then we'll do the same for this one. Get underscore tree, parenthesis, period. And we'll do the same for this one. Get tree, parenthesis, period. All our errors are getting almost resolved. Do the same thing here. Get tree, parenthesis, period. Get tree, parenthesis, period. Okay, so now those errors are resolved. Let's make sure it works. Let's make sure it works as it is. Or, okay, we got some issues here. We got some issues. Index set, invalid set index, friend hover. On base, scene tree with value type of bool. Right. Okay. Okay. What, mate? So we have var friend hover equals false, combo state equals 0. It's interesting that it's just this one that's causing the error. Did I type it wrong? Invalid set index friend hover. I mean, out of curiosity, if I just kill that line, it runs, kind of. Oh no, then this one fails. Ooh, okay, so we resolved the errors, but when it runs, we still have errors. So I wonder if we could say get parent. Like, I wonder if that would behave better. Or we could also be more specific. If I remember correctly, y'all had said that tree was like sort of the top level. But we could try this. Oh, shoot. Oh, this one's still get tree. Okay. All right, hold on. All is not lost yet. Hey! Okay, get parent is the one we wanted. Now, I will say it's doing the wrong names. So something isn't quite right. Because when I click on this one, it's saying friend 2, and when I click on this one, it's also saying friend 2. So it's not actually, it is working, like parts of it are working. We can click if we're hovered over it, so that variable is being set correctly. We click outside of it, it knows that we're outside of it. But it doesn't know the difference between the two friends anymore. So let's see why that would be. Oh, no, I don't actually know why. I thought maybe I could guess why. I do see they both do have different variable names. If we look up here, then the export variable, it is different. I wonder if our friend name variable, where do we reference that in here? Right here, set text friend name. That really shouldn't, I don't really understand that. It's interesting. How could that even be friend 2? So if I come to friend 2 and I make this friend debug instead, is it going to say friend debug? It is. Very human. Very human of it to parent and children. Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't know what you mean. because it's for code, it's certainly using some very human language. Are you really code or are you just humans? So we have set text to friend name, and the friend name should be different, and I'm a little confused by that. I wonder, and is this in here multiple times? It's just once? Wonder what it's strange because it's not even using like the default. It's only using, so it thinks they're both friend 2. It thinks they're both friend 2. If we come to the scene, right? I click on this one. I mean, that's friend 1. It knows it's friend 1 and it knows this is friend 2. What it doesn't know is to call them something different, which is surprising. I wonder, and then, I mean, I'm going to save it. If I move, I don't know why this would make a difference, but if I move the scripts back, right? So I'm just going to put everything back the way it was. No more get parent, right? Because that was the only thing that I believe that I really changed. You know what it might be? It might be that dialogue that I deleted. That might have been the problem. I deleted that eons ago. So we might have to fix that. That was a mistake. Yeah, that's gotta be the mistake. Oh man. Oops. Oops. That's what I get for getting delete happy. Well, now we get to learn how to do that again. All right, I'm going to just do this anyway for the sake of testing, just to make sure this wasn't the problem. I think now I've realized that this isn't gonna fix it, but I'm just curious. So I've put the variables back onto the children, and they shouldn't be looking to the parent anymore for the variables. Oh no, it works! Wait, it wasn't that dialogue thing. That did fix it. Okay, okay, cool. So, what? So it wasn't deleting that dialogue thing. It is making these things point to a parent. That is the problem. I'm hitting a lot of performance issues in Godot right now, and I don't really understand why. It just keeps hanging. Maybe it doesn't like undos and redos. Okay, main scene. We want it to be back in there. Okay, so now it should work again, except the difference is it doesn't tell the difference anymore between them. Now, I could move that variable as well to the parent, right? Because we have this export variable here. But if I did that, then it wouldn't be associated with the friend anymore. So I feel like I do need to leave that there. Like, I wonder if it needs, since we're like clarifying these other ones as having a parent, this also needs a parent now. But it, strange. I guess I could look it up. GDscript, uh, at export, get parent. I don't know why that would, how do I convert export node path on ready variable node? I don't know. I don't know what any of this means. I don't know what any of this means. The children are instantiated but don't have parent-child connections. I don't know. This is a tricky one. GDscript at export stopped working. How about that? When I type export from my variable, the variable does not. This is a bug that can only be fixed by reloading the project. I hope that's it. Oh, I would love that. They're valid export variable declarations. Export variable a equals this. Export integer variable equals this. Okay, we don't think that's our situation. Let's try the restarting it. Let's try the restarting it. Let's see what that does. Let's see what that does. It's easy enough. Worth a shot. And then just to make sure, I'll just make sure it didn't change something. So here friend name is friend. Here the other friend is friend debug. So the friend in the back should be friend debug. No, that didn't fix it. That didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. Oh dear. Okay. I guess it's still possible that that dialogue thing there had something to do with it, but I don't think it did. I don't think it did. We could also try putting that elsewhere. This is tough. And this is kind of a point. This is kind of a point where I'm doing text code and I'm just like, ugh. Text code is so boring. like I don't know. It's hard for me to like stare at text and like solve a problem. You know, I just kind of like, whereas if it were visual code, I think I'd enjoy it a little more, but it's okay. I'm just keeping it real. That's all. Why would that change? We have function on ready. So when the friend becomes instantiated, it's going to set the text to the friend name. Like the only things I could think of would be to somehow to specify harder this. I guess we can keep looking for stopped working. My exported game doesn't work. Export variables. Export var is not working when using external editor. Export variables just stopped working. It was working yesterday. I decided to rename a bunch of stuff and reorganize my files. After fixing dependencies, I hit play and received an error when trying to access this timer. I tried sending a signal from the root node to make sure everything was loaded for accessing. Okay. Assuming it's a bug. Turns out export and autoload don't work together. Well, as far as I know, I'm not using autoload, but I wonder if it's not because we did the get parent stuff. And if it is, then what's the alternative? Right? Instead of doing the export variable, what else can we do? What's up, Fayez? Welcome on in. I am currently, well, I'm bug fixing. I wanted to figure out how to get some menu button stuff to work, but before I do that, I wanted to fix a bug where we can. Yeah, let me catch you up. I wanted to fix a bug where because if we set up a way that if I click outside of the dialog box, it closes it. And that's great. But it's not actually doing it outside the dialog box. It's doing it when we're not hovering over the character. So if I click in here, everything's fine. If I click out here, it's not. So I was going to set up a script on the dialog box, because this is a separate scene. It's instantiated scene, the dialog box itself. I wanted to set that up as a separate script. And so, and in order for that to work, I needed to have variables that I could point to on the main script. So I moved my variables that, I'm using variables, there's the hover. So every time we hover over it, it sets a variable, right? Hover over the mesh. When I click on it, it sets another variable saying that we're in state 1. And I need those to be updated from the dialog box. So what I did is I moved the variables to the main script. So they're now up here on the top level right here. So there's the variable friend hover, and there's the variable friend state. And then in the friend script, which is separate from the main script and its own instantiated scene, on that, I have get parent friend hover, right? Get parent convo state. So that way we can read these in the main from the main parent script. And then my thought was that we can now come to the dialog box, which is contained within the friend scene. I could come to the dialog here, and I could update those variables this way. So that way we can have friend hover be true if we're hovering over this window. So that way when I click out here, it doesn't close. But in so doing, the @export variable has broken. And indeed, if I move the variables from the main script back to, so right now I have the top level here, the top level variables, friend hover and convo state. I have these on the main script. If I move these back to the friend script and remove the get parent stuff and just have these be, in script variables, then when I run it, it will recognize the exported variables, because this is supposed to say friend 1 and this is supposed to say friend debug or friend 2, the one in the back. So hopefully that makes sense. And so I'm just trying to figure out what I should do instead. And also, I guess I'm assuming that I can't have the export variable and the parent script variable stuff simultaneously. Otherwise, wouldn't it work? Unless there's some other way to code around it. And then alternatively, maybe it would be better to not do the parent script thing. I don't know. So that's my problem. There is a signal called mouse exited. Yes, use that. Yes, totally, right? The signal is in dialog, right? Similarly, there's also a mouse entered. Yeah, totally. And that's kind of what I'm leading up to doing. That's what I'm leading up to doing, because I have a script for on my dialog, and this is where I want to use those signals to update that variable. But the problem is I don't really want to move forward with this method if it's going to break the variable export, because it's important that when I click on this character, it has one name, and I click on this other character, it has a different name. Because it's not only going to be names, they're going to have entirely different dialog trees, right? So I'm going to want to export those variables. I'm going to want that variable export to work very hard. So I don't know if that makes sense. So if I let me just show you when it works, what it's like. First, let me make this not say debug. So this is supposed to be friend 1. I'm setting the variable export on, well, this is actually his friend. On this one, we're gonna set this one to friend 1, and then friend 2, instead of friend debug, it's gonna say friend 2. So right now, both of them are gonna be friend 2, which is not what I want. So if I click on this one, friend 2. If I click on this one, friend 2. Now, if I remove that logic, So coming to the main script, I'm gonna take the variables that are right now on the parent script. I'm gonna put them on the friend script at the top. And then I'm gonna remove all this get parent stuff. So that way it's not pointing to the parent script. So just burn it all to the ground. Put it in the garbage. Let the garbage people come and take it away. Take it to the dump where it will destroy the ozone layer. Okay? So hopefully I got rid of all of our get parents. And now if we go to test it, okay, so we still have a get parent somewhere. Do, 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 do. What do we do wrong? Invalid get index combo state on base. Oh, here. One more get parent. There we go. Okay, here we go. So now when I go to test it, look, friend 1. I click on this one, friend 2. So you can see it works just fine. The export variable, no problem. Friend 1, friend 2, friend 1, friend 2. And that's because of the exported variable. But as soon as I start, and I don't even touch that, right? Like that stays the same. I leave export variable here. I'm not even changing. I'm not touching any of that. The only thing I'm doing is I'm now doing get parent references. And suddenly this stops working, which makes me think that maybe we can't do that parent-child stuff. I did see, along with the export, I did see someone say that auto load doesn't work with get export, but I don't know if that's not what auto load is it? Unlike the load nodes at the root you oh, I guess that's it. I guess that is it. So then what's my alternative? Right? Because I guess what I could do is I could do a separate, right? I could do a separate variable system for the dialogue. And I don't know. I don't really understand that. Autoload and export variables, both GDscript. This is from 2019, so it's a bit old. I would define the scene as a constant at the top of the singleton script, so it looks something like this. That way you can just change the path in the constant, making it easier to switch scenes later. In development if you need. Export variables not appearing for script in autoload scene. Like, I think that's what we're doing is autoload. I think. I hard think. What is the export supposed to do again? The export changes the name of the friend. So if you're talking to different characters, they're going to have a different name, at least. This is not autoload. Okay, cool. Nice. Good to know. Thank you. So that's promising, maybe. So it's just the name of the character. So when we start the game, and let's say I click on this character right here, this red cylinder. I click on this, we get the name, friend 1. Okay, very good. Now I want to talk to this other person in the back. Click on them, friend 2. That's their name. So that's what the export variable is doing, because these are the same instantiation, or these are two instances of the same scene. The red cylinder in the front and the red cylinder in the back. And then I'm using the export variable to set the name right here of those characters. And so if we look on the main scene, change it like it was before. All right, I will. But yeah, then you can see in the top right here, friend 2 is what it's supposed to be. Friend 1 is what that's supposed to be. All right, let's put it back. Easy peasy. So I'm going to go to the main scene script. And I'm going to paste those variables back in there at the top. That's just variable friend hover. variable convo state. Nothing, there's not clarified in some special way. Come to the friend script, and I'm going to remove the variables from there. And I'm going to make them all get parent. So we're going to say get underscore parent dot friend hover. And then I'm going to do that for each of these. Get parent. I tried get tree, and that didn't work. So I'm doing get parent. Get parent dot. Same thing here. Get parent. And then down here. Get parent, parenthesis dot. Get parent, parenthesis dot. Okay. Oops. All right. So that should all be good. Now if I go to test it, let me click on it. Now friend 1 is friend 2. Did not touch the export variable. And friend 2 is friend 2. So it's not actually distinguishing between the two of them anymore. It stopped. And that's my trouble. And if I come and look at the properties for each of these, it still says friend 1 here. Still says friend 2 here. So nothing has changed otherwise. The only difference is, and I mean, I imagine I can't put the export variable, on the main scene. That doesn't really make sense, right? Like that would have to be, because then it wouldn't show up on each instance. So it's a little strange, but I can, really. Maybe I should. And it would still, okay, I hear you. Even though this, so, and I'm just going to talk through why that, I hear you. And let's look into it. But, I have this friend scene, right? This friend scene with a script attached to it exists unto itself. Where is it setting the title to friend 1? That is on the friend script right here. Let me get you out of the way. Right here. Line 6, function ready, dialog panel / speaker set text friend name. And so that's this dialog, this panel right here, which is a scene unto itself. It's an instance nested in an instance. And then that is over here, and that's where we have the dialog panel / speaker them. And then we're setting the text to friend name. So, so maybe there's some way we could add like a get parent in here, but it's also like, but then it wouldn't be different for each instance, right? If I were to take the exported variable and move this to a top level, why would it appear in the inspector for friend up in this top right part, right? I feel like it wouldn't show up here if I moved this to the main scene. That's just my guess, though. So I'm not really sure. So I could keep looking. GDscript export variable. Get parent stopped working. I don't know. Just trying to see if anyone else has tried to do the get parent thing. It's possible to get parent scope in GDscript. And it might just be helpful just to see who had the problem with the export variable not working. See if it's the same one. Can you place a print function below the ready function? Sure. Happily. A print function below the ready function. Oh, okay. Good idea. See what output it gives. That's a good idea. Let's try that. So let's do print. I'm just going to have it print ready. Okay. Yeah, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. So we do have 2 readies for each instance. Oh, printed as the friend name. Smart. That's very smart. I like that. What's up, Mr. Gibson? Yeah, that's a great idea. If you're thinking what Fayez is thinking, yes, debug is a good idea. Oh, shoot, it's different. Oh, wait, look, it's behind. Look, it did friend 1 and friend 2. What? So it's that line. It's just that line then. That's now different. Fayez now knows what the problem is. All right. We know what the problem is. Does Fayez know how to solve it? Will Lees know how to solve it? It's not the export problem. Evidently not. Evidently not. No, I mean, it would seem like it isn't. I mean, maybe since we started using the get parent, it's looking for more clarification here about where to find that. But why would that be different? The status are taken from the latest parameter, but not the click parameter. Yeah, maybe. That could be. Because that is like the big difference is we're clicking on it. Both friends are simultaneously trying to set the text. And that's a problem because, I mean, they're different instances, so shouldn't they be drawing from different... But maybe that goes back to the clicking. Oh. So it's not actually differentiating anymore between which one we're clicking on. It thinks we're clicking on either of them. Different instance, but same function. Oh, maybe. Maybe. So we have the script on each instance. Maybe I just need to redo the functions. Function on mouse entered. Friend hover true. So I mean, I guess maybe we can't. I guess because we had this. Ah, that's interesting. Now that we're sharing this variable between the two of them, it's not unique. It's thinking we're clicking at both at the same time. Gotcha. Gotcha. So if we can't have the parent variable, that actually makes a lot of sense. If it's a parent variable being set, then it's going to be set no matter which one we click on. So we would need we would then need to say, I guess we could further set up the export, maybe. Like, could we say, let's check what function runs? Yeah, so down here, we've got friend 1, friend 2, mouse entered, target friend 1, friend 2 are the functions. Well, this is the mouse entered, and then there's a mouse exited below it that also does that. Same thing, just exited instead. And the source and target are within the same script. But I guess if they're both there, then maybe that's part of the problem. But if I come to Change it to 2 variables, friend1 hover. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Right. And so then I guess we wouldn't, right. So don't do the parent thing, I guess. So, on both function added, print something that indicates which function run. It's a good idea. Well, and they both have the same script, so we'll probably see them both happen, right? Since they're both, and I think that kind of proves the very problem itself. Like that kind of demonstrates it. So if I do print exited and print entered for each of those functions. So there you can see it says entered, but we don't even know, like it's going to be the same on each of these, right? It's going to be entered and exited on each of them. Hence why it can't tell the difference. And we could do separate variables, but then it brings me back to the problem of the dialog box. I guess we would just have an and for each of them. I mean, and if we keep that local, right? So it really, I think it's that parent thing. We just can't do that. I just can't be doing that parent thing. The convo state, all of that, that all needs to be local. So I think that's probably what I need to just do. Instead of having friend1 hover, friend2 hover, because I could have friend1 hover, friend2 hover, but then in the dialog boxes, I need to also have it update the friend1 versus the friend2 versus the friend3. So eventually, that's going to be a problem, right? Like, that's not going to make sense. So I kind of need to think about it differently, I think. So if I come over here, let's just put this all back to the way it was. Since, again, it just saves me having to clarify, make a separate friend1, friend2, and stuff like that, if we just get rid of all of this. So I'm going to do that. Just put it all in the trash. Make sure we get it all. And then I think it's just going to be important to think of a different way to update it. Thank you for helping me solve that problem, guys. Major help. There's a very good plugin called Dialogic that is built to handle dialogues. Nice. Right, yeah, you mentioned this last time. And maybe we should look into it. Maybe I should look into that. Let me make sure I didn't leave any parents behind. I don't think we did. We can't forget the parents. And then it works as it should. Yeah, maybe I should do that. I mean, a part of me was kind of excited to do it myself, but you saying that again makes me think I should at least take a good hard look at it. Godot Dialogic. Create dialogues, characters, and scenes to display conversations in your Godot games. All right. It would be cool just to like see a little bit of how it works. It looks neat. It looks nice. It looks nice. Games from Scratch did a video about it.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's Mike here at Game from Scratch, and today we are looking at a very...
This is Games from Scratch channel, if you didn't know.
It is called Dialogic, and this was just released late last week. And what this is all about is an open source project for enabling you to do conversations and dialogues in your Godot-powered game. And it is a pretty powerful tool, as we are just about to see. Now, it's available up on GitHub. It is under the MIT open source license, and we will come back to this webpage in just a few minutes. I'm going to do mostly a hands-on presentation here. So if you want to get Dialogic up and going, what you want to do is project and paste it. Oops, it doesn't matter what kind of scene it is. I do believe I have to quit out, so go ahead and save that guy, and we will see. And themes. Let's start by creating a character. Each one of these corresponding things is available through the icons right here. Let's create a new character. And this first character is Bob Dole. And you can go ahead, you can set a color for Bob Dole, like so.
Bob Dole.
This is Bob Dole. So this is how you populate the NPCs in your world. You can give a icon to that character, which I will go ahead and do right there. So that is Bob Dole. We're going to create another character here. We'll make Laura, let's make this one Satan. And
Satan!
We'll make Satan blue. And he is, I am not Bob Dole. Bob Dole is Bob Dole. And give him an icon. There we go. So he's got his own picture as well. I think this graphic may be the most overused icon in the history of the world. All right, so we go. We got our two characters, Satan and Bob Dole. Now what we can do, we can create a definitions. This is something that we don't really need right now, but you can create a variety of different variables here. I'm not going to touch on that one. Instead, what we're going to do in the heart of your world, all of these dialogues or dialogic things, they are timelines. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to create a new timeline, and we'll call this one Conversation with Satan. Actually, we'll go to Stan. I think that's kind of fun.
Timelines.
Right, so there we go. Stan's in here, and then here's all of our various different options for the world. So we're going to start here, a text. So right away, we're going to have one of the characters speak right here. We'll pick it Bob Dole, and it'll say, "What's up, Satan?" And then Satan will reply, go back over here, so we'll do another text event, and we will pick the character there, and we'll pick Satan, and Satan will say, "What's up, Bob? Just chilling, be having a bud." All right, didn't mean to press enter, so we'll go back to a single line. Having that you there kind of bothers me. All right, and then we'll do one more text event, whereas Bob will respond, "True, true." All right, there we go. So that is very simple. It's going to be just a straightforward conversation between the two of them, where we've got Bob Dole talking to Satan and Satan responding back to Bob Dole. Once we are done with that, we can go ahead and save that out. We're good here. So now let's go over to our project and show you how to use a dialogic scene, which is pretty simple. We're going to go ahead and add a script to this guy. All right, defaults all look good. Let's get everything from there on out. And what we want to do is do var dialog equals dialogic.start, and then we just pass in the name of our timeline. What did I call this guy? Conversation with Satan. Okay, let's go back here. Conversation with... Did I call it Stan? I stand it, didn't I? Conversation with Stan. Yeah, okay, that was on me. So conversation with Stan, like so, and dialogue dot...
Just own it.
Oh, no, so now I go add child dialogue. So now we're just basically, we're creating a new dialogic conversation, and we are adding it to our theme. So go ahead and, or sorry, theme. I'll go ahead and run that. And yep, that's our default. Go ahead, here we go. So yeah, Bob Dole. Hey, what's up, Satan? And we click here to go continue forward, or we do the action key. And then Satan responds back, "What's up, Bob? Just chilling, be having a bud." And then finally, Bob replies back, "True, true," and we are done. Now, if you want to customize the look of everything we just saw there, that's how easy it is to add dialogues into your world. But there's a lot more power at play here. Go back here to dialogic, and we'll show you a couple of the other options here. So we can go here, we now have a question being asked. So, what is your favorite color? And then the answer are blue or pizza. All right, so there we go. We got branching questions in there, and then we can start doing conditions based off of which one they choose. So if they chose blue, actually, we'll do it on pizza. So there, they chose pizza. So now we'll do another text event, and we'll pop that in there, and then we can just grab it and drag it on the pizza choice. And we'll do a response of, "You're an idiot. That's not a color." All right. And you're going to notice we have a number of different other objects down here. We've got branching values that we can do. We have character join in and leave out of the conversation. You can pick where they are in the slot. You have multiple characters in the conversation. We can switch to a completely different timeline. So if we had it branch, we could do multiple different timelines.
That's cool.
We can actually trigger off the seize event. And then let's say at the very end of this, we want to shut everything down. We'll do a close dialogue. We'll put that at the end there. And that will close it all down. And we can also play some music or play some background music at various different points in here. And even cooler things, you can actually emit out Godot signals. So all kinds of things. If you're new to Godot, everything in Godot, including like a Node 2D here, if we come down over here, you'll notice signals. So you got all these different events that happen, all different kinds of things. So for example, if I drop a sprite here, let's abuse our icon some more. You'll notice here, this particular icon or the sprite has other signals attached. Well, you can actually, from Dialogic, you can actually trigger off any signal you wish, which is really kind of cool. You basically just put the node name and the signal name in the code, and it will fire that one off. Gives you a lot of power and flexibility of what you can do here. You can also change variables. So you can set variable values here and have them run and commit and change. So if you had, if you wanted to say reduce this person's reputation, or you were doing a sales thing, you wanted to take away their gold but give them an item, you can actually run that kind of logic right here in this guy. So there's a lot of power of what you can do here. So with our new example set up, let's go ahead and run this. So now we're going to see, what's up, Satan? What's up, Bob? True, true. What is your favorite color? And you got a choice, and we'll go ahead and choose pizza. And it says, "You're an idiot. That's not color." And then we close the dialogue down. And that is as easy as Dialogic gets. It's a really cool and powerful tool for creating these kind of conversation things. Now, you may have noticed in everything I was just working with that there's a lot of decisions made for you on how things look. Well, that is where themes come in. So let's go ahead and create a theme. And here you can see you can set up various different themes that you can control. Now, the layering of this guy doesn't look great on this display. It scrolls and so on. Once again, this comes down to 4K, I think. If you run this on a non-high DPI monitor, it looks a little bit better. So you change the font that is displayed, all the various different values for the text.
I mean, we should probably use this.
Dialog box shows. You can also change an action key being used to advance things. Like, so if I want to do spacebar instead, change that out. We can change the button choices and so on. Available.
I'd be a fool not
to. You've got control over how everything looks. You'll notice also in the preview text, you can use BB code styling, and you can also use special effects in it. And you can see there the button advance. You can change that button out. Where is that? Right here. So the next indicator, you can change that guy out, have a different value right there. But I don't have any pings, and I'm not going to put. Actually, yeah. Let's abuse the hell out of it. I think so. I'm not getting real-time preview there, but I think if I go ahead and run this. Yeah, so you see you can change the icon out that you use for advancement, and yeah, that is heavily abusing the Godot icon. So that is a real quick look at what Dialogic is all about. Now let's head on back over to the website of things, and here we are. So you've got a bit of a walkthrough of how to use it. This is open source, as I mentioned. It's under the MIT source code license. When you export your project,
I don't know why I feel so resistant to using it. Like using it is somehow, I don't know, like, but if I use it, then I don't get to learn how to do it myself. But like, why should it? I complain about there not being visual logic. I should really do it. You are learning logic. Using this is okay. Thanks, Mr. Gibbs. Thank you, Mr. Gibson, for helping me get past that moment of difficulty. Because you know what? You're right. You're right. And like, what am I gonna just like suffer? That's okay. If I just suffer through like all of this, like, how is that something that's already been done? Like, why bother? Why bother doing that? All right, well, then I just have to think about undoing a lot of things. What we'll want to figure out is how to implement it with the different characters. So how to trigger, in his case, he had Bob Dole and Satan. How can we make this one Bob Dole and this one Satan? So that's going to be something we have to figure out. But sure, what the heck? So I guess we want to install it. But if I also want to prepare, I should probably remove this whole panel entirely. Or at least, I think that's what this is. Yeah, that's what this is. So I think what I can do is just delete this and it not be the end of the world. What I will do is I'm gonna save, and then let's, I guess we can save this scene as, or is there a way I can like export this project? What is a GLTF 2.0 scene? Like Godot export GL, I don't know what that is. Export GLTF library embedded with textures. This allows you to create some scenes such as CCS, CSG, mesh, blockout. I just kind of want to like freeze this like version of it in case we want to come back, you know? I just want to like freeze it in time and leave it there. I guess I could just save scene as the main scene. The YAAF main probably will work. Yeah, so I'm gonna say this is main pre-dialogic is what I'm gonna call this. Pre-dialogic. And then I'm gonna open the main one, and then this is what we'll update. On Unity, I make long code, and next 5 out of 6 next video, I'm erase change to simple. It's a process. It's not normal to type a lot and make simple. I don't think I understood what you're saying. You make long code. Next 5 to 6 next video, you erase change to simple. I think you're saying it's normal to like do a bunch and then to say, you know what, it's going to be easier if I do this simpler. So I just get rid of all that and start over, but from a simpler start, I think is what you're saying. Yeah, it is a process, but it is worth doing, and it is part of the process. So that's a fair point. All right, so I'm going to get rid of then this whole dialogue panel. We're just going to put it entirely in the garbage. Entirely in the garbage. Goodbye. So now when we start the game, there is no, well, that's Jesus. Jesus. And Jesus broke everything. It broke everything. That was maybe a mistake. Arguably a mistake. Let's see why that happened. Oh, maybe I ran the wrong thing. Okay, here. And so there it's trying to do the dialogue stuff, but this is gone. So we'll put this in the garbage. Get rid of the dialogue panel stuff. Throw that away. Throw away all the dialogue panel stuff. See if we can restart it. Okay, nice. There we go. So now we've got our scene without any of the dialogue, which is good. There is a bit of an error here. For some reason. Expected indented block after function declaration. What you talking about? What you talking about? That's what's here. That's what's here, bruh. What you talking about? That's indented all day. I'm not exactly sure what its problem is here. Do you just want me to do it again? Oh! I'm a little... Oh, we need to do pass. That's why. Because then this was blank. There we go. Alright, no more error. And it works like it should. Okay, great. Oh, this one... looks like it has a problem as well. Expected indented block after... Uh, I mean, this one shouldn't need a pass because it has stuff after it, right? And this, I mean, I don't really need this function. This function was just here as an example. So we can just delete that anyway. Okay, but then that's the problem. Oh, because this is an if statement without a result. That's why. I see. Well, then print something. I don't know, just print clicked, just so it gives it something to do. It didn't like that. Oh, because I need to put it in double quotes. We're getting there, you know, just looking at it, figuring out what the problem is nice. Okay, now we're good. Hey, what's up, Entropy? How you doing? We're doing some Godot today. I am undoing a lot of things to implement a plugin that I have been convinced to use. I was setting up dialogue tree stuff using some different buttons that Godot has, but evidently there is a plugin called Dialogic that will help us. I'm making a game, a horror game about making friends, and I think it's disingenuous to call it a horror game, but it's a scary game about making friends. And I'm gonna use this Dialogic thing to help me or set up the dialogue, because I was trying to do it myself and that was fine, but it was kind of like proving to be a lot of work that apparently I don't have to do it at all. So I'm installing that, and then we're gonna go from there and see what that's like. Yeah, work smarter, not harder. Yeah, exactly, exactly. That's kind of the way. Yeah, 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 yep. So yeah, let's download it and set it up. Installation. Download it as a zip archive. Extract it. And move the add-ons folder it contains into your project folder, then enable the plugin in project settings. Gotcha. Let's do it. Let's do it. Give me that zip. Give me that zip, zip, zip. Mm, 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 mm. All right, we got our zip. Extract it. Should be pretty easy to set up. Let me make sure I saved my Godot. Okay. No problem. I'm excited. This should be nice. This should go well. A friendly reminder, if you haven't already, make sure you hyper smash that thumbs up button on this video. Thank you if you're able to do that. I do appreciate it. Thumb it up. It means more people will see the live stream and be recommended the video after I go live. I do appreciate it. It's right under me. It's right underneath me. Unless you're watching this on the mobile app, then it's on the left side. Just swipe down. Thank you. Okay, so in here, we want to take this add-ons folder. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to come to my project, which is over here. Godot. You are a friend. I think right here. I think just right here in this main project folder is where we'll do it. Hey, what's up, Leet Name? How you doing? Welcome on in. Good to see you. Okay. Pasted that on in. And then we're going to go to project settings. Plugins. Yeah, import it. Bring it on in. Import it on in, Godot. You got this. You know what to do. And there's Dialogic. And make sure we hit enable. All right, take your time. Take your time. Whatever you got to do. Oh, we got errors galore. My God. That's a lot of errors. That's, oof. Okay, so we have control again. It's been enabled. We'll see. We'll see. Is everything fine? We can just run the game. The game runs. The game runs, so nothing. We're good. We're good. We're chilling. Nothing wrong here. Now I just gotta find it. because I'm not actually sure where it ends up going or how it pops up. Uh, let's look back to the main page. You might need to reboot the editor after enabling it. All right, let's do that. Shut it down. And I guess it'll just be obvious wherever it is. It'll just be there. It'll be like, oh, look, there it is. We'll see. I can't believe I'm feeling impatient. Like, Godot loads so fast. But I'm still here, like, when's it gonna load? When's it gonna load? All right. Oh, look, right up here. So we've got 2D, 3D script, asset library, and dialogic. Let's go. This is nice. This is fancy. Okay, Godot plugin makers. You can create custom modules. Cool. Is this button? Ooh. Wow. All right, let's learn this. Let's learn this. Create a new extension. I don't think I want to do that. Just a guess, though. Configure where dialogic looks for custom modules. Yeah, I don't think we want that. Section order. Okay, so this is just customizing how we use the tool. I just want to use the tool. All right, neat. Here's the timeline. Here's characters. Glossary. That was settings. Gotcha. Variables. You can define a set of variables here, each a name and a default value. You can then change them with the set variables event or use them in text using my variable name. So I guess these variables are specific to dialogic related stuff, and we're not going to be like communicating between like our main logic and dialogic variables, I guess. I don't know. You can group variables in groups and subgroups and then reference them, okay, using my group, my subgroup, my variable in text. Okay. You can access variables in script by doing dialogic.var.myVariable or dialogic.var.mygroup, my subgroup, my variable. I see. So we can reference them. They're just a little special. They're a little special. Plugin makers are God. Dude, I mean, it's so amazing and generous. And, like, it's so well put together as well. So, yeah, certainly the community is lucky to have people willing to do all that. And this looks great. Like, it's so well embedded into the design of Godot already. All right. Manage broken references. Create or add a character. Add a timeline, play timeline. Cool. Styles. Whoa. Wow. We got different layouts. Visual novel. This can either be a preset or a custom scene. Wow. Visual novel style, RPG single portrait, text bubble. Cool. I don't know. I don't know. I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to play with this. This is wild. All right, so create a new character. We'll say do not use those in character names. Sure, won't. We're just gonna say friend one for now. Display name. We'll say this is whose name? Whose name? Whose name is it gonna be? I don't know. Doesn't really matter. We're gonna say Jerome. It's Jerome. Nicknames? I don't know. Description. A person who is named Jerome. I don't know. I don't need any of this, but whatever. Portraits. So this is like literally pictures of the character? Is that what this is? Oh gosh, there's a lot to learn here. This is a whole new tool set. Oh my gosh. All right. Jerome Portrait 1. I don't know. All right, the image, and then we can update the image. What does Jerome look like? I don't know. I wasn't thinking that far ahead, but I will if you want me to. We can give Jerome a face. Uh, do I want to be horrifying and just smash it together in paint and just call it something? Probably not, but I'm doing it. Okay, forgive me, Jerome, for representing you so badly today. All right? We're doing our best. We're doing our best. What a nice feller. Look at that. Look at that smile. Who could be happier? Certainly no one more than Jerome. Jerome has glasses, I've decided. There we go. That's Jerome. Done. Um, let's give some skin. Give Jerome some skin. Look at that. Total person. Looks horrifying. I hate it. So we're gonna save that. We're gonna save that. I will make these better. It also is supposed to be a scary game. So maybe it being scary is okay. I do want to model the characters. I'm thinking of using Blender, actually. Roguelike date simulator. Whoa, that sounds awesome. That would be wild. Gotta like try to speed date? A speed dating game? That would be pretty cool, actually. Uh, but this is gonna specifically be about friends. So we're gonna say I'm gonna make a new folder. I'm gonna say characters friend one portrait placeholder. It's just a placeholder, just to get the most out of trying to set this up and seeing how things work. Okay, I added it, but it doesn't seem to matter. Okay, cool. All right. Scene, default scene, scale, offset, and mirror. Okay. Okay, I kind of thought it would like appear. Is this gonna be 2D, 3D? 3D. It's gonna be 3D. So I plan on using Blender to make our characters. Right now they're just giant cylinders. And and then what's going to pop up is going to be 2D dialogue stuff. So the dialogue will be 2D, right? But the game itself will be 3D. I'm going to have you just be like a character who moves around a room, and then they're just these models with the characters, and you just walk up to them and you talk to them. So it's 3D, but really the gameplay is going to be 2D. But I was hoping. Oh, hey, there's our beautiful friend. A bullet hell dungeon simulator. A dating bullet hell dungeon simulator. I mean, like that. Honestly, that would be kind of fun. That would be pretty fun. Okay, so we got a face here, and then now what? We guess we needed another character, so let's add it. Well, here's the thing: is we want the player to be the main character, right? We don't want it to be a dialogue between two other people. We want it to be a dialogue between the player and the game characters. So I guess we need to add another character. So let's do that. And I'm a little surprised. Can we like collapse this? Or I guess what I'm wondering is where's the other character and why is it not here in this path? Right? Wouldn't that be there? Oh, here it is. I see. So we can actually move this. That'll probably confuse if we do. But I kind of feel like we should actually move this in here. I'm going to say this is player will be the name of this one. I would kind of like to point this somewhere else, if I'm being honest. So I think I'm going to actually remove this character somehow. How do we do that? How do we do this? That just takes us back to the main thing. I guess I could just delete the file. But, just trying to learn this plugin in general. I don't see like a direct way to like remove this that we created. So I'm just going to get risky with it. And I'm going to just move this character into the characters folder, which is probably going to break it. I mean, it should break it. It hasn't broken it yet, which is amazing. Manage broken references. I mean, I did just do a rename. I'm confused. Let me save what we have. I'm going to restart the editor and see if that makes a difference. I'm just going to restart the editor. Just trying to learn the workflow here. It's going to be slow going. It's going to be slow going. But we'll get there. I guess we should try adding some dialogue. It's different. It's a totally different way to think about the game. I'm sitting here kind of just like, what is my purpose? I thought I was going to be deep in code, which is important, and we probably will. No, it remembers. It knows where to find them. All right. So that amazingly, it figured that out. So that's really cool. Good, great, wonderful. So player, what does the player look like? I don't know. The player can be the Godot icon. So we'll add a portrait. Player portrait. I don't know. What do we call this one? Jerome portrait 1. Okay. Player portrait 1. Do 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 do. You're gonna leave. You got, yeah, go to bed. Get some sleep. Get some sleep, please. Leave a like before you go. I appreciate it if you do. Thank you for the well wishes and thank you for your help, Mr. Gabisson. I appreciate it. Take good care. Sleep well. Thank you. Thank you for your encouragement. It helped a lot. So okay, player portrait, and then I'm just gonna make this the Godot icon. And nickname. I mean, it's just this. You are you. You are you. And then for the timeline, if I create a new timeline, I guess I'll create a folder for the dialogue itself. And I'm going to say this is dialogue. I'm going to call it 0 for now. Okay, so now we get all these cool options. Text, character, flow, choice condition. Well, I guess we do want a character. Join. Interesting. Player 1, yeah, join. At position. Okay. Animation. Bounce in. Yeah, sure, do it. Now we have to put this in the code as well, of course. So I should look back at the Games from Scratch video to see how we get this implemented in here. Because he had a good suggestion. Okay. Let's see what he did. Okay, here. And where does he get this code from?
Let's go back here. Go ahead and save that out. We're good here. So now let's go over to our project and show you how to use a dialogic scene, which is pretty simple. We're going to go ahead and add a script to this guy. All right, defaults all look good. Let's get everything from there on out. And what we want to do is do var dialog equals dialogic dot start. And then we just pass in the name of our timeline. What did I call this guy? Conversation with Satan. Okay, let's go back here. Conversation with... Did I call it Stan?
Okay, so we'll do inner main scene script. Var dialog.
I stand it, didn't I?
Oops. Equals dialogic. Nice. And it actually is auto-completing all of that, which is great. Love it. Start, and then we want to clarify, what did I call it? I called it dialogue underscore 0 is what I called it. So get back into that. Dialogue underscore 0.
And no, I think that's all I need to do. Oh, no, so now I go add child dialogue. So now we're just basically, we're creating a new dialogic conversation and we are adding it to our theme. So go ahead.
Okay, all right. Add child dialogue. Let's see what happens. See you later, Mr. Gabisson. All right. So, there was an error loading this timeline. Check the file name and the timeline for errors. Okay. All right. I will. I'll check it for errors. So it exists. There's nothing that really happens here. We just have this join. A little confused. So wait, wouldn't we want it like that? There is an error loading this timeline. Check the file name and the timeline for errors. Okay, so our timeline might be not good. Okay, so it works if we test it outside of our scene. So if we test it within the dialogic plugin, it works quite well. And we've got the hello. The name is player. The icon is bouncing in. Looks pretty good. But seems like that's not the way to get it to work with the code. Let's see.
Our scene. I'll go ahead and run that. And yep, that's our theme. So go ahead and scene. I'll go ahead and run that. And yep, that's our default. Go ahead. Here we go. So
his worked right away. I wonder if we don't want this. I feel like maybe that add child isn't necessarily relevant to what we did. Okay, cool. So we got to figure out how to get it to actually work in the game. I see no errors. I see an awesome stream. Thanks, Frank. Welcome, Frank. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm using this plugin for Godot. The plugin is called Dialogic to help me set up dialogue. It works nicely within the plugin. And that's good. That's great. You know, we could say... Really, I want the first one to be a choice. I don't actually want it to be text. I want you to start with a choice of how to say hello. And I think in some ways this is... Okay, whoops. Do we got undos in here? Okay, we do. Kind of. It's different. It's different. This is weird. Oh, So you can see, I'm just trying to spam some undos here. Looks like undoing is a little risky. So we want character player to join. Uh, Animation, let's try sliding down. And then a choice. Hello. And then I guess I could add in like another choice. I'm very confused. This is a whole thing. This is a whole thing to learn. I don't know you know this stuff, but when your project is running, you can click to remote above scene tree to see what is running and how. No, I don't know what you mean. And I don't think I know anything about what you're saying. Welcome, Thoughty. Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. I don't know if you know this stuff. I know very little. I know very little. I barely know what I'm doing. Run the project first? Okay. Oh, right. You know, someone mentioned this last time, but I forgot. I forgot about that. Um, and so, oh, I'm definitely good. So now that I have this, but like, what am I doing with this? You can click the remote to see what is running and how, right? So the default dialog node is running. It is running, but it does say that there are errors loading the timeline. So I don't know. I still don't really know what that means. And it looks like even the way I have this set up, it doesn't even play within the plugin anymore. I find this a little tricky. Let's watch a video. I'm gonna watch a video about Dialogic because I'm very confused. I'm very confused. I can't say it's as useful as or as intuitive as Godot itself. All right, let's check out. This is a little old. This is 5 months old. Is this the same one? Oh, this is different. Someone made a different one. It is very good for debugging to see the structure of a running project. Okay. Yeah, thank you. I got to remember. I'm going to try to remember. I'm going to try to remember for next time. Bookmark the YouTube. Okay. Um, I like this one. This one looks like it has node trees and stuff. But that doesn't mean that we can use it just because they made it. Oh, it is a plugin. They made a plugin. All right, well, let's keep since we have this one. Let's take a look at
This
it.
video covers many topics. I added time codes
But
in
I'm
the
intrigued by
description
that
so
other
it's easier
one.
to navigate. And if you're new to Dialogic, this is a good place to start. To install Dialogic, you first need to download it from GitHub. The releases
Okay,
are
we've done
listed
that.
here in the releases page for the GitHub repository. And then you need to extract this. To create a character, you can click here on the new character or right-click Add Character. Select name, in this case Shia, select a color. And you can now write a description for yourself or start adding the images. The different display name is probably going to change in Dialogic 1.2, so I won't cover it right now. So the portrait that you choose, the default one is the one that's going to be loaded always whenever you add the character. In this case, I have some examples, which is the default.
Okay, we've done
Let's add
some
the new
of
one,
this.
that's the angry one, and let's add the shock. So these are the three portraits that you have on this character.
Nice.
And if your character is too big or too small, you
Different
can change the scale here, which will
emotions.
be
I
represented
like
in
it.
game. You can change the offset X and Y, which will change how it will look relative to your dialogue, and you can also mirror the portrait to show it mirrored. That's pretty much it with the characters. Let's go with themes. Themes are really powerful, but they don't have all the options you might want yet. I'm adding options every time I do an update, so stay tuned for more. You have
It's a
all
little
these different
old,
values,
this
which you can
version.
customize your dialogue and show it in a different style. The most common mistake is making a very, very tiny pixel art game and forgetting about making the dialogue box smaller. So you can change these values and make it look smaller. You'll also have to change the font if you want to make it look smaller, but I encourage you to experiment with the themes because there are a lot of options that you might want that make the dialogues look really personal to your story. You can rename by double-clicking on them and setting the name you want. And if you have several themes and you don't know which one Dialogic will pick, you should go to Settings, and here you have the default theme. In Timelines is where you write the story of your game. You have all these events, main events, logic, timeline-related, audio, and Godot, and those are the building blocks you use to display different options. So in this case, we want to add the most basic event, which is the text event, and say, hello, YouTube. And we have here a timeline. Let's name it like first. So this will be our first timeline. And let's add it to a game. There are two ways to display dialogic in your game. The first one is going to the add-ons folder, then select dialogic, and drop this dialogue to your scene. It doesn't matter where you place it.
Oh,
Dialogic will be placed automatically at the bottom of the screen. And here you can select the timeline that you want. In this
we
case,
should
we
do
will have one,
that.
which is first. So now if we test this scene, we will see our hello YouTube dialogue. Well, we have a character. How can we show that character? You can select here and then select Shia, and you will see the different options of the states of how you want it to show. And let's select the angry one.
And I do want that scene to show up in a certain situation. Okay, let me get back to getting... I don't... This is kind of a bit of a problem, is I want to initiate. I'm actually not sold on this plugin yet. I'm not sold that this is going to be the best way moving forward, because I don't know. I just don't know. I don't really want it to be hello. I want it to be like something else, like not something that's being said. Maybe a thought like, I should say hello to this person. And then I assume that that will be something. I should say hello to this person. Okay, nice. That's cool. Now, if I come to my main scene and I drag this in here. Okay, that's what we had. This is what we had made a while ago. We don't want that. Is this something different? Oh, the time. What is the timeline called? Come back to dialogic. It's called dialogue_0. Oh, so we gotta open it. Here it is. So it was in this little drop down. Dialogue 0. Okay. And then I can drop this in. Yes? No? Not really. Cool, cool, cool. I mean, it doesn't really look like a scene anyway. Add-ons. Oh, we gotta go to add-ons. Dialogic. Here we go. And then they clicked on other. My goodness. Now in there, they had a scene saved.
You place, which is the text event, and say hello.
But I didn't see
and
that.
We have here a timeline. Let's name it like first. So this will be our first timeline. And let's add it to a game. There are two ways to display dialogic in your game. The first one is going to the add-ons folder, then select dialogic, and drop this dialogue to your scene. It doesn't matter where you place it. Dialogic will be placed automatically.
That's not in my folder.
And here you can select the timeline that you want. In this
I'm just saying. Add-ons, dialogic, editor. Or not editor, but other. Here's editor main. That's a scene.
case, we want to have one which is first.
I guess it's not in other. Maybe it's not in other. Maybe that's the problem. Yeah, it looks like it's actually in the dialogue folder, dialogic folder, but I don't have that.
Dialogic will be placed automatically for first timeline. Then select dialogic and drop.
That's not an option for me. So something is already a little off, which is concerning. Okay, cool, cool. Good to know. Good to know. Maybe a different video will help me. I gotta say, I'm a little curious about this other one. If it works and if it exists. I mean... Okay, this is an ad. Can we actually use it, though? Does it actually exist, or are you just telling us about it? Are you just telling us about it? I don't know. Ezra dialogue man, like, why would they not have a link to it, you know? I see you've seen Dialogic. I have. Dialogue Manager is in Godot Asset Library. Ooh. That's nice. don't even know how to find that. Is that like just built in somewhere? That sounds fancy. So Fayez, I'm having a little problem. I'm just gonna, first of all, I'm curious to shop around. Secondly, I'm already struggling to follow a tutorial to the right of script tab. I'm already struggling to follow, oh, Asset Lab, nice. To follow a tutorial. Nice, oh, fancy. Let's go. Cool. And is this the same one? I'm having some trouble following the tutorial from the developer. It's just one little hiccup, but it's such a main thing. It concerns me. This is somebody else. That's somebody else. This ain't the same one. Yeah, I don't. So if there is dialogue manager, I think it's something different. I think it's something else. I think it's something else. I feel like this person just didn't release it. Like they said they made a plugin, but I don't know that they actually have it somewhere to actually get. Because there's not a link in here anywhere, which tells me that it doesn't actually exist to be used. So I think it's a work in progress. But it looks kind of more intuitive, and it's more recent. There's more recently something here. So if I look at the Dialogic tutorial, right?
This video covers many topics. I added time codes in the description, so it's Shia, select a color, and logic, timeline related, audio, and Godot, and those are the building blocks you use.
They're telling me I can add this to my scene.
The most basic event, which is the text event, and say hello YouTube. And we have here a timeline. Let's name it a game. Drop this dialogue. Play dialogue.
By drop. So if I create a timeline,
logic, timeline related, audio, and Godot, and those are the building blocks you use to display different options. So in this case, we want
there
to
should be a
the
scene.
most basic event, which is the text event, and say hello YouTube. And we have here a timeline. Let's name it like first. So this will be our first timeline.
But I'm not seeing that scene.
There are two ways to display dialogic in your game. The first one is going to the add-ons folder, then select dialogic, and drop this dialogue
right there.
It doesn't matter where you...
I ain't got that. Now he said that's the first way. That is to say there should be another way we can add it. But that would be quite nice. There is this editor main, but that seems like that should be something different, and I can't even drag it in. So like what is he talking about? Oh! I mean, certainly that was something. Oh, shoot! Oh my god. I can put the entire editor... I can embed the entire editor into the game. The entire editor can be embedded into the game, alright? That's messed up. I don't think that's something I want. Just a guess, though. Just a guess. I'm feeling a little frustration. I'm feeling a bit of frustration. We'll be okay, but a part of me kind of, like, I'm not sure if I would, I honestly think I might rather just not use a plugin. Like, the plugin is nice, but it's just like, I have no documentation I can go to. I have no, nobody knows what, like, it's just, I don't know. What's happening? I know we've done things that were extra, but is there some new node appearing in the node menu? By the way, you were not supposed to do that. Yeah. Yeah, I gathered that much. But I love that it let me do it. I love that it let me do it. Is there some new node appearing in the node menu? Background, dialogic character editor main section, dialogic editor. I think we don't want that one. There is a bunch of stuff. Dialogic portrait, dialogic subsystem, canvas layer, dialogic node background holder, And this isn't what the tutorial was pointing us to do. But there are some things here. There are certainly some things here. Um, I'll be honest. I'm gravitating strongly towards going back to not using the plugin because I don't know. I don't know. It concerns me. I feel uncomfortable relying on it. If it's not, because if it's not gonna make things easier, then what's the point? You know? And it just seems already to be kind of tough. Resources? Maybe it's in resources? I just don't see it. Like there's this, but I can't actually drag it in or anything. So I'm honestly, I think I'm just gonna bail on it. I think I'm just gonna bail on it. So I mean, I'll save this. I'll save this. Uh, I'm gonna save it as a dialogic version. But I think I'd rather just go back to the other one because at least I was solving problems. Here I'm just like I feel like I'm trying to bend Godot to my will, and it's like no, no. I'm like, okay, all right, sorry, I'll leave you alone. But thank you for this experience of considering what this might be like. So I'm gonna save this, and then I'm gonna open the old version. I'm gonna open the old version before we had this very cool plugin. Very cool plugin. Super cool. But I feel like my progress, it was like we were like getting somewhere and we hit a wall. We hit a wall. But it was a wall that like I was like, okay, we'll take some steps, we'll get over it. And then introducing the dialogic just made the wall like here. And I was like, oh god, I can't. What am I doing? I can't get over this wall. That's how it feels. Uh okay, so I'm gonna close the dialogic one. I would honestly just like to remove this plugin. Like suddenly Godot is performing terribly. I can't I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Escape from Latino America. Oh, you're saying like a border, like a wall between borders. Yes, and Trump just became president and built the higher wall. And now I have to impeach Dialogic from my project. Okay. Uh, all right. So I'm gonna remove the add-on and restart the editor. Wow. I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for things to load. It's just like all these problems. Thank you for the suggestion for Dialogic. This was really interesting. It looks cool. I'm sure there's a way to make it work, but if I'm gonna use it, I feel like I would want that to be a whole stream unto itself. Because either this stream becomes that, or I keep solving the problems that I had before, which I think I'd rather do. So I'm going to go to project settings. We're gonna disenable it. See you. Okay. All right. Now I think we should be back to the way things were before everything changed and the Fire Nation attacked. Still running into a lot of like loading moments, which concerns me. But that's all right. We'll just wait. We'll just let it do its thing. What's the hurry? I must admit, you should use this in a separate project first. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, well, I mean, for whatever it's worth, I did save a separate, the original version, and I'm reloading that. So hopefully we should have no harm done. That's a big hope. That's a big hope of mine. So we should be back to the way things were in hopefully every way. Okay. You should also delete the add-ons from the add-ons folder. Okay, so let's save this then. Save all this. Close this. Let's delete the add-on. I like how Fias is like, okay, yeah, fine, just don't use it. Or try the add-on on an empty project. Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad idea. We could do that. We could do that. That's a possibility. That's a possibility. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say let's keep this in our back pocket. Let's keep this in our back pocket. And keep pushing forward today with the original plan. And then if, you know, it seems like that's not great, maybe in a next stream, do the empty project with that add-on. How are we doing on time? 2 hours. 2 hours. Struggling. Oh dear. Oh dear. We still have all of these dialogic things in here. Yeah, we might be in danger. Oh no. I think we've ruined everything. So now it's still doing all these errors. Add-ons, yes, I did get rid of them. I don't really understand why it would still have all this stuff in here. Attempt to open script, add-ons, dialogic resources, yeah, but I deleted that folder. I got rid of that folder. Or make a matrix for dialogues. Yeah, well, yeah, totally. I mean, that was definitely something I was kind of expecting to have to do. It looks like things are okay. Potentially. Maybe. I'm gonna restart the editor once again. This has been a messy one. This has been a messy one today. Just trying to get it to make some sense here. Okay. I would just love to start it and it not give me an like an assault of errors. Would be ideal. Oh no. What am I gonna do? This kind of sucks. I gotta be honest with you. This kind of sucks. I feel like this was a bad idea. I will never be doing this again. Just like spontaneously jamming a plugin to anything whatsoever. I just don't understand why it's trying to open this script. Like, how would I even find? I guess we could do, someone said something about going to remote. It doesn't seem to be in there. My Linux OS is weird. Yeah, you're kidding, right? This is the least Linux. This is as un-Linux as you can get. Like, why would it even be trying to do that? If I removed the add-on, it's not even in the list of plugins, but it's still showing me at the start. I guess I could ignore that, you know, and we just have an explosion of errors every time the game starts. God, and I actually already deleted the dialogue scene, which we can put that back in, actually. I'm pretty sure. So that'll be okay. This is tough. I gotta be honest. This has caused me some great distress. I actually don't even know what to do with the rest of the stream. I think I'm gonna pivot. I think I'm gonna deep pivot. I'm gonna hard pivot for the rest of the stream. Um, because yeah, this is not going well. Because now I don't have any of my dialogue stuff, and I need to put that back because I guess I thought I saved it, but I guess the scripts weren't saved separately. So the scripts got updated. The scene is not the script. The scene is not the script. So I saved a separate scene, but the scripts are still set up the wrong way. This sucks. This sucks. Okay, all right, square one. So we're square oneing it then. And the game still loads, and we still get clicked events. We just have to rebuild a lot. TSON file probably has links to those deleted files. Oh. Thank you, Lord Overflow, for that thought. Welcome to HyperGameDev. I am not sure. I mean, I guess I would want to what? Like edit them. It says edit dependencies. Maybe I would like find the let's see. Edit dependencies. It's currently being edited. Changes only take 5 after reloaded. Here's the main scene. I guess these scenes are still in the project as well. So I wonder... Honestly, we could just get rid of the entire dialogic scene. I don't really need this. Yes, remove that, please. And then in our pre-dialogic scene... I mean, again, this may not be where Overflow is talking about, but... This is extremely demotivating. I just feel like all of my energy has just been deflated. And I'm just like, what are we doing here? It's all right. We'll struggle through it. We'll struggle through it. Yeah. No, I appreciate it, Overflow. And I guess I could open it and actually literally edit it and look for... I mean, if there is dialogic stuff in here, I don't even know where it is. Yeah, we can. You're right. We can. I mean, in a lot of ways, I'm inclined to just start over. Like, I'm inclined to just completely redo the entire project over again, which I don't love, but what a learning experience that will be. Oh, there's export project. This is what I should have done a while ago. Oh, but this doesn't I see. This is like for publishing your game. I see. All right, so here's what I should have done. I should have. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna close this entirely. What I should have done was I should have made a new project over here. That's what I should have done. So we're gonna try something else. You are a friend version 2. Yep, I'm square oneing it. I feel like that's the only way. It's the only way forward. So that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. All right. New project, new game. Oh God. We had already set up some of the lighting stuff. We had gotten those meshes in here. Yeah, we had set up so much, so much. I wonder, it would be interesting if we could take some of those like scenes that we had set up and add them to this project. Like, I wonder if that would work, right? Like, here we go again. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I know. It sucks. But that's just like, I don't know, man. That just blew up my whole project. It just changed everything. So wow. Wow. We're really square oneing it here. That's intimidating. I do have curiosities. Like, what if I were to take the dialogue stuff and just drop it in here like this? And then could I somehow add that into the game in some way? Probably not. I guess I could. Here, let me not have that in here. Yeah, remove it. Like, what if I took those scenes and I put them in the new project folder? They do appear here. Yeah, that doesn't. It's looking. Yeah, that if that does work, I ain't doing it right. All right, so forget that. You know what? We'll just start it over. We'll just start it over. It'll be fine. Did you find them? Was away for a minute. I just honestly, I didn't. I'm just starting completely over from scratch, which feels terrible. I'll be honest with you. It feels really bad, but it's what I'm gonna do. So let's create a new 3D scene, and this will be, yeah, yeah. I feel like, what else am I gonna do? Like, I don't know. This is our main scene, and we have a proverb: repetition is the mother of knowledge. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, I mean, I do feel that. And that is kind of what's motivating me, is like, hey, at the very least, I can make sure I know these things. That's why I like doing the game jams every weekend. Yeah, either you waste more time or restart. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Even though that is going to take time, at least I can learn some things along the way there. All right, I appreciate your support in that. So if I want to add a child to this, I'm gonna want. Gosh, I'm so it's gonna be an uphill here to get this figured out. Um, I want to add, because before I had built stuff and then I started converting things. So I'm gonna add. Did we say a mesh instance 3D? I think that's how we did this. And then this was uh, the friend. And then the mesh instance, we'd come up here and say create simplified convex collision sibling, mesh is empty. Okay. Yeah, no. Yeah, don't be empty. Mesh here. Capsule cylinder mesh. There's a cylinder. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. Create simplified convex collision sibling. So now we get collision shape 3D, which we want to be, I believe, a child of that. I'm just trying to remember like how it was. Only search by the collision shape to a. Please only use it as a child of area 3D static body, character body 3D to give them a shape. Right. So was it when I put it the other way around that that error went away? No. Oh man, it's tough because we had a lot more help with us last time. So I mean, I'm gonna have to just go back to my other stream and see how we did it. I think that's the only way. I think that's the only way. It's tough. This is tough stuff. It's tough stuff. Oh, you know what? It was the last stream that we did this, not this one. This one. And so we created here the mesh. Choo, 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 choo. Let's see if I can figure this out again. We created the mesh. Okay, I see that. We had a camera, and the mesh was a child of the camera. Oh, interesting. So let's add a camera. Friend is a child of the camera. Okay, that didn't fix that, but that's something. That's something. And it looks like we have world environment as a child there as well. And for creating the collision, which we do need to get some of the, I think we need it. Maybe we don't need it. Maybe we ended up not using the collision. Because if this has it, messages and appearance, yeah. Because we want that mouse entered, which is why I need the collision, so we can get the mouse entered. Bodies and collision shapes just work together. As a child of the body, static body. Yeah, right. So I feel like I need... And that's why I wanted to make the collision. How did we do this before? Just trying to keep up with what was done in the past. It sucks, but I mean, it is going to be a learning experience to redo this. Okay, so here's where we created the collision before, and we got the same warning. And then at some point, we resolved that warning by doing stuff. Static body. Okay, we do need to create the static body 3D. And then we resolved it by changing the shape. Okay, so we do need static body. That was the problem. So we say static body 3D. Add that in here. And I guess the camera is a separate thing. So we don't want this to be a child of the camera. And then we want static body to be right. So we don't want to modify the shape of this. We want to make sure static body has the same size. This node has no shape, so it can't collide or interact with other objects. Consider adding collision shape 2D. So if I click on friend and then do create simplified convex sibling. There we go. Okay, now we have no errors. And now we're in better shape. And then what we have to do is, depending on what shape we make this, we have to change the collision to match it. And then remember there was a way we shouldn't modify it. Maybe in the geometry? Or was it the static body that we should change the shape? Let me see if I remember it. Because when I started resizing it, bodies and collision shapes should never be resized. But instead, the options of the collision shape should be edited to achieve the desired shape. Collision shapes, the options. Oh, so like we should come into here and transform it this way if we want it to look different. But let me just double check this out here. Okay, so in there, on the friend mesh instance 3D is where we want to change it. Let's see where that lives. Geometry, is that it? Is that it though? Keep up the good work. I'm struggling myself too with level building and mentally hitting my head into the wall. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kai. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I got it. I appreciate, thank you for your kind words. You know, yeah, it's a learning experience. It didn't go quite like I had planned today, but in a way, I find myself grateful for the learning experience. And yeah, that's a lot of game dev, isn't it? Is running into the walls and yeah, hitting our heads on them. Good luck with your problem. Thank you for the supportive message. You got this. We got this. We got this. I always say, learning hurts. Ooh. Wow. I love learning, but you know what I love? I love the result. I love the result more so than, yeah, that head hitting part, which kind of is part of it. Yeah. Wise words, everybody. Wise words. Uh, Mesh instance 3D. So that should be just like right under here somewhere. Skeleton surface material override. Where does that live? It just doesn't look the same. It looks like I'm using something completely different here. But I'm not. Top radius. It's actually above the skeleton bit. Oh, we click. So we have to click on the actual thumbnail of it. And then we get all the modification options. Gotcha. And then we can make it taller. And then we just have to resize the collision, which I suppose we could just do mesh, create new collision for it, delete the old one, and then we'll be good. Got it. Okay. Makes sense. Come here, create the collision. Then it's the right shape, and we're good. All right, got it. Great, so that's our friend. So I'm going to rename this to friend. And I want this to be a scene. So I'm going to save this branch as a scene. This is going to be friend. And as a scene, we should be able to create instances of it. Right? So I can duplicate it. Friend 1 and friend 2. We got this, true. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Also, thanks, Lise. Well, maybe level building is not the hard part. The designing level itself for practice is the hard part. So you mean like for you, your problem is actually figuring out how to build the level that you want, that plays the way you want it to play. That's kind of if that's your problem, that's kind of a fun problem. Because at least there you get to like play around and try stuff. But maybe you're also still talking about learning the editor and learning how to use the tools as well with that. Will I try the dialogue thing? I would like to. I would like to. I don't know if, I mean, at this point, I got to get back to where we were before. So I'm going to try. I'm going to try. But if you mean the plugins, I am totally over the plugins. I am not interested in the plugins at this point. For a month, I thought I would never understand this software. Nice. Then I was enlightened. Then I've been using it for 5 years, and you really like it. That's so cool. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that. That's really awesome. I love that. It just took some time. It took some time, and it is frustrating at first. And now you really like it. All right, that's what's up. That's what's up. What kind of things do you like to make, if you don't mind my asking? Okay, so I am kind of trying to set that up because I want to make sure that we have the different instances. So we can have a dialogue tree that's separate for one character and separate for another character. So I want to make sure that these instances of the characters are different and do work. It's very important. Kai says concept. Okay, that's kind of fun. The editor stuff is kind of managed to the point I know how to use it in a way I want. I just hopped to the new project and all right, let's practice level designing. Now what? Oh, okay. I see. I see. Have fun with it. I don't know. I would say just like try stuff, right? Not that you asked, but just try stuff. Hi, kitty cat. Oh my goodness, the cat. Hi, can I help you? Can I help you, buddy? I'm rebuilding my entire project. Yeah, I'm rebuilding the whole thing. Well, it's because I tried installing a plugin and it ended up not working like I wanted to, and it made the project not work well. So, I'm starting all over. Do you think that's a good idea? Or do you just want to be pet? I think you just want to be pet. I love you, buddy. You're a good kind. You're a good kind. Mwah. Isn't he beautiful? He is. We just got him. We brought him in from the outside. He was a stray. He's a big, beautiful boy. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. I love you. All right, now get out of my stream. His name is Travi. Travi is his name because when we first moved here, the neighbors called him Traveler because he traveled from house to house. But to me, that just sounds like he was looking for a home and no one wanted to give it to him. So I call him Travi because his traveling days are over. But I wanted to honor the name that they gave him. This cat has a lot of polygons. He's a big cat. He's a very big cat. Look how long he is. Look how long he is. He's like half my body size. He's very long. I'm trying to do a level to not look worse than PS2 games. Alright, well, you know, it's okay. It's okay to look bad at first, right? You gotta let it be bad. Let it be bad. Right? Let it be bad, try it out, and be like, this sucks. Why does this suck? And then improve it. Why does this feel like a PS2 game? Alright, so I've got 2 instances of this, and I do want a script. So if I attach a script to one of these, right? So this is the friend script. Well, I would want it to be on both, ideally. Maybe this isn't what I think it is, because I want them to be the same. Right? Oh, instantiable child scene. Maybe that's what I want? Oh gosh. Now I'm just trying to remember how he did that. All right, let's keep looking at the old stream. I feel like that's the only way I'm going to puzzle that one out. So we still have one version of it here. Where did we start getting into? Okay, here we have a second one. There's one. Right, so then if we open this up, it's its own thing. So maybe in here, if I attach a script, friend, we come back over here. If I duplicate it, they both should have it. And if I update this one, I guess here's how I'll check it. We'll do @export variable. And this is for the friend name, which I don't know that I totally remember how we did this. Do we just do var friend name equals, and then we just put like a string? Is that correct? And then if I come over here, yeah, so here we got friend up here, so that's good. And there we got friend. And so for this one, this will be our Jerome. And this one can be Lilith. Yes, this human's name is Lilith. Okay. So they both should have separate names. Okay, so that's good. So it looks like that worked. And then these are the separate things. So then on the, but what I want to make sure to do is to say that on the friend scene, we add a panel and this be where the dialogue lives. And this itself be an instance. So I want to convert this to a scene as well. And this will be the dialogue scene. I thought he likes the graphics of the PS2 era. Try to reproduce it. I mean, you know, I guess, right, that's, I was thinking that too. Like, you know, there is something good to be said about the way that things used to look, you know, but But maybe it was like the level design in particular. I don't know. I guess design could mean a lot of different things. It could mean like how good the graphics look, or it could mean how well it's arranged. And graphics wise, I mean, at that point, yeah, it's just a style thing. So you could maybe lean into the PS2 era style. You might want to lean into it if that's the way it ends up looking. I don't know. It's kind of depends on your project. Okay, so then that'll be on both of them. And then what I can do is I can open up this scene separately. And in here, add a child node uh, with the labels and stuff. So we'll get a label. I'm trying to remember what labels we ended up wanting to use. I guess I'll just do a regular one. We'll say character name. And that means I do have to redesign all of this. So here's the way that it looks right now, undesigned. So I do kind of need to redo that a bit. Quite a bit, I would say. There's the canvas. It's a little hard to see, but you got this purple line here. And I'll just, wait, where'd it go? Oh, it's still there. This is the label. I want the dialogue. And then we want to make sure to anchor it as well. We could try redesigning it all a little bit differently. Not much, just a little bit, barely. And then I'm going to anchor it at the bottom. Graphics are all right. Level designing in some way too. I was coming back to Castlevania Curse of Darkness, Silent Hill 2, and Conquer, and trying to reproduce the simplicity of it, but it's hard. Oh, so you kind of are going for an old school look. Nice. I think that you can use a dictionary for dialogue pointers. Ooh, like happy, angry, and a matrix for dialogues. Nice. Nice. A dictionary for dialogue pointers. Interesting. I'm very intrigued, elite name. And then a matrix for the dialogues. Yeah, I haven't that's not something I've gotten into. I mean, I think I was approaching that before. And now I have to sort of rebuild everything. But that's okay. Noted. I want to take a hard note of that. Let me make sure people who are helping me here are getting into the credits list. Let me make sure the people who are helping me here are getting in this list. So we've got elite name. Kai should already be in there. I think Kai. This guy's been inspiring. Not didn't get the capitalization right here, but that's okay. That's okay. And then we've got, who else is hanging out? Thoughty. Mr. Gabisson. Psycho already in there? Psycho should already be in there, right? Yeah, Psycho's in there. Okay, cool. All right, just making sure we're caught up here. Yeah, of course. I mean, if you've been here helping me, motivating me, I want to at least have your name referenced as a live chat. Mr. Beast. Did I miss Mr. Beast coming through? Mr. Beast hanging out watching some game dev. That is a silly thought. If you want more variety, you can make a 3D matrix and use a random number to give different expressions for the same thing, but it's a ton of text. I am down to write a lot of text. Am I trying to implement dialogic from whatever that word is? I am giving up on dialogic. Oh, Lord Overflow came through and gave some thoughts and inspiration. I am honestly not gonna use a plugin. I'm just not gonna do it. Just not gonna do it. It's too much. It's too much like unknowns. You know, I'm still barely learning the editor. I'm not sure what it is. Myself, I'm not quite sure. I'm guessing it was a typo or something, would be my guess. All right. So that is that. It's a username. Oh. Oh yeah, maybe it was. Yeah, maybe that is. Yes. Oh yeah, that is what I was trying to implement. I was trying to implement it, but I gave up on it because it wasn't working like they said it would, and it was also like slowing my project down tremendously, and it just was just introducing a lot of things that I already still learning this. Seems a bit overkill. It seemed a bit overkill. It seemed a bit overkill. And while I am trying to do stuff, I just don't know. I'm glad I checked it out and I'm glad I know about it. But I just don't know if it's the way I actually want to proceed. So now I'm actually restarting because I kind of corrupted. I wouldn't say it totally corrupted my last project, but it kind of a little bit did. So I'm just starting fresh, which sucks a little bit, but I am kind of glad to be relearning all this stuff. Silver lining and all that. All right, so here is the character name label. We could just give it a little default name here. I'm not going to bother with font stuff right now. The user is pretty known on Godot community, so it's probably a well thought out one when you get a handle of it. I'm sure it is. Yeah, totally. Like, and it seemed really gorgeous and really well made. Like, no knocks on that person or what they made whatsoever. You know, I realized that because I'm so inexperienced with Godot, right? And what are the chances that everybody who's here in this chat who comes through is familiar with that plugin? It was like, and there's just not a lot of documentation about it, like relative to Godot GDscript in general. Like, I just feel like it was just, I was too confused. I was just like, what am I doing? I have nowhere to go. It's not saying that it works the way they said it worked. So I don't know. I just had to bail. I just had to bail. It was the only thing I knew, is to just try to build it all from scratch instead. And maybe I'll learn more that way anyway. So let's do font size. What did we say before? Like 40? It's kind of big. I do have bad vision. I like it big. A visual novel that speaks about a programmer that can't make the definitive dating game and fall in depression. Wait, it's about a dating game about a programmer who can't make a definitive dating game? I don't know if you're imagining something or if you're describing something. But that sounds very meta. That sounds like there's a lot of layers to that are trippy. So that's the character name will go. And then what I had been thinking was there is your name. So this is the character. So we should be specific. This is the character. It's a game idea. Of what I understand, it sounds like a good idea. It sounds like a good idea. It sounds like you have a lot of good ideas. So I want to be specific. This is the, I should say this is the friend name, because I want, so I'm even going to say that in here because I want your name to be there as well. Friend name. I'm going to duplicate this. And we're going to say this is your name. Which for now will just be you. And if at some point we want to make it, you know, be enterable, that is deep later stuff. You. And then there'll be kind of different sections. I actually think we could even benefit, well, what I'm thinking is this is not visible at first. So I'm going to actually make this not visible, which I think we can do right here. And then we're going to have buttons. So these are the menu buttons I'm about to add. Your ideas don't let you sleep. My gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it kind of sucks. I mean, I kind of think of ideas as something worth, like, you know, writing down, keeping track of, keeping a list of your ideas. I call it the banana theory. A good idea is like a banana. You can leave the banana there, and it can rot, and then you can never eat it. You can peel a banana, and you can eat the delicious flesh and get the most out of it and make your awesome idea a reality. Or you can freeze your banana, and you can save it for later. Oh, I went way back on the add-on entropy. It was too much. It was too much. I couldn't handle it. I couldn't deal with it. It was causing me problems. It actually kind of corrupted my entire project. Or I managed to allow it to corrupt my project, and yeah, now I'm remaking the entire thing. So, yeah. I would say I went back on it for sure. Absolutely, deeply went back on it. Let's give it an icon as we did before, which we had just like a little, right, so I think, what was the one we had done? I mean, we can load it. So let me move those project files. So there are some project files that we had. Make a 4D matrix. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't even know. Like I was kind of hoping to get to that part today of where the dialogue would be stored and how we'd be pulling it. But at this point, I just that's going to have to be next week. Uh, so I'm just pulling up the other project folder here. And I'm going to grab the UI images. I'm just going to copy and paste it because that's all going to be the same. And then we'll put these in here. Oh my. That is rather large. My goodness. I think there was an option to change its size, but I don't remember how we did it. Dang. That's huge. That's kind of huge. It's kind of a bit large there. Oh, okay. Expand icon. So we have to check the expand icon box, and then we can resize it. And I want to say that the icon alignment is in the center, so it's like a button. And then this is just supposed to be the options of how you can respond. So we could even redesign this a little bit. Actually, I think I will. I'm gonna add a another panel here. And this panel will represent the friend side of things. I found a cool plugin for Godot that allows for dialogue and quest systems, and it uses visual scripting. You know Hollow Tempest? I saw one, but I couldn't find it. I did see one kind of like that, and I was intrigued by it. It actually intrigued me. It was this one, but I couldn't find a link to it. I don't know if this is the same one that you're thinking of, but it does have this visual scripting, and I was extremely intrigued by it, but I couldn't find a way to actually download it, so I didn't. But maybe that's what you're talking about. I'm sure you can make something simple that works for your game using scene instances. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Am I the only one that finds it annoying that YouTube loads where you left off and not live when returning to live broadcasts? I do find that annoying. It is the same one. It is the same one. How do I get it? How do I get it? Uh, I'm certainly intrigued. Now, I won't make the same mistake again. I will create a new project. I will create a new project this time. But still, I'm intrigued. Okay, let's make it. So I want like one side for the friend and one side for the player. And that's where all the dialogue will go and stuff. So maybe like that. And so then I'll need something, a panel for that as well. So I'll say that the buttons will be children of the second panel. The second panel is your dialogue, friend dialogue, and we'll want friend name to be a child of friend dialogue, your name to be a child of your dialogue. Just adjust this a little bit so it's indented better. And then the buttons will be options that you can press. Let's make that text a little bigger. Hollow Tempest, I can look into it after the stream, but I'd be curious to know where you found it to actually use it. I'm gonna say font size. I guess it should be kind of big. Maybe not that big. Maybe 25. And then I'm gonna duplicate this, scoot it over. We want 3 choices. So we'll have to resize a little bit. Can I resize them all? No, I can't. So let's make it a little smaller. I gotta say, I kind of like the way this is getting redesigned. This is something I often find about having to redo stuff, is that it sometimes turns out better than the first time when you redo something. So I'm excited about that being true. Okay. And then we just wanted a little variation in the way the icon looked. So let's try a different one here. I'm gonna do the upside downer one, this one. And then for this, we'll do the slightly different flipped one. Nice. All right, and then this one, we want the text to be even. And on this one, I want it to be distant. It makes sense if the live did embed. Right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it does make sense. It is annoying though, because then you have to like drag it, all the way. In other case, no. Yeah, you have to drag it all the way to the front. That is kind of annoying. I think it's annoying too because I notice sometimes folks will join and they'll be like messaging, you know, in the past, and it's like, wait, we already did that. There is a way I can turn off. The only thing I can control in that regard as the streamer is I can make it so you can't rewind, but I don't really like that. I feel like that's kind of a nice feature about YouTube is that you can rewind if you want, but I can turn that off. Also, welcome everybody. I'm remaking my project from scratch because I used a plugin and it corrupted my entire thing. Not the plugin's fault, probably. Probably my fault. But if you are here and you haven't yet, I hope you'll consider hyper smashing the thumbs up button. And if you're new to Hyper Game Dev, remember to subscribe. I feel like if the broadcast is ongoing, it should default to live. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I guess it depends. You know, some people might want to catch up. But yeah, you're right. If it's already happening, I'm surprised it doesn't. I'm surprised it doesn't, but I have run into that now that you mention it. Okay. So we got the 3 buttons. They don't do anything right now, but they are there. And then I do want to set options for them, which I forgot to do. And where do those appear in here? So let's get this icon stuff out of here. If I click on it, that'll go away. Yes, icon behavior, text behavior. Button group. Layout, maybe in layout? Input. Here, shortcut context? Maybe that's not it. What happens if we just test this? Oh yeah, we want this to be our main scene. So if we play it, select this as the main scene. Yeah, so they're blank. They're not actually showing anything down there. Let's save. So we do have to define what those all are going to be. And I just don't remember where, but I'm sure we'll get there. I'm sure we'll get there. Is it this? Base button, button group, empty. Shortcut, empty. I don't remember. I'm going to look back on the other stream. Yeah, I'm just going to look back on when we did it before. So over here, set up the menu buttons for the first time. And I don't think we had any options at that point. I was designing it, which we just put the design in there. Styles, not that. Did we already have the 3 options by this point? Yes, we did. So we already added the 3 options there. So I need to go back. Back. There's the 3 options. So we had it here. Still got the 3 options. They were just designing stuff. Let's go back a lot further then. Yeah, that might have been way back here that we set that up. Trying to find it. Here we had it set up still, so we already had it there. Figured it out early. I do like GIMP. I don't love its name, but it is just an acronym. I think I started using GIMP back in like when I was like a child. It's like been something in my life for so long. For so long that using anything else just feels like a waste of my time because I already know it, you know? I'm already so familiar with it. Hey, what's up, Albaska? Welcome back. It's going pretty well. Well, I'm starting over. I tried to use a plugin for the dialogue, I made the fatal error of adding the plugin to an existing project instead of starting a new project. And yeah, so now I think just the other project got a little messed up, a little corrupted a little bit, and so I'm just making a new one from scratch. So it's going well in the sense that it's coming along again, and I've learned that I am. Oh, here we go. I'm very comfortable just not using a plugin for the dialogue and just making it ourselves. But I do need to start over. So that's pretty much what this is going to be, is just doing over what we already did. Oh, here we go. Menu button, items, items, items. Ah, there it is, right there at the top. Got it. All right, add a new one. I want one to be positive. And I want one to be neutral. And then I want another to be negative. All right. Now, I think the way this is laid out right now, it's going to... Oh, there it is. It's going to actually go on top of it. I kind of want it to be underneath a little bit. So I'm going to move all these up. Probably don't have to move them up that much. Because when we press these buttons, I do want the dialogue to appear. I don't know that I wanted to replace it, though. I think this is okay. And I want to make sure that the lines are only this long, which is going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to keep the dialogue that short. We might even want to find a way to... I don't know. I think I'd rather just keep him short. So as far as the items go, of course, they're going to be different for each of these unless I add each one again. So whatever changes, I guess I could make scenes for each of them, and then they could be instances of the others. I feel like that's a bad idea. I'm going to not do that. We'll just do it every time. Positive, neutral, negative. I was also thinking we could get little icons for it as well, since it offers the option. What does the icon look like? Sent a link to how to install the plugin in the Discord server. Oh, nice. Thank you. Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you, Tempest. That's something I will look into off stream, and then next week, perhaps... Oh, it's a big icon. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I like that. And then next week, I think what I'll do, and looks like we can adjust it a little bit. And next week, what I'll do is consider trying it in a fresh project. In a fresh project. Yeah, that's the way that's gonna go. We want it to be negative, neutral. Okay, we do have them all. Okay, good. Positive, neutral, negative, and then open up this one. Same thing. Add the items. Positive, neutral, and negative. Okay. Thank you, Hollow Tempest. Thank you so much. I'm kind of curious, but I will definitely. We could try it on this stream. I just would want to make sure, as long as we start a new project. That's the only thing. I just don't want to mess up anything. Here's a video to the Dialogue Quest Manager plugin. Ooh, this looks potentially different. Oh, it's called Quest Manager. I wonder if that's easier to find in the project or the asset library. Because we were looking for Dialogue Manager. Okay, that's not actually in here. Okay, so it's not. It's Quest Editor, but that's different. All right, cool. Thank you. Seven months ago, not too old. Not too old. And so it's got its own little plugin area. I like the visual scripting. This looks very intriguing. Cool. Yeah, I'll look into this. Let's keep moving forward with this, though. I guess I would wonder if I had a question about this. I'd wonder because what might be nice about this one is this one looks like it doesn't necessarily give you styles, because the other one was kind of like forcing certain like styles. You know, it was like a whole package. But this one might be, yeah, it might work better because it might let me really what I need is something that manages all of the information and just let me plug that information into my own stuff, you know? And it does kind of seem like maybe this could do that. I'm very intrigued. Yeah, I'll have to look into this. Uh, let's just keep moving though. Let's just keep moving. So this should all be set up now. And then what I want to do is I want to get the script stuff set up. Yeah, that looks good. That's fine. I don't want the U panel. I don't want your name to, well, actually this can all show up. This is fine. Okay, this is actually fine. We can have all this be visible. But what we don't want to be visible is the dialogue in general. We want to make that visible if you click on a friend. Now, we don't have a camera added to the scene, so we actually need to do that before we can do anything. So here's the camera. Don't exactly remember how we had this set up by the end of our stream. Camera, world, environment, direction, light, 3D. So we need to add all of that, and that's separate from the friend. So let's add a world environment. I feel like that was up here somewhere. Toggle preview environment. Add environment to scene. Okay, cool. So we can set our sky color to be whatever we want. Let's just try to make it look a little scary. Sky energy. Yeah, give it some energy. Add it to the scene. Make it a child of the camera. And then we want to do the lighting as well. Sun color, make it, we probably shouldn't, you probably really shouldn't mess with sun colors that much, but whatever, let's mess with it. Imagine our color palette. We can always change it later if we want. Add sun to scene. Now we've got a sun and all that. And now we have to actually put the camera in a place that lets us see the things that are in here. Holotempest says, without the plugin, a way to give the UI a function to say a string and have a separate node with the dialog lines stored. Call the functions when instantiated. Yeah. Give the UI a function to say a string. Yep. And have a separate node with the dialog line stored. That's what I was planning. That's literally what I was imagining doing, honestly. That's exactly what I was thinking. All right. Nice. So all I really need to do is just have a way to have these multiple ones. They should actually be stacked on top of each other. There we go. Great minds think alike. Yeah, right? Yeah, we're great minds. That's why we had the same idea. All right, so now we've got these two different characters. We should be able to, we could even add a third one if we wanted to balance it out a little bit visually. And then what I want to be able to do is to click on them and have different names pop up on the screen when that dialog box shows. And they each have their own dialog box scene built in. Okay. So now they all have a script with their friend name. We want it to actually appear at the top. We still need it to appear. So let's go to our main scene. Or actually, the friend logic is really where we want to put all that. And we would say function. Okay, let's see if we can get this code back. All right, it's code time. Gosh. All right. All right. Right. Code stuff. So we want to say I am going to look back at the old code like 100%. I'm going to copy as much of that as possible. We had said this is for setting the names of the friends at the beginning. We actually ended up doing that a bit different. So let me just skip further to the end here. I could probably even start this stream, rewind on this stream, and find the most up-to-date version of the logic. That's okay. We'll be all right. Back. Give me some code. Show me the code, baby. Okay, here we go. So here we were setting it universally. Okay, but I want to get the clicking stuff. Is action press mouse. So I need to set up the input again. So we'll come to the input map. I'm going to add a new action. I'm going to call it mouse. And we want to add an action to that. Mouse buttons, left click. Simple as that. That's it. And then I want to say, if input is action pressed mouse, we have to set up the hover stuff too. We also have to set up the hover stuff. Now this is kind of where things started to, this is kind of where I started earlier, was figuring out why it pops it up. So if we're hovering the character, it pops it up. But if we want it to close, clicking outside of that is a little different. Non-exact positioning. Non-exact positioning. Oh, you mean of these? No, they're not exact. It isn't exact. No. I was kind of just thinking this is just placeholder for now. Although I gotta say, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. But I'm planning on it being designing a room that you can walk around and the characters are everywhere. I'm just kind of setting it up as placeholder. But arguably, I should do less placeholder in my life, if I'm being honest. I'm not sure. Oh, because I got rid of the pass. So we could also set up the variable stuff. I was having those. We were having an issue, right? So that we did have an issue before everything went to crap, where I was trying to determine. I feel like we should keep it local. I'm gonna keep it local for now. I'm gonna say we're gonna set up a variable here. Variable friend hover equals false. And we'll want to set that up as well. And then we'll want to set up variable convo state equals 0. We'll want to set all that up. I do want that to be an integer specifically, not a float. I guess it'll know that because there's not a decimal, so we'll be fine. And what I want to say is if input is action pressed, mouse, and we can just do that for now just to like try it. Then I'm going to want to show the dialog panel, right? So we'll do $, which I kind of thought it would autocomplete that for me. I'm a little surprised that it isn't auto-completing it. I guess I could just drag a reference to it potentially. So if I get this whole panel, can't drop nodes because, oh, Oh, okay. So we'll reference it like this. There we go. Okay, cool. And then we'll just say that this becomes visible. Dot visible equals true. I guess I want to put this in quotes like that. I'm concerned that the color is different. Something is weird. You're missing the colon at the end of the line. Ah, thank you. I was like, something isn't right here. Okay, that's why it's not auto-completing. Gotcha. Ooh, there we go. There it is. Thank you. Syntax. All right. Still learning. I'm still new to text code, so but I'm glad. Thank you. Thank you, Elveska. And I'm glad that I had that moment of struggle. Okay, cool. Great. So that should just make it show up if we just click anywhere. Very nice. I like it. I don't know if you know, Godot has a built-in manual. Oh yeah, if you press F1, you can find any object, functions, and properties. What you can use in the code, like type input for the F1 dialog. Yeah, totally. I did know that. Thank you, though. But yeah, so, and you can also like control click. So if I like hold control and I click on input, it'll actually pop up this entire documentation. Godot documentation is amazing. It's amazing. Luckily at this point, I know what I'm supposed to use. I just am still learning how to use it right, which this could help me for sure. Yeah, and then it's nice because it'll also save all of the different documentations that you open. So I can go back to the script and I could open up an is action pressed one, or that's pretty similar. We could do function ready. So here, now we've got the input page open here, and we've got the function ready page open here. And then we can also go like back and forward. Yeah, it's really, really, really good documentation. Yeah, and I definitely want to use it more. And there's different ways to get there. F1, like you said, you can click help at the top, search help, and then also, yeah, just control click. I learned that from one of y'all as well. All right, now we want to say specifically if you are hovering the friend and you click on them. So we want to set that variable. So I'm going to say, I'm going to click on friend. I'm going to go to node. We kind of need the specific thing though. So I need to go collision, right? I'm just looking for what I'm not. Oh, here we go. There's mouse entered. Okay, it's up here. So you have to go to the top, not the, so the static body. This is the static body at the top. That's the one I need to click on, not the mesh instance or the collision, but rather the static body. Even though it's getting it from the collision, I had to click on the top level in order to get this. And then we get mouse entered and mouse exited. And I need this now. And I think I need to just like create my own function for that. Yeah, okay, so we'll just drag, oh, we'll double click on this, connect it, and then it'll give us a function here for that. And if we enter it, I'm gonna want to, I don't remember how to set it. We just call it friend hover equals true. And that should work. Spanish and other language documentation is good too, but a little more incomplete. Okay. All right. Nice. That's also amazing that they have different languages in the documentation. Didn't know that, wouldn't know that. But in case anybody wanted to know, now you know. Leet name can confirm. Less complete though, but that's nice that it's there. I mean, Godot just has such a great community. It wouldn't surprise me that people would volunteer to translate stuff. Hey, what's up, Stormrun? Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Doing some Godot today. I'm remaking my entire project. I started early today. Yeah, I did. I do. I don't, there's not like the most rhyme or reason to it. There, a little bit. Hey, what's up, S? Welcome back. But it is on Mondays and Wednesdays. I do 2 p.m. Eastern. On Tuesdays and Thursdays, I do 11 a.m. Eastern. And on Fridays it's 6 p.m. Yeah, it's going well. I am restarting my project because I tried implementing a plugin, a dialogue plugin called Dialogic to my project without starting a new project first. And it kind of messed up my project. So I'm rebuilding it from scratch, which is a great learning experience. So I'm happy about that. And yeah, I'm going to just implement the logic myself probably. There is another cool plugin that I might look at as well, but for the most part, I'm kind of thinking I just do it myself. You get Godot a little better than GDevelop. Well, GDevelop, yeah, I don't know. GDevelop's kind of trying to do its own thing in a weird way, whereas Godot is a little more structured, maybe. Your internet prays for its life. Oh gosh. Oh my goodness. Your poor internet. That sounds awful. Mine gets a little bad sometimes too. So friend hover true when we enter it, and then we'll also want to say that when we exit, it's not true. So I'm redoing what we did last week because a plugin, I let a plugin mess up the project, but it's totally okay. Nothing wrong with extra learning. Class structure of Godot is very logical. I agree. Yeah, I totally agree. Example, every node 2D object has a position property from node 2D class. So sprite 2D inherits this property from node 2D class. I like that. I like that. I forget what this game is going to be. Oh yeah, so this game is going to be a scary game about making friends. So there's a lot still incomplete about this project. But the idea is you'll be in a room, walking around a room, and you can try to make friends with people. You're supposed to try to make friends with people. And when you click on them, you'll get options just to talk to them in different ways. And then at the end of the game, you'll get a report about what kind of friend that you are. So that's the game. Yeah, it's pretty simple. It's very logical, but simple too. Yeah, I agree. So we need to put this to use. So we want to say that if input action is pressed mouse and learning friendly, I agree. And friend hover equals true. Now, did I do that right? Assignment is not allowed inside of an expression. Right. So what did I do wrong? Oh, double equals. Double equals. We want that double. Okay, there we go. All right, so now I'm clicking every which place. Nothing is happening. But if I click on that, we're good. Now, what about closing it is the problem, right? This is kind of where things got a little complicated because I want it to close. I think it should close. Let me make a new. Did we, for the closing, process state, and that makes it not visible. I feel like somebody was saying we should not put these in the same one. I think it was Ash Kettle. But like, I'm just gonna do it for now. If pressed mouse and now here's the thing. This is where it's gonna get a little different. So I'm actually gonna, for now, let's just not set this up. I'm thinking what we do this time is instead of saying if we're not hovering the friend, we'll say if we're not hovering the dialogue tree. So if I click on the dialogue tree, it has a mouse entered and a mouse exited of its own. So I'm going to make that its own function. And we'll say dialogue hover. We want it to be true if you've entered it. And then if you exit it, We want it to be false. This would actually be taking us a little further than last week. So this could be nice. We have to also create that variable. Would probably be nice. So let me do that. We'll start out with it being false. Variable dialog hover equals false. I'm gonna move this around just a little bit. Okay. Nice. And then we can say if input is action pressed, mouse, and dialog hover is set to false, then dialog visible false. This would actually take us beyond last week if we got this working, which is kind of cool. All right, so I'm clicking every which place except for the characters. It doesn't pop up. If I click on the character, oh, so now that doesn't work. That got broke. That got broke. This wouldn't actually take us that much further. It would take us a little bit further. But there's still the name changing to set up. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Friend hover is set to false unless we're hovering over it. I mean, you know what must be happening is it must be closing it. Maybe it's because they're in because they're in the same process. I see. That's why you set up a different process. I knew there was a good reason for it. That's why. Okay, understood. So we'll say function process. I'm going to say dialog. That's why you do it in a different function. I still feel like there might be a conflict in how it's going to run. So we can open it. The closing part, not so much. Oh, the convo state, we might want to set that. Dialog hover set to false. So let me see if this is actually working. I'm going to say print dialog hover, whether it's true or false. So let's make sure that's working. So I'm going to look in the bottom left there to see if that's updating. It is. So now it's false. It's kind of, it's a little confusing. I wonder why it's not working. Because everything looks like it would work. Setting it to false when we exit. It's kind of hard to tell, if I'm being honest, if it's working. So it should be false right now, right? If I hover over it, it says true. That's good. If I exit it, it says false. But see, then it said true again. Oh. Well, I do see that the panels, it's making a differentiation between the panel in here. So it's not actually unentered for everything in here. It's only unentered for the outer panel. That unentered isn't inherited by all of the things on the inside. So the buttons, the panel that says you versus friend, this stuff, it's only the outer panel that returns true. Regardless, it should still close it. So we still have something to figure out there. Maybe you can store the dialog state in a Boolean variable, like is dialog opened? Ooh, That's true, but the only that yes, and so that is something. And I was actually thinking of doing that in an integer, where if it's opened, we're in state 1. If it's closed, we're in state 0. If you click one message, now you're in state 2 or whatever. But we should be able to get this to work regardless of that. I do want to do something like that. I'm not sure if input action is pressed mouse and dialog hover equals false. Then it should hide the dialog box. We can also print this. It is good for it too. Yeah, that's what I think. I'm thinking what you're thinking too. Let me try printing close. Let me see if that prints in our messages at the bottom. It does not. So it's not seeing the input action pressed. I wonder if we take off dialog hover. I mean, then it's going to get confused. So let's get rid of the close. Oh, maybe I need to instantiate the process. Right. Oh, right. We can't just create a new function process. We have to I see. We have to reference this somewhere. I forgot. Right here. Okay. So in the first process, we have to tell the other one that it can happen. I see. All right. So I think that's going to be on the same line that if would be on. Yes, process state. Okay, so here we want to say process dialog. Indeed. And then that would be it. No, we want to put delta in there. Okay, here we go. This should make it work. Okay, let's try it. We still have some problems. Okay, so we have a lot of problems. So it's closing it no matter what. So we want to say, but it should become true. I guess we want dialog hover, because dialog hover is set to false to begin with. So in some ways, I almost want it to be true at the beginning. So that way we can click it, and then we can click off of it. But then we can't click it again. It's a little weird. Click it. There it's false. We can click off of it. But it's going to, I guess, go back to true by default or false. It's going to stay false. So I'd almost want to say that it sets it. So not only do all this, but also make dialog hover equal to true. Nice. Cool. So that works. We still have the problem where everything inside of the panel is not registering as true. Which, there's got to be a way to do that, right? And so hopefully that makes sense if you're watching this. What I'm saying is I have the dialogue scene, right here. And it is apparent to all of these children, the friend dialogue, the label, your dialogue, the label, the buttons, all of that are children of the friend or the dialogue scene. And the dialogue scene is a part of this friend script, or it's a child of the friend script. And so if I put a signal into the script for on dialog mouse entered, on dialog mouse exited, it's only going to apply it to the top level panel. That is to say, let me see if I can. This. It's only going to apply it to this outer panel. So, I mean, I could even make it a different color, which could be nice for a few different reasons. But at least making it stand out a little easier. Theme overrides. Visibility, texture, material. Visibility? One of these gotta have that. Layout. One of these gotta have the color change. I could try just searching color as well. No? Okay. All right. No, I mean, why would it be called color? Certainly that wouldn't make more sense. Probably overrides. Styles, panel. I see. And then maybe we want to say flat. Oh, thank you. Thank you, S. You're trying to read that on 144p? Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. I do prefer zooming in for everybody's sake. I don't know that I have a great zoom right now to use. Barely. Gosh, I see why we need to pray for your internet. I see why we need to pray for your internet. I could set up this. It's supposed to be already set up. Yeah, that's a little better. So this is hopefully a little better at 144p. So the dialogue stuff, this is the only one that on entered and on exited is working with, is this light gray background that we have here. But when I hover over the other things that isn't the light gray background, now it's going to report that we aren't hovering over it. So I could just get, you know, a function for every single piece in here for the buttons and the panels. I imagine you can inherit that. So, I mean, I guess I'll look it up. GDscript. Inherit signal inheritance. I don't know if that will be enough. Inherit signal to spawn instance. I promote my new 3D game. I've set a signal to counting a label in the scene space. I don't know. I don't know if that's the right thing. How to inherit signal to spawned instances. I don't think that's really what we want. I don't think that's what we want. You have functions in your label that implies the connection. Maybe you did it through the editor, but I would do it through the code. So there might be a way we can code a connection between these. Alternatively, I could get the mouse entered, exited for each part of it. I guess I'm a little curious to try that. We could, you know what we could also do? I wonder if we could create, I wonder if I could create a new panel. And I wonder if I could make it invisible on top. Oh, but you know what? There was that mouse pass thing. I wonder if we could do that before I think about that. There is the mouse filter stop. So we might be able to actually, what if we said all this other stuff ignores? But then it won't click. Let's try pass. I'm not saying that's going to work, but I'm curious to see what happens. It's still printing, right? It is. So now it's true, and I'm hovering over it. Oh, it stays true. And the buttons work. Wait. Now this should be clicking off. I'm clicking off of it, but that should be making it go away. If I like dip in here. I guess because, I see. So you can't exit, because of the way we set it up, you can't actually exit until you hover over this first. But I think that did actually solve the problem. We just have another problem. But I think that did solve the problem. Maybe. Kind of. I think it only doesn't work. So I guess we'd want to say set it to false after you click it. So that way it's false when you start, unless you click on it or unless you hover over it. You know, if it pops up under your cursor, that could be an issue. Actually, it works quite well here. If it pops up under your cursor, we have no problem. Okay, so let's try that. Let's say, this is not bad. This is not bad. I don't like the color of this at all, by the way. I despise it. Maybe we could make it something like that. Anyway, so what I want to do is say in the code, I don't know if this will work, but after we click on this, set dialog hover to be, I guess, false. I'm worried that might close it. Now it just opens right away. That's kind of surprising. Oh, I just made it visible. I see. I was like, what? Okay, we need to hide it at first. There we go. Okay, so if I click anywhere, nothing is happening. Good. If I click on this, okay, nothing is still happening. So it is canceling itself out. That is definitely a problem. I guess I could put it on a delay, but then the delay would probably not instantiate the next step. That wouldn't work, right? Like, that's not how things work, right? Yeah, see, then it doesn't even happen. Whereas if I do it like this, now I can open it. But my problem is, just to reiterate, my problem is if I click on this, but I haven't hovered over this yet, dialog hover isn't set to false. I could say, maybe I could add like a timer in here. Not that I remember how to do the timers. I don't fully remember how to do the timers, so I might have to look up that again. I could go into help. Yeah, that's a node, but oh, create timer, that's a method. Right, and then there's wait. Get tree create timer. Commonly used to create a one-shot delay timer, as in the following example. Function sum function, print start, print end. All right, let's try this. Nice. Good documentation. Good documentation. All right, I'm going to copy all that. And let's say, I don't know if this is going to work, but I'm going to try it. One second seems a little long, but that's okay. There's no way this works, right? And then after this, we set it to false. Is that gonna work? That doesn't work, right? Kind of. It like opened it. It did let it open. Once. So there it opens. And then it closes. It kind of works. I can't open it back up again because we also need it. We also need it to set it back to false after you close it, or back to true. Oh wait, but then it sets it back to false. This is messed up. Is it second Godot video? I think third. Yeah, this is the third. Yeah, this is the third one. So there is a series or a playlist on the channel. It should be right on the front page. If it's not, I'll add it. But we have 3 in here. The first one, doing the hell world, the hell world program, the Hello World program, and then we started making it into the game. And then today, basically, I'm remaking the entire game after doing some stuff. Let me see if that is on the channel page. I actually might not have added it yet. Oh, it's there. Yeah. So it's right on the homepage. If you go to the live playlists section, you'll see the Hyper Godot playlist right there. Hell World. Hell World. It's not a fun twist on the Hello World idea. All right, so clearly I'm just getting all twisted up into a problem that I could probably just solve differently. Because otherwise, I mean, it works pretty well, other than we just have to hover over this. So probably it'd be better to have like a different reason to close it. Or honestly, what if that's just the way it is? Like, what if that's just the way it is? What if you can't close it until you hover over this first? Like, what's the big deal? So what? It's a little annoying. You know, you just have to, and just to clarify what the issue is, if I click on this and then I click out here, it doesn't work. Because first I have to dip into this and then come out here and then I can click it. So I can dip into this all day and it works. Which, I don't know, I'm kind of okay with that. I think I'll take it down as a note. You can set a highlight on your buttons when the widget opens. Set a highlight on the buttons? Oh, you mean like force the mouse to go down there? Is that possible? I don't know if that's what you meant, but that's kind of a cool thought. Or Godot force mouse position. That seems difficult. Maybe it's not. This is from 2016. This is from 2016. My goodness. I wasn't even alive in 2016. I think untested that get viewport warp mouse is meant for this purpose. Dude, let's warp the mouse. Let's do some mouse warping. Warping mouse position adds some weird effect. 2022. When a player presses a button, I want the friend to detach and start following the mouse. To accomplish this, I want to warp the mouse to the location of a friend, then allow the friend to start being moved around by the mouse. Instead, when I hit the button to release the friend, the mouse warps the mouse by some seemingly constant offset to the left and up of where it should be, and I can't figure out why. The fix was to pass global transform to input warp instead of cell position because this gets the node's position relative to this. So I don't know that we need this. Because this is, I think what this person was dealing with was warping it to a very specific position that could be different. So I think we might be okay. I think Stormrun says, the mouse would be anywhere you want, but like in UE5, when my widget opens, it has a highlight on the button I want, then allows you to press the arrows to get to the other buttons. Well, the mouse hovering is what's making this work. So I think we would need it to jump, but I think we can do it. I think when you open the panel, I know what you mean, though, Stormrun. I don't think it just highlighting on its own will be enough for a hover. I think when you open the panel, set your convo state to 1 and check it with if before call process dialog function. So if convo state set to 1. That's true. We could try that too. Date in the hell. Can you turn a demon into a lover? I like that. That sounds fun. You have such good fun ideas. Such good fun ideas. Because if you call process dialog in the process, that is just one process. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. All right, S, thanks for stopping in and checking in. I appreciate it. Thanks for all the help that you gave last week and just for coming through and seeing what we're up to again. Hopefully we'll get some progress soon. Yeah, that's a good idea. We could use the convo state thing. That's definitely a possibility. So we say that when that's a great idea. That's a great idea. Let's try that first before we start warping mice. But the mouse warp is also a good idea. So we're gonna say that when you open up the dialogue, welcome back, Potato. Good to see you. When you open up the dialogue, we also want the convo state to be set to 1. Okay. And then we'll say, in addition, for closing the dialogue, that happens. I guess we'll say dialogue hover false. Well, the thing is we would just get rid of the dialogue hover condition, which we do want the dialogue hover condition to matter. I don't know if this does solve our problem. We do want to do this anyway, and we do want this to set the convo states, but I don't know if this will work with the closing, because then it'll still require the dialogue hover to be false. So I feel like we should still do the warp and say that when all that happens, let me see if I can find this. And what's it? Warp mouse position. Let's see if we can find this in the documentation. Warp mouse. How are we doing on time? 4 hours. Yeah, we're getting at that wrap up point, unfortunately. Storm is gonna send me a pic of your nodes. Like when you open your battle, the buttons get highlighted on their own. You can just press spacebar. Yeah, I get what you mean. But in this game, the way I'm setting it up so far is that the dialog box that pops up can only be closed if you aren't hovering over the box. And I could change that, obviously, but right now it's literally hovering. So if we made this highlight, right, that wouldn't be a mouse hover. That wouldn't count as a mouse hover. And we could definitely still do that, so you can play with the keyboard. What you're talking about is still cool. Please send it to me. I still love seeing what you do, but just to make sure it's clear, like that's not necessarily going to solve this problem. But I hear what you're saying. So that way you can just already use the keyboard to press things instead of the mouse. I do like that. All right, so we got warp mouse viewport. I think we want the viewport method. All right. Moves the mouse pointer to the specified position in this viewport using the coordinate system of this viewport. So I'm not really sure what our vectors are going to be here. That is a bit mysterious to me. I assume we're in a viewport. I assume a viewport is what we're in. And it looks like just warp underscore mouse position. All right, not getting any autocomplete, which concerns me. And they want 2 vectors. So I don't really know. I don't know. 10, 0? Like, I don't know. That did not work well. Function warp mouse not found in base self. Okay, so I don't think. So how do we make it? All right, we gotta look this up. How to use warp mouse Godot. Get viewport. You got the viewport. Oh. We just have to like reference that. I just didn't even know what a viewport was. I see. Neat. Too many arguments for warp mouse call. Expected at most 1, but received 2. Okay. I thought it was since it was vector 2. Cannot pass a value int as vector 2. Well, right. Well, that's why I did 2 numbers. So what kind of numbers do you want in there? expected at least one. All right, let me go back to this example someone else had. Self position. Right, well, we want to define the position. Oh, we want to say, like, we have to actually say vector 2. I think we have to be more specific with how that works. Yeah, you see what I'm saying. So then in that case, I would just want GDscript vector 2. I don't know, just like so I'm not exactly sure how I want to type this. If I go back here, click on vector 2. Just trying to figure out how I should type it in as. Oh, so it's like double parenthesis. Gotcha. That's kind of what was tripping me up, was just like, but there's already parentheses. That's okay. Okay, so we say vector, we define that it's vector 2, and then we say whatever the x is going to be. And I just type the numbers, just like 10x comma 0y, just 10, 10. Oh, okay. I have no idea if that's the right place. I'm just guessing. Okay, at least it's running. Hey, it moved. Oh, thank you. Gosh, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Like we might have figured it out eventually, but and so the documentation is helpful, but like sometimes I still have to find it. No, look, it jumps. It's hard to see. I really appreciate it. Like I'm so lucky to have you guys come in here. Let me just change my mouse settings because my mouse is actually very giant, but it glitches for some reason on the live stream and it doesn't show what it actually looks like. So a part of me just thinks maybe if we just do a normal mouse. Because see, notice how it doesn't get any bigger on the stream. Oh, look, there it is. But now there's double. Wait, it went back to small. It's only if I make it maximum size does it appear. How annoying is that? But I want it to appear nicely on screen so you can see it. But it's like it doesn't capture it right unless I make it really, really, really big. So I guess we'll just make it really, really big and that'll be our life. And we'll see what that's like. So at least here you can see it. When I click on it, there it goes. So it is jumping. We just got to get the right positions. If I remember correctly, vector 210 will be the same as vector 21010. Oh, cool. So if it's like the same, it'll remember that. Now we have this gigantic mouse cursor. Hey, what's up, Novid? You slept in too long. You're late. Oh, no. Well, you're here now. Welcome on in, Novid. Good to see you. Good morning. I do start earlier on these days. It's very true. Maybe later you can try with Narrate. I've heard that can export to Godot. It's a narrative novel program. I'm not sure, but if it works, you'll make the dialogues there. That's interesting. So it'll like generate code just like based on the dialogue. It's kind of interesting. I like that. Oh my gosh, this is so big. Okay, I just want to try something. So you see how it's super tiny, even though it shouldn't be. I do just want to try one thing. See if I can fix it. It's going to be changing the display, the capture method. What if I try this one? Oh, there we go. Nice. Okay, cool. Now we got it. Awesome. Great. So, yeah, let's just try that though. Let's see if just typing in 10 is enough, just for funsies. Just for funsies. It did not like that. It did not like that. It did not like that at all. So if that does work, it wasn't working for me. Worth a shot though. Worth a shot. All right, let's try something else. 100, 100. I have no idea where that is in here. That's right here. 100, 100 is right there. So let's try 1,100. So that's over here. So that's our X position. So, I mean, I guess I would say it should be where U is. Maybe just like down here. Maybe it was in native Python. Right, because that is what this is similar to. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense that you would think that. We'll say that. Yeah, it was in native Python. That does work. Maybe it does. So now I just got to figure out where I want it. So this is 1,000, right? If this is like, I guess, 1080 by 1900, we just went to like almost 1080. I guess I want it. I guess we could put it on even by default. So maybe right around here, which is, let's say, 600, maybe? Almost. We'll try 750. See where that gets us. Pretty close. Might be 800. Not bad. And then for the Y, let's try 1,000. It's probably not far enough. Too far. As much too far. 800 by 600? What you think about that? Almost. Getting there. 500, and then I'm going to make this 825. A little too high. So let's say 550. Nice. A little too far over. Say 810. Nice. So it'll just default to the even button. And then it should. Now, let me make sure that actually works. Does that actually. It should. It must. Yeah, then you can click off of it right away. And you don't have to worry about any of those problems. Nice. Cool. I like it. I think this works. And then every time you click on the character, it brings you back to that point. At least it works. Math plotive god? What? Math plot live god. I am a math god. I am now a math god. Stormburn says, I have to copy the same code 6 times, then rename everything on what I'm doing now. Good practice, I guess. Oh, you can't do like bulk edit or something? That sounds like a thing that you'd have to do in Unreal Blueprints. Yeah, good practice. Definitely good practice. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I try to tell myself that the things that are like the most repetitive that I have to do when I'm making a game are often like very rewarding. Like once it's done, to see something work after having to do all of that, I find that that can be a really nice feature. So I hope that's true for you, that once you do it, it'll be really worth it. All 6 lots of 10 variables each. Probably an easier way, but it's what I have. Nice. It'll work. If it works, right? That is a lot. All right, cool. So now I'm going to save it. One last thing to really catch us all the way up, which is to get the different instances for the different characters, right? So if I click on this character, this should have its own name, and this character should have a separate name, right? So that was like specific to that character, I'm pretty sure. Let me check. Like a whole separate process for it. Let me skip to the end of the last one again. And see if I can't find the code. in its final state. Okay, yeah, so we had, oh, function ready. So like right at the start of the game, or when it creates the instance, I guess, then we wanted to set the dialogue text. So set text friend name. Okay, got it. Got it. So I'm going to say, so we're going to have to point to it somehow. Guess we can come to friend here. I do want it to be this, but I want to slash it. And specifically, I want it to be friend dialogue, friend name. Oh, there we go. Yes, I was afraid the autocomplete wasn't going to be there. It's there. And then set text to friend name. All right. We might be all caught up now. That's Jerome. Very nice. That's Lilith. Very nice. And that's Big O. Let's go. So the way this is set up, you could actually click on each one and it'll just change to the different ones. I think ideally I would set it up so like, you know, maybe the camera actually looks at the person, so it's a little different than just like switching the dialog box. It's a little annoying, the mouse warping. It's a bit annoying. It kind of feels like, how dare you? How dare you warp me? You don't know what I want. but but it is a workaround for our little learning project game, so I'll let it go. But technically, we're caught up now to the way things were. And now I could start the stream where I wanted to start it, or we could end the stream where I wanted to start it, which is getting those menu buttons to matter. Mouse brute force. It is. It is. It's a little, it feels very violating. Like, how dare you? Did you just hack my computer? But it's okay. So in terms of getting these to matter, right? So if we have a positive response, a neutral response, or a negative response, what I really want is just to say hello, right? And it's just a different kind of hello. And it's obviously, that means there's, what, 9 different hello possibilities? You could say hello in 9 different ways, which is a lot of writing, but I'm kind of okay with that. So let's say if we wanted to do, just today I tried some game demo and it had warping mouse on the settings screen. Ended up uninstalling the demo. It was just too annoying. So you feel, wow, it's not just me. It is super annoying. It is super annoying. We could also have it like warp and warp back. But I guess it would kind of depend on like where it is. I wonder what the concept, what what was happening in your game when it did that made it so annoying. And maybe, hopefully, that isn't so annoying here. We could say that's a problem for another day. That's a stretch goal, is to make the mouse warping unnecessary. Because we don't really need it. It's just, it just kind of makes it a little more flexible, which is weird. It's, yeah, noted, Lord Overflow. Temporarily perfectly fine. Yeah. Temporarily perfectly fine. Yeah, right. Okay, yeah. And Lord Overflow is like, I don't know, I didn't like it, and I'm like, oh shoot, no, we gotta make changes. Everything has to be different. It had a mouse pointer and another pointer that was moved with the keyboard. Guess it just tricked my brain too much. Interesting. That sounds like extra confusing though, or extra frustrating. Maybe this is only kind of frustrating. So what I'm thinking, at least I'll try to set up before I stop, is I also want to just pat us on the back for literally rebuilding the game from the ground up, and it works. Like, that's pretty cool. That didn't take that long that I thought it would, or as long as I thought it would. Albeska says, to avoid the mouse warping, you could have an empty panel behind everything else, and on clicking that panel, you close the dialogue. You know, that was something I was thinking about. I was thinking about that, but I just like didn't like get into it. Two players, old shooters be like, two-player old shooters be like, I'm not sure if I know what you mean. You probably have now a cleaner version of the project than you had at the start. Yeah, yeah, I know. It's really exciting. I'm like really proud. I agree, Lord, that that must be probably true. There's a reference rect name node. Maybe you can use it for that. All right. All right. Let me you've all intrigued me, so I'm going to try it. So if I come to the dialogue here, let's comment out the warping for now. Let's just get it out of there so it doesn't happen. And I mean, technically, we'd want to comment out the whole closing thing, because instead of it being whether or not you're hovering over it, it doesn't matter. It's really just whether you, well, we do want it. Well, we want it to be different, right? We'd want to say something like, don't forget the dialogue matrix. Yeah, that's not today. Unfortunately, that's definitely not today. But maybe, I guess if I try to do the dialogue stuff, I don't even know how to do a matrix in Godot. Because what I'm thinking more is I just have like a script that has all the dialogues and we just pull from that. And they're just like variables or something. I don't know. Where would I even start with that leet name? Okay. So what I kind of want would be like variable dialogue close hover. I feel like you shouldn't put a dash there. We'll just say dialogue close, yeah, hover. Set it to false to start with. And then in the actual design of it, create a new panel. And put it, I guess, at the bottom, but not nested. This doesn't matter where we put it. We can change the Z order, probably. So we could just have this big ol', it could just be like the entire size of everything, right? So extra large here. And let's see if I can find order. Ordering z-index. Can we do negative z-index? Yes, we can. And now I don't want it to be not visible, but I want its opacity to be low. So I could probably go to the theme override, style panel, choose flat, possibly. And then bring its alpha to be invisible. Right? It's got an error. Changing the z-index of a control only affects the drawing order, not the input event handling order. That's interesting. Then I'm gonna move it because I'm surprised that it knew that I would care about that. All right, let me put its order back to 0. So it'll still say below it. It should stay below it still, hopefully. Let me try making the theme override visible again. Oh, it is on top. Oh, I see, because it's not a child of dialogue, I think. Maybe? I guess we could just put this at a higher Z order. Let me move these up. I'm going to say this one is on 1, and this one is on 1 as well. Now, why does it keep giving me... Okay, I see. I get it. I get it. It doesn't change the order. I get it. I understand. Oh, I guess I want this outside of that. Had to feed your cat farm. Yeah, it does sound like it's getting quite large. Changing the z-index of a control only affects the drawing order, not the input event handling order. So we're just going to be okay with these warnings being here? Like, that's just fine? Okay. I find it a little alarming. Why sorts it by hierarchy, maybe? So then I guess I just wonder why it even lets me do that. But okay. All right, let's try that. Let's try that. Why sort enabled? Oh, but it's not like an option. Oh, you're saying just click this on and then change the numbers. Oh, it still gives me that weird error. I hate that error. I just hate that it has the error. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying by doing Y sort, then maybe, if that were to work, which I don't know that it is, then maybe if I had this arranged a certain way, it is still on top of it all. So I don't think that did work. If I put it in here as a child, oh, it still doesn't even do it. Okay. Kind of weird. Maybe if I put them all as having the Y sort enabled. Oh, there we go. I had to select everything first. Nice. So once I selected everything and said it's a Y sort enabled, now we're good. Maybe Z as relative overrides it. Maybe. It looks... I think that solves our problems. You were right. You were right the first time. I just didn't implement what you were saying correctly. Nice. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. We're going to say overflow, not Lord. We did get you in the credits, right? I feel like we did. I'm pretty sure we did. Yeah, we did. Okay. Hey, Lord. Welcome, Lord. Nice to see you again, Lord. All right. So I'm going to say this is not visible. So we'll come to the overrides. Another alternative is to put the dialogues on an XML file. Yeah, it's interesting because I guess I want to be able to conveniently. Could be worse. Yeah, I guess so. That's true. Uh, I guess it comes down to like where do I want to, what's going to be easier to update, right? Like if, for example, localization, right? If I wanted somebody to translate everything, or if I wanted to make small changes, having it built into the editor is going to be kind of messy. Whereas if I can have like a file, like you're saying an XML file, and then I can update it in an external editor or some other way, and then it will affect the game. That's actually a great suggestion. Storm says, are you able to do everything on here that you could do in Unity? I saw a video on YouTube last night saying Godot is the new Unity killer. I believe the answer to that is a soft no. Like there's a way to do things in Godot that can mimic the stuff that Unity can do. But they're super different. Like ultimately, the like whole node system with the signals and the inheritances and all that, that is super different than the way Unity operates. And I've seen a lot of people who were like, that's it, I'm done with Unity. I'm switching. I'm out of here. I'm Godot. Goodbye. You know, and now they're just kind of like, actually, I think I'm gonna go back to Unity. Because like they couldn't get like, the assets to transfer over one to one, or, there was like this like edge feature that they really liked in Unity that they don't have in Godot. So I think it's not super easy to just switch from one to the other because they're fundamentally different. But that's not to say you can't make a game you made in Unity in Godot. It's just not going to be an easy one-to-one swap. I like Unreal, so I'm glad I started with it, but I do eventually want to learn all these you're doing. That's so cool. That's so exciting. Well, I'm glad I'm doing them then. I want to do more. There's like so many engines out there, and especially with the whole Unity thing, they're starting to come to light more. All right, so we've got this panel. I'm going to rename this to close panel. It's the close panel. And I want a node signal for it specifically for the close panel. We have mouse entered, mouse exited. And I'm going to want to reference that in the code. Now this is going to be a little tricky. It's going to be a little tricky. I guess we need to actually put this on the friend. I'm going to actually remove this from here. I'm going to cut it. I'm going to paste it on the friend. So it's actually going to be on the friend instance. So that way, and let me just make sure as well that that sort is still true. The ordering is still true. Yeah, we need to mark Y sort enabled, and then same for this one, Y sort enabled. Okay. And then I'm just going to make sure it looks right. Maybe not Minecraft or some game that needs efficient processing for now. That's another thing I'm seeing people say is that like once a project gets to a certain size, Godot starts performing less well than Unity. I can't like back that up with my own experience. Well, maybe. May have run into that a little bit today. So this is not sorting the way I want it to. Oh, okay, so I can make it a child of this. Okay, cool. That's cool. So I have this scene that's its own instance with its own hierarchy built into it. But I can also have a child of this hierarchy in general, which is pretty dope. I love that. I don't recommend to start with Unreal because it deceives the user. What? Unreal is the one I started with, actually, of the professional softwares. I'm too far in. Perhaps with C# would be more efficient, or C++. What do you mean it deceives the user? Perhaps, oh yeah, right, GDscript, true. Yeah, and GDscript does seem to literally be less performant than other languages like C# or something. Yeah, very true. Very true. I wasn't sure when people were saying that what they meant, but it's who was someone, I'm trying to think of someone. I know Sam Yam was talking about it. So Sam Yam is a Unity YouTuber, has been, and sort of decided she was going to switch to Godot, and is one of the people who's like walking it back. Understandably, I blame her none. It's a lot of reposts. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But it's not what I'm looking for. Do, 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 do. So she said, I feel like a little, why do I feel like I'm a little kid again when I'm using Godot? I'm having so much fun. And then she quote tweeted that saying, I take it back. And then in here, tile map. So she was having some problem with tile maps not working quite the same. Uh, who knows what the problem is exactly? So there's going to be different things for different people, but there was something in this thread list where people were just talking about some of the ways that Godot didn't measure up for them. It's kind of interesting. Anyway, I don't want to get too into it. I don't want to get into a Twitter thread here, but it's kind of interesting. GDscript is easy for games that are not pretending to be AAA. Yeah, that's true. I've got over 100 current blueprints in my Unreal game. Yeah, you're deep. It provides a lot of ready-made things ready-made, and users often lack basic knowledge. Oh, you're saying Unreal Engine provides a lot of ready-made things? I guess it does. I mean, it has templates. It's true. I started with a blank project and everything. I feel it makes me do everything. Yeah, me too. Probably doing some stuff in the back I don't realize. I know it turns my nodes into code. Yeah, I don't. I feel like you might be thinking. I don't. I've been doing that too, where I pretty much start from scratch on my Unreal projects. But I mean, it depends what you mean, Thought T. Do you mean like the templates, or do you mean like the nodes themselves? Unreal is really good for production. I like Unreal. I like Unreal. I think it's good for a lot of different things. Okay. So anyway, so we've got this closed panel. Not good to learn basics. I guess it depends on what the basics are. I mean, Unreal has a very unique way of handling stuff, just like Godot does, right? Like, is Godot teaching me basics? Like, what are basics? Are basics like coding basics or game dev basics? If it's game dev basics, I feel like Unreal isn't any worse than anything else. Road to Vostok solo dev decided to start porting the game from Unity to Godot. He tried Unreal Engine also. That's big news for Godot, and it's 3D. Interesting. I feel like we were talking about this GDevelop. It had some ready-made stuffs. Oh, yeah, maybe. That's true. I mean, yes, absolutely. Super agree with you on that one. But then again, the thing is all of them, including Unreal and GDevelop, they let you make stuff from the ground up, too. Like, ready-mades in general are deceptive, if you think about it. You said Road to Vostok? I feel like I remember hearing about that. I feel like I remember hearing about that. Let me see if... I guess I'm not subscribed to the channel. That is pretty big news, though. New beginning. 21 hours ago. Interesting. Interesting. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. As I will. All right. My ADHD puts the hyper in hyper game dev for a good reason. I heard that blueprints of UE are very cursed. I don't know. I do Unreal every Monday. If you want to come through and find out if they're cursed, you're welcome to. I also have a whole playlist for me doing them. Uh, if you're not organized. Yeah, I feel like it's just a different way to code. A lot of text coders really don't like blueprints. They really don't like it. And I feel like it's just an age-old visual coding versus text coding thing. The developer to Road to Vostok shared a free asset pack. It's very good. Nice. All right, let me get this closed panel set up. So we've got... Don't let me. I mean, I'm going to. You can keep chatting. I'm just saying, guys, shut up so I can know. Know what I mean? Okay. So we want to say this dialog close hover. We want to set it to false or true. Yeah, they did remove it. I know. I think it wasn't good. I think it wasn't good, and it was too much work for them to keep maintained, considering how bad it was. They say it's because nobody used it. I say nobody used it because it wasn't good. Not that I've really tried it, but I've heard that it wasn't great. And it could also be the people who tend to use Godot tend not to be interested in visual scripting to begin with. But it seems like there are some community projects to get visual scripting back implemented. I like visual scripting. I like text code. I think they're all nice. Visual scripting just tends to keep my attention more easily than text code, but that's okay. All right, so I'm going to click on our close panel, go to the signals that it has, and we want mouse entered. Connect that. And when that happens, we will say dialog close hover is equal to true. And when it exits, we want to say that it's false. Dialog close hover equals false. And then for closing it in our dialog process, input action mouse, but also dialog close hover if that is set to true. Okay. And then we'll just not worry about any of that. And technically we don't need this, but let's see if this actually works first. All right, so we're playing our game. Oh, we don't want it to be there at the start. Playing our game, living our life. If I click out here, nothing happens. If I click on that, okay, so we do have a bit of a problem immediately. And that problem is that we're passing through all of this to be able to click on the thing underneath. So we need to set up a few things a little differently. So first of all, I'm going to make all of this, I'm going to select everything in here, and I want to go to mouse, and we want to make sure it's at stop, not pass. We used to have it at pass. Okay, still not great. What about here? Here, mouse is set to stop. Because what it seems like is happening, and I can print this so we can see what's happening. But it seems like it's seeing it through everything else. Okay. But let's confirm. So if I open this, we see true down here. It only goes, it's true. When does it go to false? Sometimes it goes to false. It only goes to false when I leave the game. When my mouse leaves the entire game, that's when it becomes false. So it's seeing it. What I want it to be is false when we're hovering in here. So we could also tell it to become false when we hover over that stuff. We could do that. I don't know if that would work, but we could do it. We could say, but I'm surprised that that is happening though. Not really sure why that's happening. False when leaving the red box. I don't know if you could do that. Well, what I did was I added a invisible panel. Okay, and that invisible panel is behind our red box. It's behind there. So if I make it more visible, you can see it's behind it. Let's just keep it visible, just for the sake of demonstration. So there it is. If I hit play, let me click on it. The whole screen would fill up. Okay, the whole screen fills up, right? And so what I want is for it to be false if I'm hovering over any of this. It's supposed to go when your mouse... kind of, yeah. It's supposed to become false, or it's supposed to become true when I hover over the gray box. When I hover over the gray box and then I click, it's supposed to go away, which it does. But the problem is it also does that if I am hovering over the red box. So I'm hovering over the red box and I click, it closes it, which is not what I want. We do have the mouse saying stop on the normal dialogue stuff. I feel like pass is definitely not what we want. Can you just put those gray invisible boxes around your red boxes? You would need 4. We could, yeah, we could do that. We could do that. It's not a bad idea. Feels a little excessive, but I kind of like it. Yeah, let's just do that. It's a great idea. All right, so we'll take this. I guess the only thing with that is then we just have to declare, you know, a bunch of different ones. We could also, we actually only need 3. Simple stuff makes my game run. Yeah. I mean, we could also just say clicking over here doesn't do anything. It's only if you click the top area. So we could also do that. I kind of like that idea, though. It just kind of keeps this going. So we could have closed panel on each side. I guess that kind of emphasizes how non-centered that some of this is, actually. No, don't move everything. Oh, because is it... I see. Because it's a child of it. All right, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, I could come into here and scooch this over a little bit if I wanted to, which I guess I kind of do. Maybe just like that. It's fine. I don't care. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. Hopefully the red box isn't true too somehow. No. No, because we're pointing specifically only to the closed panels. So I'm going to say this is closed panel left. This is closed panel right. And we'll say this is closed panel top. And then we'll come back into the script. And we probably need to redo all of this. I'm going to close all of these. I'm just going to delete all of these functions. We'll just start this over. And I'm going to click on the close panel, get a signal. Guess we want to remove these somehow. Disconnect, disconnect, make a new one. It's a little extra, but that's okay. I did the same thing you did on Unreal, but the border in the back, it didn't show through the other borders like this. Okay. The border in the back didn't show through the other borders like this. Do I understand what you mean? Maybe. So in on close panel, top mouse entered. Can you show what is under input on inspector under close panel? Yeah, yeah. Hell yeah. Absolutely. With pleasure. Input. Shortcut context. Assign. What is this? We can assign a shortcut context. And it's also a style we can copy. The node which must be a parent of the focused control for the shortcut to be activated. If null, the shortcut can be activated when any control is focused. This allows shortcuts to be accepted only when the user has a certain area of the GUI focused. It sounds useful. It sounds very useful, but I'm not sure how to use it. I was just wondering if there's ignore click-through. Yeah, there is. So in the mouse, there's this filter, but it just wasn't working. And we can do, so if I'm on the like normal dialogue, the like red box, that one has, I had that on like stop, which I would think would ignore the click-through at that part, but it didn't seem to matter. But then the shortcut context is very interesting. If null, the shortcut can be activated when any control is focused. I mean, I wonder if we could use it. I just don't really know how to use it. Like itself, like make itself the shortcut context. Like maybe. I just have to put all this back on here and rename it. I guess they mean like key X could close it. You have an electricity exam in an hour. Those complex numbers, equation systems won't solve themselves. All right. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for coming through, elite name. My goodness. Good luck. Good luck on that exam. You got this. I always thought electrician stuff sounded pretty fun. It's kind of like coding, except more like tangible. It's actually not that different from visual scripting, if you think about it. All right. Well, I'm very intrigued by this, but I'm not going to mess with it. But I find it very intriguing. All right. So we've got these 3 different panels, and we want to say that when that one is entered, when any of them are entered, nodes remind me of connecting Christmas lights. Nice. That's fun. That's so much more fun. Christmas light visual scripting when? Just don't stick a fork in a plug. No, don't. Oh my god. Elite name, please do not stick a fork. Oh my gosh. Just be careful. If you were thinking about it. Or a socket. Yeah, right. Right. The plug, you can probably be okay if you put it in a plug. Don't. But so I'm gonna say this makes dialog close hover go to true. And I'm gonna want to set this up for each panel. It's saying that it already has it. But that would be incorrect. Okay. That was just because I had duplicated it, I'm pretty sure. So here we're going to say on the left panel, when it enters, connect it. I'm just going to copy this line, same thing. That becomes true. Do the same thing for the right side panel. Disconnect all of these. Add a new signal. Paste the variable becoming true. Nice. All right. And then if we want, it's so messy with all these functions. And then we want to do exited as well for making it false. I do wonder if there isn't a neater way to organize all these signals. I like them too. I like the signals too. I just wish you could organize them differently. I like them too, though. It makes it really easy to just like work between uh, different components of the engine and the code, which is really nice. I was kind of hoping more of that with that dialogue plugin, that it would go with that workflow. It kind of seemed more like it was doing its own thing, but maybe I just didn't give it enough of a chance. Have I touched groups yet? No, but I'd like to. If I did touch groups, I forgot about it, or someone mentioned it. Yeah, what is that? Oh, I see up here. Oh, look, groups. It's right here. I don't know, but it looks interesting. Certainly intrigued. So that's if the top panel is exited, sets this to false. I'm going to copy this line. For the left one, if that one is exited, sets dialog close hover to false. And one more. If the right one is exited, that will also set dialog close variable to false. It's getting late. Thank you so much. Thanks for your input. Thanks for your company thought tea. I appreciate it. Welcome to Hyper Game Dev. Take good care. See you next time. Let's say you could have a group of these panels, and then you could control the group itself through code. Really? So I wouldn't have to do like what I'm literally doing right now? Like I could say manage groups. Okay, you've deeply intrigued me. Let's say close panels as the group name. Add it. Ooh. Yeah. Wait, maybe this will work. So I add all three of these to the group. So now I have the closed panels group. Okay. Now I have a group. I don't remember exactly how it works. I used it like 2 years ago. Okay, fair point, fair point. I do see that it has a different icon over here. I thought you already had them parented. They are parented, but that doesn't seem to be enough for signals. Nodes in this group. Close panels. Click to show signals doc. I'm gonna have to look it up. I figured you could set the parent to false and everything else follow. Oh, yeah, I wish. But I haven't had that work. Let's say Godot signal groups. So like, help me out. When should I use signals versus node groups? Yeah, when? I used groups when I was too lazy to find a design where a node has to communicate an event to a node which is far away in the hierarchy. I think the use case where multiple nodes listen to the same event is best, because you simply don't have to come with boilerplate code to dispatch the event. But in general, I try to avoid groups because they have no scope. Their name is global, and when you open a project, nothing tells you which groups are in use and which functions are called on them, unless you read all the script files and scenes. You could say, this is my project, I know everything, but come back 1 month later and you'll be like, did I make a group for that thing? In small projects, they can be of use because it's less tedious to listen for global messages. Interesting. Still don't really know how to use it, but that's interesting. You can think of groups as tags you attach to any node, and then you can get all the nodes that are in a group and run some logic on all of them. Am I not using this correctly? It said at the top of that to use the signals from GUI. It did. It sure did, and that is what we're using. So I guess I won't. They work like tags in other software. Oh, I see. So like if I were to reference this group, I mean, I'm not really sure how to use it, but it's kind of like tagging a certain or adding a layer or giving a certain label to all of these. And then if I refer to that label somehow, somewhere, it will include all of these things in there somehow. I'm only a little bit confused. I'm not exactly sure how to use this, but I feel like it's not relevant to what we're doing. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, was the way you use tags in like Unreal or something. And then it works like that in Unity too. Really all I want to do is just to have like a neater way to reference all the different enters and all the different exits. Because I have 3 sets of entered and exit here, which it just feels a little messy to have all these entered and exits. I'm fine with it though. I'm totally fine with it. Very intrigued by the groups thing. It would be what I was kind of hoping. 50 lines of codes isn't too bad. That's true. That's true. What I was hoping was it would let me just have on close panel group mouse entered, on close panel group mouse exited. That would be kind of cool. Lord Overflow says, I used it when I made the whole game programmatically just to try see if it would be possible. Meaning I had just an empty scene that had script attached, and that script made all the nodes needed to run. Whoa. That sounds cool. That sounds like a fun thing. How did that go? Did it work out? My website was 8,000 lines, still ran fast. Nice. Yeah, we're we're on line 50. This is a baby project. This is an itty bitty little project. Itty bitty. All right, so we'll just reference them all and be okay with that. So that's going to set that to false or true, and then I feel like it should maybe just work. Now they're going to be visible. Okay, that certainly didn't work. Super didn't work right there. Okay, so we got something we got to fix here. So it closes it if dialog close hover is true. It starts out on false. It's true if we're hovering any of those and we click. So I feel like we need to wait a second before that's true, because if you're clicking on the character, we also need to set it back to false afterward as well. So we need to say dialog close hover equals false. So that way, there it goes. So now we can trigger it over and over again, which is good. Very nice. Not too bad. We get a little glitchiness there, because when I click on it, since it's not warping the mouse, it's like seeing me hovering over it, and then it's also seeing this box, this gray box that appears, and it's seeing them both. So we might want to add like an await in here. No, I don't remember how to do the await. I already forgot. Let me look. Await get tree create timer. Okay, let's just copy that line. Yeah, I'm just gonna copy that line is what I'm gonna do. Paste it on in there. And instead of a second, let's just say 0.2 or something. So hopefully you don't get that click. Oh, kind of. Actually, we totally do. I mean, we could make it 1, but that's... See, it's still flashing. I don't really understand why it's flashing. Which to me means it's loading it multiple times. So, if I click down here, we'll never see the flash if I click down here. It's only because we're clicking where the character and this are. Maybe we could try setting its mouse, maybe ignore? Is that a bad idea? Yeah, because then it doesn't see any mouse events, which we definitely don't want. Oh no, stop still kind of does it. I thought maybe that would fix it. It's kind of not the end of the world, but it's a little annoying, you know? Albeska says you could link the mouse entered and mouse exited of the three close panels to the same functions. Really? That's interesting. Oh, I guess I see what you're saying. I guess I would just not use signals then for that. I would just like type it in via code and just not use it as like a signal. Interesting. Lord Overflow's programmatically made game worked, but was it worth it? That's another story. I'm sure you learned something. I wish they were all the same words. Yes, that would be nice. TikTok generation waiting for 1 second. Impossible. Oh no. Oh, yeah, that's true. That would be a very long time. You would lose everybody. The word TikTok literally sounds like a waste of time. Oh, it does. Whoa, I never thought of that. Whoa. You just blew my mind. You just blew my mind with that. You learn how the hierarchy, etc. works. Right. Right. That's worth it. I mean, but beyond that, it's not a big deal. The flashing isn't a big deal. It just kind of bothers me. If I click really quick, it's okay. I don't even really understand why it happens when it does. Oh, if I'm moving the mouse when I click it. Oh, that's why. Oh, so it's probably even something completely different. Kind of. It's when I move the mouse, and so I'm just holding click down. And it's just like reopening it, reopening it, reopening it, reopening it, reopening it. Over and over again. And closing it. Is it registering more clicks? Yeah, it is. It is. It absolutely is. Like, in some ways, it's maybe a little pedantic to worry about it. So this timer isn't going to do any good for us whatsoever. Try registering at the click location. Yeah. Yeah, I think it is. So, I mean, we could say when you click on it, try as action released. Oh. Ooh. Now that's a smart solution to this problem. We just have to find the right syntax, though. Can you say run once if action release won't work? Yeah, maybe. So there's just pressed or just released. Let's see if we can get that autocomplete to help us. There it is, just released. Nice. All right, let's try it. Let's try it. Oh yeah, it's way better. It's way better. You know, and it resets it if you click on it, which almost brings up another problem. Oh, no, that's the closing. That's the conflict with the closing. If I click in between this little gap, it doesn't reopen it again. It only reopens it if I'm clicking here and I try to close it. So, I mean, I'd almost want to say, if friend hover is true, I don't really want it to reopen, actually. Because if you think about it, like, then that might reset. We might have to have a way to remember what state the player was on, because that might reset if you start having a conversation. You know, that could like reset the conversation, which seems like that could be problematic. So that does fix that problem, but it actually emphasizes the real problem, which is that you can now reopen this over and over again. I guess if we could somehow I mean, this is all set to stop, but we can still click through it. Jeez, these little problems. I just want it to be like ironclad. I want it to be solid. You know, I don't want these little, because I guess if the whole game is conversations and opening up these boxes, what we really don't want is for that to be messed up. You know, that should really work well. Can you do the action release thing for when it opens? For when it opens? I'm not sure what you mean. You mean for closing? Because it is clicked on click for closing. And tell it to only run one time somehow. Yeah, I think that's the trick, is getting it to say one time. I think maybe we could get like a variable. I kind of like to say, if you open it, then need to use those booleans you have set up top. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, that we need to change these booleans a bit. So friend hover is true if you're hovering over it. But how do I keep it? The thing is just like, how do I keep it false? Because as soon as, if I make it so it becomes false right now, it's going to become true again as soon as I move the mouse. And then we can redo this. We do have the convo state, right? So it does set the state to 1. So we could have it just pick up where it left off. It's a little confusing. I almost feel like this is going to be easier to solve later on down the road when we do have the problems of getting further in the conversation. So for now, I'm going to say, let's just let it go. And then we can fix this when it is causing an issue. If it's on convo state 1, does it stay closed? If it's on convo state 1, closing it puts it down to convo state 0. Closing it makes it convo state 0. So, you know, if you think about it, right, it could be like, if it's on convo state 1, then ignore whether or not you're hovering a friend. But I don't really know how to do that. So I guess we could say friend hover true. Maybe we could say, if, so function on mouse entered, if convo state, you can make a new line of code saying if convo state is 0, then hide some stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But I kind of want to say 1 or higher. Like, is there a way to say like greater than, if convo state, if an integer is set to something like greater than? Let me look at greater than, is greater than. Boolean is greater than. Really? Greater than or equal to? And that'll just work if I just type that in. Equal or greater than. Oh, so like literally instead. Oh, cool. So like instead of the double equals. Oh, interesting. If it's greater than or equal to 1, then set friend hover to true. Ooh, maybe that'll work. Interesting. Okay. Oh, my bad. Not what I meant to say. We want to say, wait, if convo, I guess I really want to say if it's 0. If it's 0, So no, I read it. I'm glad I learned the greater than or equal to thing. But I guess we just say 0. If we're in compo state 0 and we hover it, then we can do it. Okay. Okay. So then that works. It closes. Now it's not reopening. It's not reopening. So there's something else we need to set to get that to work. Then the click would set it to state 1 or so. And then this shouldn't matter. But when it closes, it should set the convo state back to 0. So I guess what I'll say is print convo state here. And print convo state here, just to make sure it's actually updating it. So maybe looking in the bottom left there. So if I click on this, convo state is set to 1. If I click on this, it's set to 0, which means I should be allowed to click on this again, and the hover should be all right, right? Because we say function on mouse entered if we hover over the character. And the convo state is 0, which it is. Then friend hover true. And then we also have if input just released mouse and friend hover equals true, then it should make it visible. Oh, it works. Wait, no, it doesn't. And it's set back to 0. It seems like I have to I have to unhover it and come back, and then it works. So it's not seeing a new hover whenever I do this. It should be set to 0, but I think what's happening is friend hover isn't becoming true. It's staying false. I think that's the problem, because it's not seeing the mouse as entering. So I think with that case, we'd want to say, we need to move the mouse or something, or somehow reinitiate. I mean, I guess it could kind of make sense. Like why should you be able to just like spam it? Like all you got to do is just move and come back, you know? But I mean, if you're done with the conversation and you close it, you should be able to open it up again. Hover equals new. I don't know. I wish that would work. I wish that would work. See, you already know some code. I know some code. We're getting there. Lord Overflow says, also change that is action pressed to is action just released on that process dialog. Oh yeah, I was thinking, well, so this one, I wasn't sure. Yeah, let's try it. I wasn't sure if that mattered. If that was one or the other. So it's the same on both. All right. Your problem is on Reddit. Reset hover Godot on Google. Oh. Do they fight each other now? Let's see. Click it. I don't see any fighting. Oh, let me move this. It was moving the mouse while we did it. Whoa. Oh, we have to go off it first. Move it. No, it looks good now. Oh, it looks like it works. All right. Thank you for. I like when you guys search something in Google that like I just didn't think to search. Godot reset hover mouse enter. Force update mouse hovering click. Mouse hovering check. The problem is the mouse doesn't re-enter the button, so you want to force an update, but there's nothing to update. You can check the bounds on every button to find if the mouse is inside, but the simplest solution would be to just store the last thing that the mouse was hovering. Ooh. And then refocus that button when you detect mouse movement. Since the mouse doesn't move in the meantime, it seems like it should have the desired effect. I can save the last hover button. Yeah, we could do that. I mean, we could... Right, and then we're also... that's another tough thing, because it depends on who you're hovering, since we have these different characters, right? So here, that's Jerome, but this one is Lilith. So it has to know which one we're hovering. I'll let the exit code tell it to respawn the click box. Make the exit code tell it to respawn the click box. Well, the click box is just the character, the like mesh. I mean, I could say that when you close it, it sets hover to true. I feel like that's not gonna work well at all. I feel like that's a bad idea. Why should I do that? I don't know, because I'm curious. And so then I can click them. That says Jerome. Here it says Lilith. I mean, I guess that works. It does work. I don't know why I thought that wouldn't work. It just seemed like a little too easy. Because, I guess because it will go false. Right, because if you go off of it, it's going to make it false. Even if you set it to true here. But if I click out here, and then I click it, see, then it, no, it's not easy. No. Wait, no, we're still wrong. Because now it's going to be true if I'm over here, right? So if I click off of here, now I can click there again because it's true, right? That's the problem. Hide the mouse pointer for a little bit. Ooh, I like that. And during that time, move it 1 pixel off and back. You know, I was kind of thinking that. So wait, can we hide the mouse? I know we can warp the mouse. Hide and show mouse. Godot. Input set mouse mode visible or not visible. Let's try it. It'll look a little weird, but that's all right. Mouse mode visible, mouse mode hidden. Let's try it. So when we close it, we want it to hide it. Do we even need an await? Or can we just put it right after it? And will it just like run it if we just put it right after? Should work without delay. Yeah, right? That's what I'm thinking. All right, let's see if that works. So click. Okay, so that, if it's working, it's not, if it is hiding it, it isn't enough to re-trigger the hover. So we could try and await. Let me just remember how we do this again. Hide doesn't move it though. Right, yeah, it might have to actually move and not just hide. I always forget the await stuff. Need to move it probably. Okay, so y'all agree. The only thing with that is then we have to decide where do we move it, right? Like, do we just, are you able to move it right? Right, like instead of specifying where, how can we just like add it a little bit? Like just add a little movement to it. Don't go all out. Just add a little bit. Let me quickly remind me how I do this timer stuff. Move it 1 off and back. All right, so maybe we can look into that. Let me just quickly remind myself Get tree. Get tree. I'm gonna see if I can type it so it, because I keep forgetting how to do this. I already forgot. What is it? Space get tree. Welcome back, S. Susie doesn't know about it. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah, we probably should do that. Yeah, we probably should. Right, because then if I do this, right. I'm kind of curious. At this point, I'm just curious to know if that even works at all. But I think we should ultimately do the moving it. At this point, I just want to follow through and find out if it works or not. And then I'm just trying to learn to do this right without copying and pasting it. I'm trying to not copy and paste it. Create timer. I'll take autocomplete though. Create timer. Let's just make it ridiculous 1 second. Something really, really long. And then dot timeout. Okay. So we should actually see the cursor disappear. Yeah, it didn't do it. So even though it disappeared and came back, that doesn't reset the hover. So we want to try to move it then. Warp it. Right. Well, that's what we did before, but the problem with the warping is the warping, we have to define an X and a Y. Right? All I want to do is just say relative to where it is, move it over and then move it back. Because otherwise we're gonna have to choose a position for it to dart to, wherever the player has it. That's true, yeah. That's true. Yeah, you can, the control click thing. Yeah, I didn't do it with the timer thing because I just wasn't sure if that was gonna take me to the page that I wanted. Because all I had was await. And actually that doesn't really pop up. So I didn't really know. It's like clicking it didn't really feel like a good way to help me. I guess I could do create timer. Yeah. No, that is a good thing. When you first click, can you get mouse position, then set a new variable? Maybe, but what if you move the mouse? I guess then it wouldn't be a problem. Because really, we'd have to say it would be the click after it opens. So let's say you're in here, you're typing stuff, or you're playing the game, and then you come back out here and you click right here. So then we'd have to capture it right there and then move it and somehow add 1 onto that. We have to capture that value, add 1 onto it, subtract that 1. It feels like there's got to be an easier way, right? Where we can just, instead of capturing anything, I would hope we could just say relative to wherever it is, move it over by 1 and then move it back, right? So I'm going to say Godot warp mouse relative to its position. I don't know. Getting your mouse position in 3D space. I don't really need it. Yeah, I guess we could also do that. It's kind of a lot of skills that I don't know that I have yet. We could go into the, like was being suggested. We could go into the, we could do here. Let me do viewport here. Warp mouse, update mouse cursor state. Wait, what? Wait, what is this? Force instantly updating the display based on the current mouse cursor position. This includes updating the mouse cursor shape and sending necessary control mouse entered. Wait, can we just do this? Can we just update mouse cursor state? Can we just use this? Wait, is there like, hold on. So if we close it, can I just literally drop that in there? Function not found in base self. Oh, we have to do the viewport thing. So we want to do get viewport. I only knew that because that was up here already. All right, I didn't remember that. Okay. So wait. So I'm gonna click. Click again. Oh, it didn't do it. Oh man, I was pretty excited about that. Global mouse position, if that's a thing. Oh, that sounds like that could be a thing. Man, I was really hoping that update thing would work. If mouse mode last focus key, release focus. I don't know what that means, but I hear you saying things. I definitely hear you saying things. I wonder if there's still more info here. Set positional shadow Alice. Set input as handled. Copy and paste that. See if it works. What? Really? Are you sure? All right, I'll do it. But we all know there's no way that works, right? Like, there's no way that works. An exclamation point? We got all kinds of problems. S says, what if instead of trying to let the user click on 3D objects, you were to try a different approach? Maybe track when an NPC enters or leaves the screen and have buttons for each of them. This is an interesting way to try to solve this problem. Feels like JavaScript. Yeah, I'm like, exclamation point. I don't know that one from GDscript. Yeah, that's a good backup. I'm interested to solve it as it is, but S, that is definitely a great other way to try to solve this, is just not give us the problem to start with. That's a really, I like that. Okay, we should keep that in mind. We should definitely keep that in mind. Yeah, it doesn't have to be that you click on the character. We could definitely say that if you're in the proximity of a character, buttons pop up. And then the buttons would give us more control, potentially. And that would be more traditional anyway. I mean, I guess I'd still like it to be like hoverable. It's kind of interesting because who knows? We might even do that, right? Like now that I think about it, if it's going to be a 3D game where you can walk around and get close to characters, you kind of want that anyway. Like press E to interact or something. And then maybe you press a key to close. I guess at this point, we're just solving a problem for fun. That's something to think about. I'm very disappointed the update didn't work. We could do the global mouse position thing. Godot global mouse position. Get mouse position in world. Okay. Okay. If you want mouse coordinates relative to your canvas, each node 2D inherits from a canvas item and gives a method called get global mouse position. Mouse position. Nice. That's actually promising. Then we just have to do some math. I found that to be insufficient. Well, I don't think we need that. I think that's fine for us. And then we can offset. Okay, let's... This is getting a little wacky for sure. Get global mouse position. Not found in base self. So that's already a problem. That's already a problem. Do we want to get viewport? Probably. Nope. Maybe we say get viewport dot get global mouse position. Okay. And then we have to do something with that. Now, if I hold control, it doesn't have this be clickable. Or instead of entering or exiting the screen, if an object is colliding with or overlapping a collision area that's constantly in front of the player. These are great ideas. These are great ideas. I think my only resistance to trying those ideas out right now is that it means I have to add in movement stuff in 3D space, which would be a great next stream task. It would be a great next stream task. But we just can't really test it unless I set up input and movement right now. Could be player control node. Could be character control node. What? Like, what am I, like, I'm getting the global mouse position, but so what? You know, do we print that? Do we say print all of that? And then we can see it? Like, just to, like, see if this even works? Oh! Non-existent function, get global mouse position. Okay, so that's not actually a thing. It's not actually a thing. Apparently. We could try... Yeah. Doesn't seem to be a thing. We could also search it up. Right? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, I think I see what you mean. Wait, do I see what you mean? Mouse position. Oh no, it's right here. Canvas item. Hey, what's up, Perugigon? Welcome. I'm still here. I didn't want to keep, but I have to. I gotta keep being here. Welcome, Perugigon. Hope you're doing well. I had to do some rebuilding of the whole game, and now I am trying to just faff around with some hovering variable setting, unsetting business that arguably won't even be terribly important later on down the line. But at this point, I'm in this problem solve, and I wanna sort it out. And the problem is that when I open something and I go to close it, it doesn't know that what I did to open it necessarily is getting re-triggered again. Yeah, he will solve it in 2 minutes if they're here. If I think if my guess is that Perugigan is gonna be here for only a short time. Viewport has mouse get position. Oh yeah, that's true. Right. So we have viewport here, get mouse position. Oh, nice. I see. So we don't even need dope. And so then, okay, cool. Okay. So get mouse position. So we don't need global. Okay. Now, I don't know how to make math out of this, right? If I get this vector and I want to add and subtract from it, that's a whole thing. Okay, so we say get, let me make sure I'm typing this right. I'm going to copy what's up here. Get underscore viewport. And then what is it? Just mouse position somewhere here. Oh, I gotta search it up again. Get mouse position. Okay. Get viewport. Get. Okay, nice. And it's suggesting it. Yes, I love to see it. I love to see it. Get mouse position. So hopefully we can just get this to print so we can even just see what those values look like. Nice. We got it. So 551, 245. So we do get those values. So that works. That is checking the mouse position. Which means we could just say, just add on to that and then subtract it. We could even capture that as a variable or something. Still feels a little messy. You could do a bunch of things for buttons. Instancing a 2D scene might work as an overlay, maybe. Yeah, that's kind of what we're doing. It's your printing now. Super useful. I print a lot. So let me catch you up where we're at, Rogi. So here's what we have. And it's a little confusing because we have all of this gray stuff. But basically, what we have is these are instances, right? These cones or these cylinders are all instanced static bodies. And on those static bodies, there is a scene that has the dialog boxes. So if I click on this one, we get in the same dialog box than if I click on this character over here. So this character has a different name. That's the export variables. So we can see they have different names, but it's loading the same scene instance. And then as far as the buttons go, I still actually haven't gotten to the buttons part. We keep like almost getting there and then doing something else and then almost getting there and doing something else. Yeah, it's a long one, Cheetos. I didn't mean for it to be, but you know, sometimes it has to be. And so then what I kind of got hung up on now is a lot of things, but at this moment, so the way that it knows to pop this up is if you're hovering over this character versus this one versus that one. So hover is true, hover is false, hover is true, hover is false, hover is true, hover is false. Now when I click on this, we've got all this gray stuff. This would be invisible. It's just there so we can see it. And if you click on any of that gray stuff anywhere, whether it's hovering over a character behind it or not, it's going to close it. If you're not hovering over the character and you come back to hover over the character, you can open up the window again. Now, if I close it or click in the gray area, and then I don't move the mouse, and I click on it again, now nothing happens because it's not entering the hover again. And indeed, even if I move this in here, wow, so even guys just moving it 1 pixel wouldn't be enough because we'd have to make sure we move it off of the entire character. So it'd have to be like you go out here and then come back in, and now you can open it again. And so it kind of just became like a bit of a curiosity to try to solve this problem. I just feel like moving it 1 pixel won't work because we can't just move it within here for it to work. It has to actually exit this. The hover has to be completely reset in order for that to work. So, almost 6 hours. She started when I went to work and has been going for a few hours since I got back. Yeah, we had this huge detour. I tried adding a plugin for dialogue stuff and it just like totally ruined my whole project. So I just restarted the game from the beginning. And so that's why we lost a few hours doing that. But it was a good learning experience. We only need to care about X or Y, not both. That's true. So yeah, we could just have it like send it who knows where. And then we just want to make sure it brings it back. And I guess if it's fast enough, no one will notice. There's a specific thing for that? You might have been right. They'll solve it in 2 seconds. There's a specific thing for that. So I will say, Rogi, I did find this, but I couldn't get it to like work for me. But I did find this update mouse cursor state. I did find that. But it didn't actually work. But it sure sounds like it should work. And so what it does, I bet there should be a specific thing. Right! Right! That's why I wanted to stick with this problem. We need to reset the mouse or reset the hover. Yeah, right. We just can't figure out what it is. Right, and that's the other thing. Like, maybe what if we just set the hover to false and then true again? Like, I feel like that might be a problem. But maybe just by, like... No, I don't know if that'll do anything. I guess that won't do anything. Or, like, somehow turn off the enter and exit. Anyway, there is this update mouse cursor state. Force instantly updating the display based on the current mouse cursor position. Maybe because it's the viewport. Maybe what we actually need... Oops, I just clicked way away from that. Maybe what we actually need... And now I don't know where anything is. All right, let me search again. Maybe what we actually need is something that updates the static body, since that's what we're hovering. Although I'm not sure how you are popping up that scene. If it is just over top of everything, then you can use something called mouse block or something. Oh yeah, I did see that. There was that. Yes. There exists a setting on canvas items that blocks mouse hovers or things behind it. Yeah, so that I found did not work well for the static body hovering, right? And like it would ignore it. I feel like I'm not sure if you're solving the problem that I'm having, because blocking isn't even the issue at this point, right? Because I mean, I guess I guess I see what you're saying. So you're saying like have the UI block or this gray stuff reset the hover. Because as it is now, it still sees the object, the static body behind it. This isn't actually blocking the cursor from seeing the hover. But if it could block the cursor from seeing the hover, we could also like spawn like a static body at the mouse, and then it'll hover that instead, and then that can go away, and then it will see it underneath maybe? I don't know. Maybe turn it off, on and off again. I know, right? Maybe the mouse will turn it back on if it's on it. Maybe if not. I know, right? Can we recall the mouse enter signal on that character instance itself? Can we recall the mouse enter signal on that character instance? That would be cool. That would be cool. Or just hover off it. Right. We could also just like very quickly have the mouse just like disappear and come back. Well, not disappear, but move and come back. I see, I forget the specifics of it, but if the gray blocks it, that would reset the hover. Really? You could set the gray box to hover. So here's the thing. So I think it's already set to do that. It just isn't doing it. So here on the left here, up in the top, signals can't be forcibly called to my knowledge. They just call when appropriate. Bastards. So if we look over here, we have close panel top, left, and right. So these are the three gray boxes that appear on the screen when we open the dialog. And if you click on those, it closes it, right? So on all of them, if we come to this mouse setting in here, we have filter stop. And then we have a few other options. We have pass and ignore. If I set them to ignore, I don't even know if it'll work. Yeah, so then it just won't even work. I can't click anything at all. And if I set them to stop, this is kind of what I thought would interrupt that hover. But I'm thinking, even it works, but I'm thinking maybe because it's a static body, it can't, like the UI and the static body, they don't like, they're just not on the same hierarchy level or something. So I think this is what you're thinking of, Rogi. I guess if I look at the friend static bodies themselves, I don't know. Let's see if they have mouse options or if they matter. There's three, because if you had one big one, yeah, we gotta have three. No trigger behind it. Yeah, we did have to have three. What about you make the static body invisible while the gray is up? So just like do it really fast, just like really quickly, like hide it and show. I mean, I'd be curious to see if that works. That feels a little disruptive. But that would be very interesting just to see if that works. I guess if it's fast enough, it might not matter. Can you delete the asset and reset it? Why would I do that? Truly. Just invisible while gray is there. Oh, I see what you're saying, Storm Run. So like replace it with like another one. Now the gray is just there as a temporary thing, right? So I mean, I'm even gonna hide it. I'm just gonna make it not gray. Because we would see the character disappear and appear, unless it's fast enough. But let's try it. So if you close it, we want to say that, yeah, maybe it is. We want to say that the friend, oh God, that's such a long reference. Nuh-uh. It shouldn't have to be that long. Okay, there we go. Now that would also hide everything. Oh, you see now? Okay. So maybe maybe it's not gonna work. Visible equals false. And then what? Visible equals true just right away? Since everything derives from it, I feel like that might be a problem. Just a guess though. But maybe not. It's worth a shot. Oh, so it's not letting me click again. It didn't, if it did anything, I mean, I didn't see anything go wrong, but it didn't seem to reset the hover. I still have to go outside of it and come back in order for the hover to work. You have your Pokemon deleting and respawning after the attack in that video, and it's fast. Oh, nice. S says, signals can't be forcibly called to my knowledge. This seems to be false. Ooh. Just tested, and it seems you can tell objects to emit their built-in signals whenever. So then using that means we'd want to find a way to be able to... I don't even know how to do that. How do you even do that? How do you even do that? So the idea would be then that I could... The mouse entered here that we have to choose from, right? This is what is initially emit signal. Interesting. So this is what is setting it, the friend hover, to true. The thing that we can't get to become true again unless I leave and come back. So somehow I would want to ask it to emit this signal again, I guess. So at the end of all that, when we close it, we would want to say emit signal. If I remember correctly, you need to export the instance and then emit the signal. Oh, nice. We got documentation for it. Emits the signal by name. So signal string name right there. The signal must exist. So it should be a built-in signal of this class or one of its inherited classes or a user-defined signal. This method supports a variable number of arguments, so parameters can be passed as a comma-separated list. Will emitting the signal even solve the problem? I don't know. I don't know. No idea. No idea. Not a clue. Very possibly not. So I guess I would say on mouse entered or mouse entered. I'm not exactly sure how I would word it. And then there's a number potentially, which is interesting. So we would say emit signal. And then in parentheses, type in this, or in double quotes, type the string, which I guess mouse entered. But like, how does it know which mouse entered? There's so many of them. Whoa. Collision shape, 3D, emit signal. Right, we have to be clear. And you would say collision shape, collision object 3D. Because the collision shape 3D doesn't actually have it. It just makes it available on the static body. So on the static body, we've got collision object 3D category up here, and that's where mouse entered comes from. But you're saying that I should still reference the collision shape 3D itself, even though that's not where this is. Okay, gotcha. So I think what we might want to say then is this, right? Like that. So we'll just say, reference that root. Will this solve the problem? Probably not. It did! Wait, it fixed it! What? You guys are geniuses! Wait, hold on. Let me make sure it works. Before I start throwing around the G word. Dude, I can close it and open it. Wait a minute, we still got a problem. Yeah, we still got a problem. Wait. Wait. I tested outside the actor. Hold on. We still got a problem. Look, I can click out here. What? Oh, we got a problem. Now when I click on the other ones. Y'all are still geniuses, all right? Now we fix it. Okay. All right. It definitely updates it. Like, it is updating it. I'm so confused. Okay, so if I come out here, I click in blank space, no problem. If I click on the person on the right, whose name is Big O, I click out here, and then I click again, Big O pops up again. So it seems like we're just like firing the signal ahead of time. Now we need to somehow detect what we're clicking. There's Big O's everywhere. There's Big O's all over the place. Yeah, because and whichever one I click on, how does that even... And now it just won't even close. I honestly don't even understand what's happening. Is it just like emitting? Oh, what does this mean? Emits the given signal by name. I don't think I understand what the emitting is doing. Do we not have a currently hovering anywhere? We do. Well, so what we have is, I mean, that's this, right? So we can print it out. Did you set that code only on the middle character? Actually, it doesn't matter which character. So if I come to the, it's whichever one I do first, whichever one I click on first. So if I click on the left, this is Lilith on the left. So that's Lilith. Click out here. Click again, it's still Lilith. If I click over here, it's still Lilith. If I click on this person, it'll still be Lilith. It'll switch between them here and there. But ultimately, it's still Lilith. If the first one I click on is Big O, who's on the right, then Big O's going to be the one that pops up and switches between everybody. And so, Rogi, this should be what that is. So if we say print friend hover, same thing here. So this is what this should be. Print friend hover. So when you click a character, it's setting that for every mouse click. Yeah. Yeah. I guess we have to build currently hovering. I was wondering if a property like that existed as a method itself. Oh, you mean like it would output its own true or false? So now the friend emits the hovered signal and pretends it was hovered. So then I guess we could just destroy it somehow. The friend emits the hovered signal and pretends it was hovered, right? Where did it set that first click? So that's up here. This is the function. This is when we close. When we close it, process dialog function. It's checking to see if the input action is released and if dialog close hover is true. And that's if we're hovering over that gray box, the outer area of the message. And then it sets the dialog box to disappear. It sends the dialog box hover to be false, and then the convo state goes to 0. And then we emit a signal, mouse entered, relative to the top thing, which is the friend. Can you emit mouse exited instead? Maybe that'll reset it. Ooh, that's an interesting thing to try. It seems like emitting signals willy-nilly is risky business. So while that no longer causes the problem of messages or of being able to click incorrectly, it doesn't solve the problem of being able to click on this multiple times. So it really just does nothing for us. So I can't close it and reopen it and close it and reopen it. So it doesn't reset the hover. But you can see, so I set up a printing. Rogi was asking if there's a currently hovered. I know, that was such a great thought because it does like cause no problems. It just doesn't reset the hover. But down in the bottom left, you can see, hopefully, the hovering true or false. So if I hover over it, now it's true. If I go off, it's false. If I hover over it, it's true. If I hover it, it's false. Or if I go off, it's false. Now, that's not specific to each character. It's just if any of these are hovered locally, it becomes true for itself, and then it prints it. So that's kind of our currently hovered signal. So if I hover it, it's printing true. And if I click it, it actually does go to false. And if I close it, it reports false again, which is kind of interesting. That might be a different false. I wonder if that's a different. We might have our print falses mixed up here. Can I like say, can I do like a string with it and like a comma? So that way it clarifies what it is. Yeah. So there's friend hover true, friend hover false. If I click on it and I close it, yeah, it actually sets friend hover to false again whenever we close it. Hence why it doesn't have the true that it pops out after, because it's saying it to false. Unless I come away. Then it says false again. Come back in here. Now it's true. Kind of interesting. If you get rid of that emit signal, does it go back to normal? Put semicolon. You said put semicolon in front of the code to hide it from the code reader. Oh, you mean like the hashtag? Boot up Godot, get it going. Can you replace $sign dot with self and change back to entered? Oh, good idea. Yeah, let's try that. Mouse entered. And make this self. Is that the right syntax for that? I don't know if it is. I don't think it's the right syntax. Can I call method emit signal on a null value? Without the $sign. Thank you. Gotcha. Okay. Click it. Okay, so it works, but... Oh, wait! Hold up. Big O. We can open up Big O, close it. Wait, it's working. Wait, it's not. Wait, what? It worked for like a second. And then it started doing it again. It like did, and then it didn't. What, mate? If I click on Big O first, close it, come out here, doesn't do it. But now I can click on Big O repeatedly. And you can see at the, oh, let me show you at the bottom. Look, it says friend hover true. It says friend hover true. And if I come out here, it goes to false, which means it won't open, which is good. Now, if I come to this one, it says true. Now it says false. I come to this one, I click on it. Friend hover is false. That's correct. Click on it again. It goes to true. I come out here. It goes to false. Now the center one. Click on the center one. It's false. I click on it again. It goes to true. I go outside of it. It goes to false. So it almost seems like maybe there's like a timing issue. Because it seems to work, but it can be broken. Would be my guess. So like maybe if I'm like moving around too much. Yeah, that now it's broke. Now it broke. And now I actually can't close it at all. Now I can't even make it. Oh, there it goes. Okay, but now we've got the same problem again. Where it's set to true. Oh, I see. It goes to false when I leave the window. That's the only way to fix that. Wow. When it gets broken. And now it's actually broken again. Will it go to true if you click on the background? Yes. And it's not going to false at all. It's never going to false. So maybe we just need it to emit and the exited. Can you set a delay for 0.1 second? Maybe, yeah. While the dialog is open. Okay. So I'm going to click on it. So right now we don't have the problem. Oh, we do. Is it just the middle one? Let me see if I can recreate that problem with the ones on the sides. I can. Okay, so there it is. So with the dialog open, you're asking, will it go to true if you click on the background? It will. Super confusing. It's super confusing. I'm like getting confused. Better than nothing. That's true. I mean, it certainly is very interesting. You definitely had you're onto something with the self. But I almost wonder if we shouldn't say that when it opens, it emits an exited. Like, would that be weird? I don't know why I think that would help. But I'm curious. I feel like it's not. No, that didn't do anything. Still the problem. So it just kind of like sort of reset it. You don't even need self in that case. Just typing emit signal would work. Okay. Why is process always calling process dialog? The reason is because I don't know how else to do it. I will say this. It's calling process dialog because I don't know how else to make process dialog work? Process dialog is for at this point, it's for closing the box. Right? So if I put this closing code into function process, then it will just, run them both simultaneously, right? And it won't have them be separate things. In this case, those sound like identical calls. I don't know if I understand what you mean, but I set it up this way. So, well, I was told to. I was told to set it up this way. And, so for example, if I were to take, it was for S comment. I mean, and this probably is pretty obvious, but I'm just going to say it. So if I put this in here, right, for closing and opening, right, now this isn't going to work. Because as soon as we click it, wait, it does work. Wait, why does that work? I'm confused. I guess I was told to do that as a way. Wait, let me get rid of that emission first. Wait, this does work. Well, then the reason I'm doing it is because I was told to. All right, hold on a second, guys. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Hold on. All right. Sorry about that, y'all. Stream went a little longer. Just had to take care of business because of that Boolean chat. Yeah. I'm not sure. So the only reason why I separated it was because I was told that it is messy not to, and that I should have it be in separate functions. But I mean, if I don't need to have it be in separate functions, then why? Then why bother? I don't really know. I don't really know. But does it matter? I mean, if they're not in separate functions, will it function better? I'm not sure. So yeah, we don't need that separate function, evidently. I think emit signal, self-emit signal, and then with the $ dot are the same. Gotcha. All right. Well, in terms of solving this one little problem, I mean, we could just let it go. Because I think there is a really good point that we could have, it may not be as relevant later. I have a feeling it will still be relevant to some extent. Even if we have it be like you have to approach the character and be in proximity and then it pops up, I feel like we'll still have some kind of similar problem. And ultimately, the only issue is you just have to make sure you go off of it and come back, and then you can do it again, you know? You're making a project that you can hopefully send on GitHub that I can open up and mess around in. What? What'll it have? Wait, so you're saying it won't have this problem? It'll like have this problem solved? I mean, that's pretty cool. Yeah, GitHub, you could probably just like send it to me on Discord or something. Probably just sends me on Discord too. Whatever works. All right, so let's just try something else for now. I'm not sure how I feel about putting this in the same function, just because someone was like, that's messy if you do it that way. I kind of like it in the same function, if I'm being honest. I feel like that just is a little simpler. So I'm going to leave it that way. So thank you, Lord Overflow, for giving me the idea to at least try that. Oh, then there's the mouse warping, which was an idea. That did kind of work, didn't it? It's just then, when you start it, it's gonna... Well, no, but this worked. This was a different problem that we were solving there. That was a totally different problem. Although then, you won't have... No, that's a totally different problem. That was a totally different problem. We don't need this at all. Put that in the trash. Get out of here. So we don't need that emit signal thing after all. No, we do. I mean, we don't. I got rid of it because it doesn't really work. It works, but we would just have to keep building on it to get it to work, right? So we can still use it. No. The problem is still here. So the problem is when I click on the character, right? Click on it again. Now I can't come here. And then the reason for that is because the friend hover is staying false even after that box goes away, instead of becoming true immediately after. And the emit signal of mouse entered, while very interesting, and I don't know if that's the way... How did we have it? Oh gosh, now I don't remember how we had it set. Let me copy all this. It was self.emit signal mouse entered. Oh, that was on the close. Right, my bad. I see. I was putting it in the wrong place. We want it to be on the close, not on this part. If we close it. So this kind of worked, right? It lets me click it repeatedly and open and close it without leaving it. But it sometimes, and I don't know why, it sometimes... So it looks like it might happen if I... It only works if I... All right, stream is back. We had a little internet drop. We all right. We here. So I can click on this. Thank you, Kai. I can click on this and make it go away. Thank you, Lord. And that's fine. But if I click on it, come out here, shut this down, then we run into the issue. And actually, it does fix itself. It basically mandates that we have to close the dialogue by clicking on the character. Otherwise, it never like makes this go to false. Which seems like something we could maybe solve. Raycasting could be one way to solve the issue. Right. So seeing maybe that assumes that the raycast detection works any better than the hovering. It seems like it would just be a different way, because it'd be the same thing where it's still looking for something underneath the cursor, right? And then we'd still want it to either not see it or see it, depending on if this box is open or closed. So we may just have the same problem somewhere else, unless the raycasts have some extra aspect to them that makes that better. Emitting the signal made it default to it being hovered rather than not hovered. Emitting the signal made it default to it being hovered instead of not hovered. So then what we would need to do, how is that different? And how is that different than if we were to just say, whenever it closes, friend hover equals true? How is that different from that? Because we could also do that, and then that would let this happen. It's actually looks like it's doing the same thing. Wait, it's the same thing. As if we were just to... So wait, why do the emission anyway, when we could just set it that way to begin with? It's a little confusing, because what I don't see is down in this in the log. When I click on this, it doesn't say that it's updating to true. Oh, because I didn't print it. I see. I'd have to tell it to print it. That's why. Did you see the comment of broadcasting? I did. Albasca says, I did a bit of experimenting. I found that using input in the process function means that all the nodes catch the same mouse click regardless of the position of the mouse. Using input in the process function means that all the nodes catch the same mouse click. Oh, interesting. So if I put it in a different function, that's interesting. Like maybe you're saying that if I arrange the logic a little differently, it will recognize the different position, or it will recognize when this goes away, that something is underneath it. I don't know. When you exit dialogue, you asked if it was possible. Oh, I probably did. Yeah, I probably did. Emitting the signal mandates you click on the character rather than off of it. When you exit the dialogue. I'm a little confused. I hear you, but I'm a little confused. Hi, little kitty cat. Oh, this cat is just like, hey, do you wanna stop streaming? I'm like, not really. I want to solve his problem, buddy. I want to solve his problem. That's what I want. That's what I want. He's like, but can you stop though? How does the name change work if it would catch the mouse click on all the nodes? That is because these are separate instances. Oh, he wants lunch. Oh, he wants some lunch. That's what he wants. My boy wants some lunch. In a little bit, all right? In a little bit, okay? 10, 20, 30, 40 minutes. 20, 30, 40, 50 minutes. Something like that, all right? Just give mommy a minute. So yeah, the name change works because these are exported variables. and the exported variables are being changed depending on, so 3 hours. Gosh, I hope not. Gosh, I hope not. This is a cute place for you, kitty cat. It's an adorable place for you to hang out. No, I approve. I do. I approve. It's super cute. Thank you for blessing us with your presence. We are lucky to have you here. So that's just the export variable up here. That's different for each friend. And then locally, it has its own hover stuff. So it knows if it's being hovered individually, and then it reports a different name. Stupid! It reports a different name depending on which object it is. So here it's Jerome. On friend 2, it's Lilith. And then on friend 3, it's Big O. Oh, he's so hungry. He's like trying to nibble on my fingers. Don't do that. It's creepy. If I were to die, you would just eat me. You would just eat me, buddy. I know you would. Cat wants to solve it. He's like, please, just give it to me. Okay. All right, show me what you got. Show me what you got then. He's so calm. You can switch from using input in process to using the static body input signal, which would be only for the specific friend you click on, so you don't need to track mouse entered and exited. Interesting. My parrot already would bite all my fingers when I would start typing or taking a keyboard away. Oh, he's gonna start rubbing on the microphone? You got something to say? Got something to say, buddy? I love you. I love you. Okay, do you want a snack? Do you want a snack? Do you want me to give you a snack? I like how his body completely blocks the microphone. Like, now you can't hear me. Oh, you can hear me. Wait, how did it block it? Anyway, it doesn't matter. I love you. You're such a big boy. Look how big he is. Okay, you want a snack, dude? Alright, I gotta give this cat a snack. If I don't give this cat a snack, he's gonna shut the stream down. Oh my goodness. I've just been abandoning this stream twice now. Twice. I had to feed him. I had to feed him. You know I had to. You know I had to. All right. So let's see. Rogi said something about sending a file. that could be interesting. But also, I like the idea of trying to put it somewhere else. The file is not ready. Okay, understood. Understood. We could also try having the you're learning about signals. Yeah, let's learn together. It's a learn along. Um, so on the individual static bodies is where we would attach a new script, Albeska says. Using the static body input signal, which would fire only for the specific friend that you click on. Well, I will say this is, so the static body, that is where the script is. This whole script is on the static body. So I'm not sure what's different about that. So you don't need to track mouse entered and exited. But you're saying that it would be different. I'm a little confused. I'm a little confused. What you mean? Because we do have input stuff, I guess. There is this. I don't think this is what you mean, though. But there is this ray pickable. That's interesting. This object is pickable. A pickable object can detect the mouse pointer entering or leaving. And if the mouse is inside it, report input events. Requires at least one collision layer bit to be set. That's interesting. Capture on drag. If true, the collision object 3D will continue to receive input events as the mouse is dragged across its states. I mean, that at least sounds interesting. Oh, wait, no, wait, hold on. I get so excited. And then it's like, wait, that's not necessarily what it is. Wait, maybe it is though. Oh no, we're setting friend hover to true. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay, that didn't make much a difference here. I was hoping that that would mean if we were to move while on top of this, it would set it to true, but it doesn't. It doesn't. S says, bye for now. Sorry for thinking you were just looking for a more elegant way of making hover true whenever you click off the dialogue by emitting the signal. Sorry for thinking that you was just looking for a more elegant way to make hovering true. No, it's okay. No, it's cool. No, that's all right. It was, but we learned something. And it was very elegant. So no, it's all good. It's all good. You only helped. And it was interesting. It was interesting to see that you could use the emission to try to do that. And take good care. Thanks for stopping in. Thank you. Thank you for contributing what you contributed. Truly. Albeska says, now you have 3 static bodies, so the process function gets executed 3 times per frame, and the input gets processed each time. Yeah, absolutely. Input, right. And so you're saying don't do it that way. I think. I hear you. I don't really understand, but I totally hear. Super weird. So this says this capture on drag. I mean it's I guess we're not dragging really. Maybe if I like were to keep clicking. Yeah, it doesn't really seem to do anything. It doesn't seem to do anything, but it was interesting. And does that apply to the these ones as well? Yeah, these all have that capture on drag as well set. It was worth a shot. It's cleaner if you catch the click on the friend using its input signal. If you catch the click on the friend using its input signal. I'm not sure what you mean by its input signal. So how is that different than what we're doing? Because we have the function, right? The on mouse entered function. Oh, you mean this input event up here? Emitted when the object receives an unhandled input event is the location of the world space. No, I guess that's not it. I just don't understand what you're saying. Because these static bodies have input in the process. They have, if the mouse input is true, if we click on them, yes. Oh, I don't know. Yes, what? Not that I expect you to explain it. You know, if you, I don't, no pressure. Just truly, I don't understand. Was that yes to me asking if we're already doing what you're saying? It's quite all right. I mean, it was yes for input event. Oh, thank you, Lord Overflow. Thank you. The input in the process function is not tied to where the mouse is when you click. Oh. Oh, here, right, it says that. Input event position is the location in world space of the mouse pointer on the surface of the shape. Hmm. So each friend catches every click. Right. And are you saying that's a bad thing or a good thing? So it's more precise. And so somehow I could use this. I mean, if I connect this, I do see that we're offered these three options. So if I put this in here on input event, oh, interesting. And so here it doesn't come from each friend. So with the other ones, these are like yellow, right? This on mouse entered is true with all three of them. And you're saying if you use the input event, only the friend you click process event. Oh, I didn't understand that. I assumed that this would be true for all three of them. So you're saying every possible friend would have their own on input event. And then we would want to fetch information about that event. And depending on that information, set things to true or false. And then to what end? Because then it would be, I guess the player then, right. So you're saying then if the player were to, oh, let me make this pass so that doesn't break it. So if the player were to click on this, it's like unlikely that it's going to be in the same place twice or something. Print that shape ID. All right, let's do that. I'm still a little confused how we can use it, but I'm extremely intrigued. This way you don't need to track a mouse entered and exited to know which friend got clicked. I think it's just printing zeros. But it's probably printing something else. Let me get this other convo state print out of here. We got a few prints floating around. print shape ID. Then we have print friend hover. I think that's all. So there it's reporting a 0 when I hover over it on the shape ID. And if I were to put one of these for each, and so, right, this way you don't need to track mouse entered and exited to know which friend got clicked. Right. That's interesting. And then, so you're saying then we could... I'm just not sure how it solves the problem, but it's interesting. I'm just trying to figure out how I can use this to my advantage here. Because I know who it is, but if I know who it is, how does that make anything else easier? I think that shape ID is used to get the index of the specific shape of the static body. I think static bodies can have more than one shape. Okay. I'm intrigued. It's like, this is an interesting tool to have. So there we can see it's printing. Oh, sorry, I'm in the way. So we have all those notes being printed down at the bottom. And it's going in all different positions as I move on this. It doesn't print if I'm hovering over these. It only prints over these. But like what, you know, that's, I wonder what event it'll say if I do event. Whoa. You only have the script. Yeah, I do. That's right. Right. But like why? I just don't understand why I would put it on the others. Like I could. I'm just not sure like what I'm using it for. Like like I could do it just for fun, but I just don't know what I'm looking for here. We've got velocity, pressure. It's interesting that event is just printing everything. Tilt, button mask, event mouse motion. Seems like it's detecting mouse motion, is what it says. Input mouse motion. And then it's just reporting different information about that motion as we're on top of it. But in terms of being able to... I mean, I will say, when I click on it... Oh, cool. So if I click, it actually is giving new information. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. All right, hold on. If I hold my click down, it prints a certain message. Okay, button mask equals 1 or 0. If I hold down click, button mask equals 1. If I let go click, button mask equals 0. Okay, hold up. This could be very useful. Button mask equals 1 or button mask equals 0. So that could be like our... Then we don't need to think about entered or exited, right? It's just literally if you've clicked it or not. Has this person been clicked or not? Now the thing is if we let go, that's its own separate thing. But then we could just say, just look for button mask equals 1. And if it sees button mask equals 1, then show it. Now you can control that dialog, show hide only when checking those shapes. Right, and clicking those shapes, right. And we would just have to set it up for each individual one. And then it could show the message, but then if we wanted to close it again, well, I guess that would be doable. I guess what I'd wonder is if that's seen through. So with this open, and we've got the, like, you know, invisible box up here, And if I click on it here, it actually didn't report an input. It still says button mask 0 as the last one. And if I let go, it reports another button mask 0. So it actually saw that, so it actually is blocking the input. This is very interesting. This is very useful. So the released, it'll see the released, but it doesn't see the click. Okay. This is potentially very useful. So I would just need to somehow, can I fetch the button mask? Like if I just type button mask, not declared in the current scope. So then I just have to figure out how I can actually fetch just that one value. Maybe I can look up the event in the docs somehow. It's a property of event. Oh, so I would do like event. Oh, gotcha. Thank you. Oh, that's really helpful. Oh, wow. That makes a lot make sense in Godot in general. I see. Cool. Okay. Button mask. Thanks for being patient with me. I know I just got like really confused. But you are definitely guiding this horse to water, and I will drink. All right, I will drink. Okay, cool. Nice. Yeah, now it's just printing ones and zeros. Sweet. If it's open and I click, it doesn't do a 1, it does another 0. Cool, so it knows when we're detecting the click on it. And yeah, that's only on one character. We have to set it up on the others. Okay, all right. So then I would want to say if event button mask is set to 1? Is that, that doesn't work. Expected a colon after if condition. Oh, okay, yeah, I can do that. Am I doing this right? Oh yeah, that looks like it works. This is very interesting. You can also detect which button was clicked. It should be button index or something like that. Oh, nice. Then screw all the other code in 6 hours. Hey, I mean, look, it's a wonderful, wonderful learning opportunity. So you're saying if we do print, yeah, for sure. I love it. I love it all. It's all worth it. Print event dot maybe button index. See if that does it. That one did not work. Oh, because we got to do this. Okay. Oh, okay. You know what? Just get that out of here for now. Just get that whole thing out of there. Okay, no, button index doesn't exist. So it is, oh, I put bottom. I wrote bottom. You wrote bottom. Thank you. Bottom up. Bottom up, everybody. All right, here we go. Oh, still didn't work, though. Okay, Godot. It's okay, Godot. We got this. Okay, that actually isn't something. But if I just have it print the whole event, maybe somewhere in that list we can see double click false, button mask equals 1, button index. Oh no, it does say it says button index. It's the first one. So what is the button? Oh, I see. If I right click, it says 2. If I right click, it says 2. If I left click, it says 1. Gotcha. All right, nice. Good to know. Noted, noted. If you don't learn something new, you're not improving. Hell yeah. Hell yes. I agree with that statement. Okay, so button mask seems like a good one for us here. And we want to say if button mask equals 1, then we want to set the honestly, the dialogue visibility to true. Right? And that should be relative to the current player. But the thing is we kind of want it to be like a toggle, right? So it would make it true if we press that. No, because we can have the no, 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 no. Well, now this is going to introduce a different problem, won't it? I'm going to have it not appear as before. I'm just going to get rid of this whole line. And we'll just have clicking the panel area be what closes it. But if we do it this way, so that opens it. Wait, what? What was happening there? Oh, this works quite well, actually. Wait, almost. Sometimes. Yeah, I guess this is working. Wait, then there. If I click on it, click off, and then click on it, seems like sometimes it's interesting. It kind of works. I looked in the docs. The button index property exists only for input event mouse button, but not for input event mouse motion. So you have to check the event type before reading button index. Okay. That is weird. Oh, you're saying something else is weird. Well, luckily, I don't know that we need a different button type. I guess what you're saying. No, because right click doesn't do it. It seems like it should be a lot easier than this. Doesn't it always? No, but like I hear you. It almost works. But the problem that I guess I see is if it's just looking to see if it's 1. Oh, right, because it's going to become 0 right away. Right. And so then that becomes false. But that shouldn't make it not visible. Does this work? Dialogue visible. Oh, the exclamation point is a thing. What does that mean? Does that mean like if it unless already true or something? Dialogue visible equals exclamation point $, dialogue. Oh, that makes it a toggle. Cool. Maybe. Expected end of statement after expression found colon instead. Oh, my bad. I meant to put this a dot. Period. Okay, there we go. Nice. It works. It gives me the same it does work as a toggle. It does work as a toggle. Still having that same issue where sometimes if I click out here first and then I click in here, it just like flashes it. Did I remove the stuff from process? Oh, so the only thing that I kept was closing it. So I guess we could set up the close to also work that way. But then we'd want to be detecting something else because the close is checking the input and if we're hovering over the invisible area on the UI. If we're hovering over the invisible area and we click it, then it closes it. So then that would set dialog close hover to false. Maybe we don't have anything setting dialog close hover to true. Maybe that's the problem. Oh, dialog close hover is getting set to true. I guess I kind of want to see that then, what it currently is. I wonder if we could just say every time we click, mouse, print the state of the dialog hover. Because maybe that's not getting set back properly or something. So there it's false. It's saying false. False, false, false. Click on this. But it's never true. It's like never being true. Maybe there's still something going on with the friend hover stuff. And that's causing a bit of the problem. I mean, the friend hover shouldn't matter anymore. The friend hover was only relevant to opening it. And I don't see that. That's that's all happening, but it shouldn't actually be making any difference. Dude, it's so close. It's so close to working. And then there's just like that one little thing. Oh, there, it just did it right away. So we could try closing it in a different way. We could say, I don't know if the dialog box has such an input thing. It doesn't. It doesn't, unfortunately. It also has this focus entered and exited, which is just kind of interesting that that exists. But most of the time it works. Most of the time it works quite well. But then sometimes it does that little skippy skip. In the character where you click, can you tell it, in the character where you click, can you tell it if hovered, wait for click, then if clicked, it opens the widget. That way when the widget goes away, you can still click if hovered. This would undo all the stuff you did though. Can you tell it if hovered, wait for a click? Maybe. I don't know that it would undo it. Then if click. So maybe, like we could say, we would just need to fetch this clicking stuff somehow, right? So we could say if button mask is 1. Albeska, thank you for your help. Thanks for putting me on this path with the input. It's a super interesting thing, and it's really useful. Take good care. Thank you for all your help. Sleep well, and yeah, I'll see you next time for sure. Bye, Albeska. Thank you. Thank you for this. This is a really interesting, useful method. Since those are control nodes, how about GUI input signal on those 3 panels? Yeah. Ooh. Oh. Oh, it does say input. Ooh, I didn't even see that. Nice. Okay. And we just have to figure out how to combine all these things. Okay, so thinking about what Stormrun was saying too. If we say if event button mask equals 1 and I mean, I don't really know why this would fix it necessarily. End dialog hover is set to false. I'm just kind of trying something now. So that is false when that happens. It's a little confusing. I'm a little confused at this point. I'm gonna stop printing this every click. It's getting a little ridiculous. It's getting a little ridiculous. Dialog close hover is false. Yeah, that didn't make any difference. Yeah, so we could use it. I just got to figure out how do I want to use it. So we could say for each of these, I'm just going to do the top one for now since that'll be easier. You get a new function for that. And then I would guess, now this has event as well. We could see what it yields, print event. Let me click on those. So there it's detecting, same thing, it's detecting all the position stuff. And if I click, it gives me button mask 1. So yeah, that's the same thing. Nice. It just has GUI in front. Nice call. So we could try doing that there, so then we're not doing it over here with the input. So let's do that. Let's put all this in the garbage, throw that in the trash. Now our process is just pass. Nothing to see here. And we're not even using any of this mouse entered stuff anymore. It's just kind of taking up space. And we could say if event button mask is equivalent to 1, then we want to make this not visible. Or we want to turn it off, certainly. And then I love the toggle. It doesn't seem like we need it now, though. So I'm going to make that true. Oh, no, it still does the same thing. Dang. It works, though. It does work. It's just we still get that thing where it flashes it sometimes. I wonder what that's about. Like, I wonder if I just keep clicking it and I don't release. Oh, that didn't see it at all. I'm trying different ways of clicking on it. So if I hold out here, it might trigger both. Shape click and GUI click. Maybe. That's true. Yeah, that's true. It could be. But this was happening before with the other way, too. That's true, though, that could be happening. I just assumed it was the same reason that it was happening before we added the GUI click. But it does look a little different. I mean, but once it's out here, like we can even, make it visible again just so it's, a little more clear. Make this visible. I'll make it partial. So we could also click, make it print which event is triggering. Okay. So we'll say print open dialog. Let me put that in quotes. Do the same thing for down here. Print close dialog. Okay. So let me get this out of the way. And so there we got close dialogue, open dialogue, close dialogue, open dialogue. So this works quite well. I don't have any issues doing this. This doesn't have an issue. Looks good. I'm also, by the way, going to just get rid of this printing because it's just kind of muddying everything up a little bit here. Let me just get rid of that. Okay. So the only things that should print are if we are opening the dialogue or we're closing it. Open it, close it, open it, close it. And if I open it and I click out here, it closes it. And if I click on this, it opens it. If I click on this, it closes it. Open, close, open, close. Oh! It looks like it did a double open here. And then it did a close, and then an open, a close, open, close. Which is kind of weird. Yeah, why did it do that? Why did it do two opens? Two opens. Open it, close it. Open it, close it. Open it, close. Open, close. It actually just did it. It actually just did close dialogue right after. And I didn't click it. Maybe add microseconds on print. What does that mean? What does that mean? How do you do that? Like, but, and that almost points to the, like, I almost wonder if we could delay just to see time. How do you do that? I just do like MS or something? I'll look it up. Godot, print time. Or like print time underscore milliseconds. Okay, let's try that. All right, nice. Oh. What did I do? Expected closing parenthetical. Oh, maybe. I guess not. Let's see. Yeah, get time milliseconds. Let's say print it, comma missing. Get system time milliseconds. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, you're right. Okay, cool. Oh, but that just didn't work. But maybe we want get system time. Okay. Get system time underscore msex. Okay. Definitely didn't work. Maybe we don't need the get. Maybe just the system time. Oh, but then it's actually asking for us to... I don't know. Let's see if we can look it up in the documentation. OS dot. Let's try that. OS dot. Can we just do msec or do we need to do something else? System time msex. Hmm. Cannot find member system time msx in base. I mean, surely we don't know what to get. It's tricky. It's tricky. What does it want? What do you want from me? What do you want? This new language is hard. It is until you know it, you know? It is until you know it. And then once you know it, I feel like it's not too hard. How to get the Unix timestamp in milliseconds. We could say print timestamp. Oh, I see. Here's this. It's like riding a bike, unless you stop riding that bike for a few years. That's true. That's true. No go. I can click on OS though. So maybe in here somewhere, there's something about it. Oh, that's a big one. That's a big one. OS time, OS MS. OS close MIDI inputs. No, 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 no. No, no, no. I don't think we can get the time. If we can, I mean, I'm not saying we can't, but I don't know how to do it. It can't be this hard to get time. I know, right? It seems like that would be very easy. It seems like that would be very easy. You can use the OS get ticks ms msec function since the game started. That's a little different though, but we could try it. Well, at least it kind of looks like, oh no, it's still a negative. How to make a very accurate timer. Here's a function I made to print timestamps. Ooh, ooh. A function new timestamp. Oh my. It's quite a whole thing. They didn't even add the whole thing in here. So I think this is actually not easy. I think this actually is not easy. I think it is this hard. I was getting millisecond system time removed. It was removed in favor of OS get Unix time. Okay. Rogi's been trying to figure it out as well. Seems like it would be very useful. Right, and then I see why you're saying it too. So then we can add like the right amount of delay. They should make an extension that does all this for us. Yes. I mean, it sounds like it used to be there. Probably needs those. Okay. Get date dictionary from Unix time. Get date string from Unix time. Get time dict from system. I don't like these. We got things like sex and dict. I don't feel good about this. Get time string from system. That's something. Get Unix time from system. But I don't know if that's gonna work the way we want it to. And you said we probably need those parentheses. It didn't work with him anyway. Totally not function names to trick streamers saying those were. I know. I'm like, how dare you? How dare you put me in that position? There's like not an alternative way I can pronounce that. Like, it is what it is. Yeah, man, I have no idea. Unfortunately, I don't know. So that was interesting. I guess I'm gonna skip doing that for now. Rogi just had a breakthrough? Oh my gosh. I hope that breakthrough benefits us, but even if it doesn't, I'm happy for you. I am. And once you say it wrong once, you can't unhear it. I know. It's just like, God damn it. All I have to do is figure out how to wait 1 frame and I can send it to you. What? What? Interesting. So you do need frame delays in text code. I thought so. I thought so. Okay, so let's say uh let's say that you can't close it. Like this doesn't even become an option. I don't know if this will actually work the way I'm imagining it though. Oh gosh, I always forget how to use await. Is it space await create timer? No, I always forget it. I gotta look it up again. Oh my gosh, I have so many of these open. Can you please just like close all of these? Clear them, please. No, don't close that. Okay. Create timer. Get tree. That's a tough one for me to remember. Get tree is a tough. That's gonna take me some time to get used to that. All right. And then instead of, I mean, it can be 1 second. I feel like this isn't gonna work the way I want it to. Oh, it kind of does. Okay, cool. We still get the flash. So the flash still happens, even if there's a delay there before we can close it. So I guess, I mean, we could have a delay the other way around. I bet some Godot expert is just laughing so hard that they can't just write the solution. I think that often. I often think that. Yeah, and you know, look, if we're lucky enough that someone comes through and watches this video later, don't forget to subscribe if you are that person. Thank you for doing that, person, whoever you may be. Often people will leave a comment, you know, with a timestamp, being like, "Oh, at this part, you could have just done this," which is always nice. I mean, I don't think the delay is making any difference here. I wish I understood, because it's so close. It's so close to being right. It just sometimes really quickly closes it again. But I guess, you know, and that you would think that if it was closing it again, right, that putting the await would at least make it take a second before that happens. But it doesn't. Been watching your videos, first time checking out the stream. Oh, thank you. Thank you for doing that, Lord Overflow. I appreciate it. It means a lot. You're so deeply welcome here. So deeply welcome here. I'm glad that you made it to a live stream. I found out how to wait 1 frame in Godot version 3. No! Why you change? Why you change? Dang. While watching the video, I've been like, how do you not see the solution? Oh, that must be rough. Oh, that must be rough. Comment. Just comment if you can. Like, literally, I will go back. I will read it. I will find, like, Pierogigon left, like, 20 comments with timestamps, and I got to each and every one of them. Like, I will check up on everything. Like, because I want to learn these things. I do. And that's something I love about getting to do these live streams is that I can go back and I can look at the streams and learn from them. And if y'all can go back and like make that learning better, that's primo. That's community game development. I love it. Worse when watching coding videos. Right. Yeah, I bet. I wish I did that sometimes. I do things I forget how to do. Yeah, I love going back and referencing the live streams. I mean, at this point, like, I probably should just cut the stream off. No. But I like to finish something. I like to feel like something was finished. And some things were, But this is the thing. This is the thing. Now, Rogi did say they sent something. No, they didn't. Oh yeah, no, they were still trying to figure out that one thing. So you would think with the 1 second timeout, right, that it would, if we click on it, so it's saying, I really want to zoom it in. I just feel like it sucks that it's not zoomed in. I think we even have a zoom down there already. Let me pull that up. I appreciate you coming through, Lord Overflow, because, I'm not an expert, I'm just here kind of struggling, but at the same time, I've heard it can be inspiring. I've heard it can be inspiring, somebody struggling like this. So I'm glad that it can still be entertaining, even if you like know the answer, and it's like, she's not doing it. That does make me happy. All right, so now it's zoomed in a little bit. So when I close on this, that'll pop up. A lot of closes there. Why is it closing it so much? Why is it closing it so much? You only need to do it once. Maybe that's a clue to what's happening. I'm not like holding the click down. I could, here, I could bring up the input. And then I'll move this right here, like that. So then you can see my input. It closed it so many times. I wonder if that's what's happening. If one of those like closes that it spams is interrupting the open. Oh yeah, because look, it did a bunch of them. It did a bunch of them. That is what's happening. So I think it's just it's detecting the close multiple times, and then when I go to hit open, one of those closes is interrupting the open. Frame rate. Yeah. So then how do we make sure it's on the same frame? I cannot for the life of me figure out this frame delay, but I'll still send you a 0.1 cooldown instead. Oh, so it still works, you're saying? It's hard to click that fast anyway. It should be hard to click as fast as this thinks I'm clicking. So I wonder if there's some way to say, don't detect the input. Still working. Nice. I mean, we kind of only want it to do it one time and then don't go doing it again. Like, why would it even do it so many times? I mean, we're saying if this is true, but it almost makes me want to put something in there that says, okay, do it, but keep track of how many times you do it, and please don't do it too many times. And then it's interesting, too, that that's happening with the other one as well. I wonder if it has something to do with the UI stuff, you know? If it's not visible, don't do it. Interesting. Okay, so if event button mask 1 and dialogue visible is true. Nice. Brilliant. Smart. Okay. Assignment is not allowed inside of an expression. How dare you? How dare you say that to me? Did I forget to put a colon? So is it saying that I can't reference the dialogue in here? I just sent you the zip over Discord if you want to look. I do want to look. Okay, noted. Let me just finish this thought. Ah, thank you. Assignment, right. When I see assignment, it's talking about the equal sign. Thank you. Oh, I'm going to make that mistake a lot. I'm going to make that mistake often. Okay. So let's see what this did then. Closes it. Oh, oh, immediately. What? Is it worse somehow? Well, now we get double opens, which is different. I mean, I'm definitely seeing less close spams happening. It's not doing it quite as often. Wow, but it's still immediately closing it sometimes. It's almost like it's waiting. I mean, we do have the await. Oh, no, we don't. It's almost like it's waiting for me to open it. And then when I open it, it's like, well, you said if it's true, now it's true, so I'm closing it. Like, would I want to do the same thing here? Like, it feels like that shouldn't. I feel like that's not going to matter, but only open it if it's. I mean, I feel like it is kind of doing that. You don't see a colon. What do you mean? And oh, maybe I didn't put the and or something. Okay, cool. All right. No, it still aggressively closes it. It's so weird. All right, let's see what Rogi's got for us. So weird. We were so close. We were so close. So let me make sure I save it. Can you put ignore under mouse on those panels? Oh yeah, thank you. Oh, I knew I was gonna try something else there. Oh, thank you. Thank you for saying that. I knew there was something else I was gonna try, but I kind of forgot it. Yes, 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 yes. Mouse. Now if we make it ignore, oh right, because we don't, well, I don't know, what happens? Then it doesn't see the input at all. If we do that. It's interesting, we can spam open all day if we do that. Because it still sees it through it. So it is seeing the object through it. If we make those stop, now you can see why it calls both. Really? I can? I mean, if it's set to stop, I will say I did just notice, I think we still have groups set up on some of these, by the way. Let me just put that away. I just noticed that. How about pass? Let's set all these to do pass. Heads up about the file I sent you. I declared a variable that you never used and you forgot to delete it. Messy code. Mess code. Noted, noted. Okay. Doesn't seem to be behaving much differently. Seems to be the same. Even more aggressive, I might say. I wonder if I just have to like click it fast enough. Like if I click really fast, but if I click kind of slow, it's like more likely to happen? I don't know. I think stop is what we had it set to. Stop seems to work best. Yeah, it does seem to. I mean, not that that's saying much. So weird. I found a property that does what we want. Okay, okay. Rogi's like, just want to point out that you don't need to do this anymore. Okay, all right. Let's save all this. My solution is pretty simple and took me forever to find it. It did not take. I've been here for 7 hours. That did not take you forever. That took you minutes. Okay, so let's. I see what you're saying though. It took a while. It took a while. It took a while. All right, saving all that. Let's close it and let's open Godot again with a different project, the one that Rogi sent us. Let's see. Let's see. Does this solve all of our problems? No pressure. None at all. Not even a little bit of pressure. Not even, maybe a little bit. All right. Ooh, it's potentially dangerous. I love living dangerously. Let's go. Bring it on. Who cares? All right, make sure you got a folder. You do. All right. Extract it. And then I guess this will just be a whole project. Only their mod position at stake. If you fail, you will be revoked of your mod wrench. Fair, fair. Totally fair. All right. Copy this. Imagine betting mod statuses. Let's do users. Get our Godot folder. Paste this in. You can just find the project.godot file when you click import and it'll open the project. Oh, okay. I don't need the whole folder. I don't know if you opened an import or project before. I actually have, but it was so long ago and I didn't do it on stream, so pretty much no. If I didn't do it on stream, it didn't happen, is the rule. Oops. Oh God. Please don't drag this folder somewhere. I think that's one of my worst nightmares, is dragging and dropping a folder somewhere I didn't mean to, and I don't know what folder it was or where it went. That's one of my biggest fears in this entire life. All right, going back to downloads. Control Z does undo it. That's true. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does. But what if you do it with something that needs administrator permissions? You're right. If you notice it before doing something else. That's right, right? There is that condition too. Yeah. What file am I looking for? Because I feel like I can just copy this. But yeah, that's the worst thing about Windows. The worst. So you go to Godot, click import it in it, then find the Godot file. You got to do it in Godot. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Oh, import. There it is. Somebody's got to browse, go to downloads. And you called it testing. Project installation path. Just where you put stuff. Just the place you put stuff. Directory already contains a Godot project. Okay. So then Rogies. Yeah, but create it. Okay, fine. I'll create it. Rogies. Select it. We good? We good? We got it? Huh? Cool. So we just did the zip file. We didn't even need to extract it or anything. Let's go. What's gonna happen? All right, we got some script here. And does it like preview as something? Yeah, didn't you have to extract it? Okay, so Rogi's got some stuff down here. Let's pull that up. Let's see what you got. Hovering, not hovering. Hovering, not hovering. Dialog box appears. Dialog box disappears. All right. I see that you've also got multiple reports of it. Not that necessarily a bad thing, but I see it. So the way, yes, it looks, well, you're using input ray pickable, which I had seen that, and I was wondering about that. So Rogi has a, let me just acquaint myself with what we got going on here. Rogi has a Node 3D, and that is a, oh, cool. So you've even got a scene here. Oh, nice. You really set this up. There's a property that turns on and off mouse detection called input ray pickable. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I did see that. I did see that property. So is that the main thing? So you're saying that, like, before when we had it set up, that would reset the hover. So I turned mouse detection off and the dialog box is up so that it resets the signals. So this is kind of the way we had it set up before. With the friend hover stuff, which means I do have to replace that, which is fine. And so it's not using a raycast, it's just modifying the property. So that property is what resets it. I remember trying to get us to find that, but when I opened Godot, I didn't look hard enough either, so I missed it too. So otherwise, it's the same thing. So that's the only thing, right? Is there something else I'm missing? Oh, is the mouse pause the one you don't need? Then I tried a bunch of things, said this is ridiculous, then looked again, and I found it. Cool. So then what we want to do is actually go back to the old way that we had it set up. Okay, so I'm going to close this. That is extremely interesting. That does mean we have to set it up so that way it's back to the way it used to be, where it's not using the input, but it's using the mouse entered and exit, right? Because I mean, I guess we could do either, but then this new one has a weird problem too. And what we want to change is the input ray pickable. Version 3 time. Version 3 time. Here we go. Okay. Okay, luckily I did keep all of this stuff. So that's good. And then what I want to do is, for now, get rid of all of the input event stuff. So I'm going to kick that out. Turns off mouse detection, awaits. Oh, I didn't look at the 0.2 timer. I see. Checks for new clicks to remove the dialog box. Nice. I think I understand. I think I do. So we want to get back to our process stuff. We want to beef this up again and say if input. Oh gosh, now I got to remember how to do all this. Do I have any of this on clipboard? Did I put any of this on the clipboard? Input is action just, I might have. Oh yeah. Heck yeah, clipboard. Let's go. Nice. Nice. Okay, and that's still got the emit stuff, which we don't want. This sets friend hover. This checks to see if friend hover is true. I'm not sure if it's still possible, but I had multiple Godot projects open at the same time before, and it wasn't a problem. Oh, okay. All right, so I'll open another one then when we need to reference what you did. Thank you. Yeah, right. That would work. Godot is awesome that way. Actually, I can do that with Unreal and Unity as well. I've actually done that with those programs too. So we do still have these up here, friend hover, dialog hover. If input action is just released, mouse, and friend hover is true, so we do have friend hover still happening, true, friend hover false, then dialog becomes visible. If dialog close hover is true and we press the button, then it's going to hide it and it's going to set dialog close hover to false. And we still have all that. So that should this should be back to our original problem where it opens and we can close it. The only thing is we can't reopen it when I click on here again. So now we're back to our original problem. Everything is fine, no issues, other than we can't click on it again after we click out here. Now with Rogi's idea, so let's open up another instance of Godot. And we'll make this Pierogigon's project. And we want to say input, or we want to say that the ray pickable is false. So if it's opened, right? So once it opens it up and it becomes visible, set ray pickable to false. And then when it closes it, now you're saying wait. Oh, you're doing this a little different. You're nesting the if. That's also very interesting. I hadn't thought to do that. You're nesting the if in another if. That's cool. I like that. There's the if input. And then if it's pressed and hovered, print the dialog box true. Dialog becomes true. And then you have another thing. If it is true, so you're like really separating it out. You're like chunking it up so it's not all running together. That's pretty cool. And then once it's true, it awaits the timeout. Then it allows for you to potentially close it. So what we could say is await here, indent this, and then nest that in here, right? Those two run together. Hmm? Oh. We want to put this back here. Like that, right? Is that better? So await if and then we want to say input ray pickable becomes true again after it closes. All right, let's see what that does. Let's see what that does. If I did it right. If I did it right. Well, I might have done something wrong. I certainly may have done something wrong. I try to avoid nesting conditionals like if, unless there's a reason. In this case, I needed a cooldown, so I needed the await before the second if. Right. I think I need to set it up more like you. Went outside for a minute. Did it work? It's getting there. Well, Rogi made an example that seems to point to potential working. I just have to implement it correctly. And then we'll see. Second if always runs if it goes inside that first if. But first if doesn't always run. So I think I need to do it kind of like Rogi had it set up, where we separate it. If dialog up. And that's like a variable that you set. So you have a variable for if the dialog is visible. I don't really have something like that. Do I need to do that? Because as it is right now, I can't actually close it. It seems like the second if statement, it might not be setting and dialog close hover is true. It seems like it's not. I mean, I could just, right, you need it, then the await is what we need. You could do whatever node dot visible. Oh, okay. Okay. Dialog visible. Right, that makes sense. Okay, got it. So we'll hit enter here. And then say if dialog visible equals true, then do all that. Oh, forgot the double equals. At least I remembered it this time. All right, let's see what that does. Okay, it closes. Oh, shoot! That's it. Okay, now hold on. Oh, wait, I think it works. I think it works. You basically already know JavaScript. Yes. Do I though? I feel like the parts that trip me up the most are the syntax, little things. You don't need dash dash equals true with Boolean. Oh, really? It'll just be like, oh, right, Rogi did do it that way. So it just assumes that if it's true, you want it to be, I see. Neat. Thank you. Quick tip, you don't ever need, wow, you both said it. You both are like, please, do not do this. Because it assumes you mean that. Dude, I think it works. An exclamation point on front for false. Does it work outside of actor? I think it does. So I can spam it. Click on here. I can spam it. This is what Rogi helped us be able to do. Just like amazing. And if I come out here and I click on it and I click on it again, no problems. Dude, I think it's fixed. Wow. So Rogi figured out how to update the hover information. And the way you update the hover information is you turn on and off input ray pickable. You make the input ray, because we did come in here and like stumble on that a little. They can keep it. All right, you can keep your wrench this time. Wow. Beautiful, beautiful work. Beautiful work. You guys should make a tutorial. I bet you'll get 1 million views. I don't know, is this a tutorial yet? Are you watching this as a tutorial? If you are, this was a part of a live stream that was done in Godot, which I do every Thursday at 11 a.m. Eastern. Come by and check it out. Thanks for watching this. Let's get into the tutorial, though. I was pretending. I was recording that. I was recording that just now in case this ever gets edited into tutorial. We now have that. Maybe worth a clip. But imagine if you tried to do this alone. That's why I don't. I refuse. I refuse to do things alone anymore. I must live stream it. I must. No, that's why I want. I feel like it's amazing to me that this isn't more of a thing. Like people who are learning how to code or do any kind of game development, streaming it. You know, like it seems like most of the streams are people who already know what they're doing, and if they're solving a problem, it's like high level stuff, and the chat can barely help them. But to me, if you're learning, like, why would you want to do it alone? Like, I don't, I don't really understand. Rubber duck streaming. I don't know what that means. Anyway, sweet, dude. Dude, that's it. It's fixed. It's fixed. That little problem is fixed. We got it, so we can click and hover over it. Input ray pickable. Where was this option? Was it in the mouse section? I'm trying to remember where we had seen that ray pickable thing. Don't you know rubber duck debugging? Nah. Nah, I don't. And this is the thing, Rogi, so like you, like, do I need to change the time that I stream Godot so you can be here? You saved it. Oh, of Collision 3D. Right. Thank you. In software engineering, rubber duck debugging or rubber ducking is a method of debugging code by articulating a problem in spoken or written natural language. The name is a reference to a storybook, a story in the book, The Pragmatic Programmer, in which a programmer would carry around a rubber duck and debug their code by forcing themselves to explain it. What does the rubber duck have to do with anything? Explain it line by line to the duck. Like, what is this world where people just have rubber ducks? Like, what? I guess people who have children. Many other terms exist for this technique, often involving different, usually inanimate objects, or pets, such as a dog or a cat. Teddy bears are also widely used. Wow. Wow. All right. And so we're doing rubber duck streaming. Yeah, I guess we are. I guess we are doing rubber duck streaming. Thank you for teaching me that, Lord Overflow. I feel like I understand the history of programming a little better. Now just lower that top gray box so you can't click outside it and then turn them all invisible. Yeah, we could do that. Gray. Yeah, they're both correct, actually. I could definitely say I'll be here more if you change the time. If that's a deciding factor, then that's cool. It would be. It could be. It just depends. Because, yeah, I guess it is old. But, I mean, I guess I would just ask, like, you were able to be here. Is that typical that you're able to be here around this time? Because I can just commit to streaming 7-8 hours. I can do if it means by the end Rogi will come and fix everything, then we'll be all right. Or maybe if we're still streaming and that means that we needed Rogi to come save us. It makes your brain work better. Right, by talking out loud. Well, the thing is I tend to talk out loud anyway. Like, that's just how I do anything. So, I mean, then my brain is not great and it needs that to even barely function, is for me to talk out loud. I don't think my thoughts well. I have to, like, say that it's like a mental disability. And so it works well for live streaming because I'm just constantly talking. But that makes sense too, to specifically make it the code that you're typing out. We learn stuff till the teacher comes. I know, right? Just like why you should move away for a few minutes just to walk around. Right. Just to, like, shake up your mind a little bit. Right now, your bus comes for you at 3:00 p.m. on Thursday, so you get home at 4:00 to 5:00 Eastern time. But it might be moved later depending if you need to schedule more tutoring appointments. Understood. All right. That's helpful. You said you get home between 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern. Noted. Just to reset the brain. Yeah, I got you. Well, at this point, yeah, let's just do that. Let's make these not visible. We could move them down a little bit. I don't super mind that there's a gap. But since you mentioned it, let's deal with it. Let's fix it. Let's get that out of here. So we'll just scooch this in a little bit. I guess we could anchor that better too. Fix these anchors as well. Make it invisible. Come over to here, theme overrides, styles. Get it out. The question is, do you still need those panels? Yes. I would say yes. So you're saying in favor of the, right? I think so. Whoa. Oh, because it's visible. You mean in favor of the input click stuff with the button mask? Or something else? I would say yes, because this problem that Rogi solved was the problem with hovering over these characters. I don't actually know. What would be the alternative, I guess the alternative would be that it's a workaround. Was it a workaround? I guess it was a workaround to having like one panel that was behind. I think we do. I think we do still need it. The panel should never be there. What do you mean? Oh, because you don't think the panels are here to block the mouse. Wait, that's not what they're there for. So the panels, I just, at this point, I don't even remember. I'm just trying to like remember here. The panels are not there to block the mouse. The panels are to give us something to know that we're in the area where it's supposed to be closed. I mean, we can go back and look at the live stream because off the top of my head, my brain is a little fried. So I have to go look to see when we first started introducing them and putting them in there, which was around maybe here. Okay, there's the panels. There's the panels. Closing thing. Because instead of it being whether or not you're hovering over it, it doesn't matter. Right, so that was... So the panel, right, so for the panels, it was like when we hovered over, basically it was going to check to see if or not we were hovering. I think we do need the panels because that was in response to the issue where we had to set up like, is hovering over the U section, is hovering over the friend section, is hovering over the button, is hovering over that button, is over. We'd have to get like signals for all of those, I'm pretty sure. And then if we're not hovering over any of those things and we click, then it closes. But by having the panels, we only have to have one thing. I think that's why we introduced them, because it was too much. Although we do end up having 3 panels, which is kind of a lot still in and of itself. But at least this way, it's only 3 things and not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah. So I think we still need that. I think we still need that. Pretty sure. On it. Because what I'm thinking more is I just have like a script that has all the leaves. False to start with. I'll close. Yeah, so that's what I think. But I could be wrong. Someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's why we implemented it. I will say I'm troubled by the lack of centeredness of it all. Like that it's so far over here. I'm too hungry to fully understand what you mean by the panels, so I'm gonna believe you. Yeah, no, it was just that in order to detect if we aren't, because I want it to close if you click outside of this area. If you're outside of this area and you click, I want it to close. And so what I wanted was to say that if you're hovering over this box on the back, there's like a red one in the back here. And if you're hovering over that, you see what I'm saying? Or if you're not hovering over that, and then you click, it closes. But when I would hover over any of these pieces, it would block the back piece being detected or not. And then it wouldn't correctly set the variable of whether or not we're hovering on it. Because then I could click here and it would close it. Or I click here and it'd close it. So the panel was a way to get around having to set all of this stuff to keep that variable true, that we're on top of it. There's a way to avoid it blocking, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I tried. I tried without using code. Maybe you would find a way without code. Another day, but like this works. I don't really see what is, so bad about it. I guess I'll get some sleep. It's 2 a.m. in here currently in Finland. It was fun distracting you. Thank you for distracting me, Lord Overflow, and teaching me things about programming and sharing all your thoughts. I really appreciate it. I hope to get to hang with you again. Get some sleep. Yeah. Cheers from the United States. So, I'm done. I'm gonna play the outro music. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it real bad, so that way I definitely get out of here. Nothing bad about it, except missing the change to learn about blocking. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. That's true. We tried a few things, though. We tried a few things. Get some rubber ducks. Get some rubber ducks. Everybody get your rubber ducks in a row. I wonder how I can make that centered more. I mean, I see here that it's not very centered, but if I try to move this over... Oh, I guess that's fine. I guess that works. I do kind of have to eyeball it. See, then it doesn't actually update it there. Okay, what if I move this up here, right? Somewhere ridiculous. Oh, okay. Oh, that worked quite well. And what if I put it way over to the left? Oh, it's still centering it. So maybe that's the anchor that's doing that. Maybe we need to position the anchor better. Yeah, of course, Rogie. Of course. You are the thanks. The thanks is for you. There it is. That's in the center now. And then I would just want to think about those gray boxes. I like Godot. I like Godot a lot. There's still a lot to learn. I mean, of course there would be. You know, I wouldn't expect it to be super easy. I still find it somehow more usable than Unity, more usable than Unreal Engine. I still find it better than all of those engines, and I'm just gonna say that from my own opinion. But they do different things, they have different strengths, no doubt about it. But I really like hanging out in Godot. You know, the problems can be solved. Hey, Ash Kettle. Dear Lord. How long have you been streaming today? I have been streaming for 8 hours. Yeah. Oops. I wanted to keep it to 4 hours. But I doubled it instead. Yeah, we just ran into a few hiccups that I was determined to resolve. And so, at least we did. At least working a full-time job at this point. Oh, absolutely. And that's not even counting, I mean, updating thumbnails, right? Making sure I schedule the streams, doing the Patreon newsletter, which I do have to start working on tonight. You know, making sure my stream setup is here. Oh, I am beyond working a full-time job at this point. But that's what you do. That's what you do when you're a person who is pursuing a YouTube career, is you steal money from your family and you invest it into this thing that may never produce profit. But you know what it does produce? It does produce some great support. It does produce some great support from people like this. So if you head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev, you can help to make the full-time plus work that I do go back to my family, i.e. my partner, a little bit. So thank you for the people who do that. It means so much. I so appreciate it. You can actually support the Patreon without paying any money, though. There's a free tier. There's a free Patreon tier. Head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev, and you can join the community for free, and you will get the Friday live stream and newsletter in your inbox. It is a secret live stream that you can only get if you were signed up on Patreon. So go check that out. We will have channel membership soon, and that'll be another way to support the channel. But for now, you don't need none of that. I'm proud of what we got. We rebuilt the game from the ground up, and we can click on these different characters. It brings things up. It's not weird to click anywhere. It feels good. It just feels good. So maybe next week, we actually focus on getting the menu buttons to generate messages and stuff, and we'll figure out how to get all the text for the dialogue set up. And maybe we'll even get the character moving around too. That would be kind of interesting. So we'll see. Thank you everybody who came through and everybody who helped. It means the world. Look at all those emotes. We'll have our own emote soon. We will. I'm thinking we do characters from game dev software. So like the Godot face with different expressions. Maybe the Unreal Engine mannequin doing some stuff. I don't know. Let me know if you guys have ideas. Other than that, I do want to ask, if you are watching this and you haven't yet, I hope you will subscribe to this channel. Thank you so much. I do Godot every Thursday at 11 a.m. Eastern, so come through and check out what it's like. Hit that subscribe button so that way you can stay informed about what's going on with the channel. And other than that, if you're watching this after the live stream, go ahead and click in the top left to see a video that YouTube thinks is a good recommendation for you. And if you click in the bottom left, you will see a video that is the previous to this one. And if you click in the bottom right, you'll see a video that is the next one after this, if you want to keep following in the series. So click up there if you want to watch a recommended video, click down here to watch the last one, and click right there to watch the next one. All right, see you later, y'all.